Hello and welcome to the ActualTech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit on enabling next generation IT. We have an incredible event lined up for you today, our biggest event in history, and this is going to be a lot of fun and very educational as well. We have so many expert presenters lined up for you today. It's tough to list them all, but I'm going to give it a try because I want to give them a special thanks for making this event possible. We'll experts at NetApp, Veeam, KnowBe4, Zerto with HerePoint, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Pure Storage, Datrium, Red Hat, SolarWinds, GitLab, Sequence Security, Nutanix, Okta, and Open Systems. What an incredible lineup of cutting-edge enterprise IT solutions on this event. Thank you to everyone who have taken time out of their day to join us. We really appreciate our audience. We appreciate your support of the virtual summit. We have hundreds and hundreds of IT professionals from across the United States and around the world representing the entire IT community on today's event. So thank you so much for joining us. Now, before we jump into it, we have a little bit of housekeeping information that you should know about. First off, as I mentioned, we want this to be an educational event. So we encourage you to use the questions box in your audience console. It's just to the left of the slides window. It says questions. If you click on that questions tab, that's where you can enter your questions about today's topic. Of course, we appreciate all of the comments coming in. Good morning to everyone around the world. Too many great comments to list out there. But thank you. You know who you are, and we appreciate your support. As I mentioned, though, we want this to be educational. So bring your toughest IT challenge, and we will do our best to answer your questions during our dedicated Q&A session with each of today's presenters. We also want this to be a social event. So we have a hashtag for the event on Twitter. It is ATM Summit. I'll be tweeting about the event, and you can tweet about the event as well. In the bottom of your console, there is a Twitter icon. If you use that, you can tweet directly to Twitter without ever leaving your audience console, and the hashtag will be automatically attached. I'll remind you of that hashtag here in just a moment. We also have a number of resources from our presenters. They've selected resources, and those are in the Handouts tab. You can go ahead and download each one of those right now. You don't have to wait for their presentation. There are some links in there, but primarily there are PDF assets. There are ebooks. There are solutions briefs, white papers, all sorts of resources that you'll want to check out. If you just go through and click on each one of those now, you can go ahead and download them and then check them out after today's presentation. And then you might have heard that we have some prizes. So let's talk about those prizes. This is our biggest event of the year, and as such, we have the largest lineup of prizes. We have Apple Watches, MacBook Airs, Razer Blade gaming laptops, and the one that I really want, the Lego Star Wars Imperial Star Destroyer set. We have two of those, plus Amazon three $100 Amazon gift cards after every presentation. So it's going to be a huge lineup of prizes and giveaways on today's special summit event. Now, to be eligible for the prize drawings, you must be present on the live event at the time of the drawing, because the winners are selected throughout the event just a few minutes before the prize drawing. You do have the option to make a donation for the prize value to our selected charities, which I'll talk about in just a moment. Now, all prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. We will reach out to you after the event to deliver your prize. Full prize terms and conditions can be found there in the Handouts tab. If you scroll to the bottom, it says ATM Prize Terms. They're also on our website, events.actualtechmedia.com. Now, ActualTech Media has been donating for every MegaCast, EcoCast, and Summit event that we run. we've been donating $500 to the Direct Relief charity. Direct Relief has been supporting frontline healthcare workers with the most important medical supplies that they need, PPE and other important medical supplies, and we'll be doing that until COVID-19 is beat. So we appreciate you supporting this event. That helps us to support Direct Relief. Of course, if you would like to support Direct Relief, we encourage you to do that as well. Now, we've also been supporting the Dian Fossey Gorilla Fund and One Tree Planted through the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can visit gorilla.guide to learn more about the Gorilla Guide Book Club and download free IT books. They're excellent educational resources. I encourage you to check those out. As I mentioned, the hashtag for today's event is ATM Summit. If you click on the Twitter icon on the bottom of your screen, you can tweet directly to Twitter and the hashtag will be automatically appended. The hashtag for ActualTech Media, the handle for ActualTech Media is at ActualTech Media on Twitter. And I want to call your attention to the top right-hand corner of your console. It's there that you'll find icons for YouTube, Twitter, and LinkedIn. That'll take you to the appropriate ActualTech Media pages. We encourage you to follow us. And of course, I am on Twitter as well, David M. Davis. Always encourage you to follow me, and I would love to chat about enterprise IT. You can also subscribe to the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes store. We post all of our latest and greatest content over on LinkedIn, so make sure you follow us there. And now I'd like to hand it over to our keynote presenter, Mr. Sean Kanungo. He is going to be speaking to you throughout the event at multiple points. And so in this first presentation here, he has just a few words for you out there in our audience. We are excited to have Sean on today's event. Take it away, Sean.
Hey guys, my name is Sean Kanungo, and I am really excited about being part of ActualTech Media's virtual summit today. Listen, we're going to have a lot of fun. Hold on, let me get up here. Oh my God, okay. Listen, the knees actually haven't been that good because I've been with the kids. I've been running around the entire time. But listen, we're going to have a lot of fun today talking about amazing technology and how we can really take this to the next level within our organizations.
All right, I'm excited to have Sean on the event today. Like I said, you'll be hearing from him throughout the event. It's about time to kick it off with our first presenter. And before we do that, I've got one poll question for you. It's on the screen, and it simply says, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? Of course, if you're on the event today, you're learning about enterprise IT solutions. So we're just curious about your time frame for implementing those solutions at your company. So I'll give you a moment to answer that. You do so there in the slides window. Just click on the answer that corresponds to you at your company. If you have any trouble, I want to mention just briefly the recommended web browser for today's event is Chrome. Chrome seems to work best with this event platform. And if you have any trouble at any time with audio or video or answering poll questions, simply click refresh on your web browser, and 99% of the time that will solve just about any issue. All right, thank you everyone who answered that poll question. We do appreciate it. We'll have a number of polls throughout the event, and of course we appreciate your participation in those. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our first presenter on today's virtual summit. That is Mr. Roger Grimes, Data-Driven Defense Evangelist at KnowBe4. Take it away, Roger.
Well, David, thank you so much, and I appreciate everybody showing up for today's topic. If you don't already know me again, I'm Roger Grimes, been working for KnowBe4 as a data-driven evangelist, and I've been doing computer security for over 32 years. There are some of my books. I'm going to kind of go by them since it's kind of a short, quick webinar today. But KnowBe4 is the world's most popular security awareness training vendor. And we're talking today about how ransomware is becoming more malicious. Ransomware that everybody thinks of is, this software that comes in, encrypts one or more computers in your environment, and then they ask for a ransom. And the number one defense has always been, make sure you have a really good backup that you can restore. If you do have that, you don't have to pay the ransom, and you close the holes that allowed the ransomware in, and life goes on as usual. Well, the ransomware people got tired of people saying, no, we're not paying the ransom. So we're going to talk about how it's become more malicious. It's really 5 different ways, but essentially the crooks just got tired of the victims saying no, and they realized that when they broke into a company and they got total ownership of the domain, that was the gold, and that they could do anything. Like the least of which they could do is encrypt your data, but they could steal data, they could manipulate data, they could take information, take passwords, they could do anything. So instead of encrypting the data and holding it for hostage, which if someone had a good backup and could restore from, that was the least of the victims' worries now. So here's what they do now. Here's the 5 things they do now. They copy and steal intellectual property and data. So they go try to find the crown jewels of the company, and they copy it out, they steal it, and then they say, hey, if you don't pay us, we're going to release this information to the internet or to your competitors. Every company probably has lots and lots of information and emails that they won't release to the general public and to their competitors. And at first, and this all, by the way, these new nuclear badness things started happening about November, December of last year. And the first ransomware family that did it was Maze ransomware. And at first they were just kind of bluffing, saying, if you don't pay us the ransom, we're going to release this information. And then they started to release the information. And now this is causing a lot more people to pay the ransom. It went from, early on in ransomware, 5-10 years ago, very few people paid the ransom. Then it got up to about 25-40% of the people paying the ransom. And then now with the latest type of ransomware, it's almost everybody. It's not 100%, but it is most people, because they've got your data. They spend days to weeks to months in your environment looking around to find out what your crown jewels are. They monitor emails. They do everything they can to learn about the company and find out what would be disastrous if they stole, and they steal it and then say you have to pay us or we're going to release it. They're also stealing credentials, password credentials. And, and not just for, it used to be that they would just steal the passwords that it took to move around the network and encrypt more machines. But now they're actually launching TrickBot Trojan and PowerShell shell scripts, Empire PowerShell scripts that go around stealing passwords off of everyone's machine. So if you as an employee have been to your banking website, your 401k website, your healthcare website, Facebook, Twitter, Amazon, they get those passwords. So they're stealing the passwords of not only the regular company passwords, but all the employees' passwords to everything they've gone to for the last couple of months on their computers. If you've got customers that log into a portal for your company, they're stealing those passwords. And then they're actually letting the employees and customers know that they've stolen that information, and that if the boss doesn't pay up, that they're going to release that information to hackers on the internet, and your life will become a living hell. They're literally saying, listen, we stole your passwords, and the vendor that you do business with or your boss is not paying us, and so we're getting ready to release all your information and let you be hacked to death. And it's because, Roger didn't want to pay 2% of net revenues, So imagine the issues, communication issues, the operational issues, the trust issues that causes across your environment. And then they will actually threaten the employees and customers. There are cases where they actually, took that information and then extorted the employees and extorted the customers of that person. And they've used that data to create very sophisticated spear phishing campaigns, targeted phishing campaigns against partners and customers, because they have the real emails, they have the real data, they have the project names and documents. A lot of times they'll send those spear phishing attacks from the compromised victims' computers. So they're actually, these emails are arriving from people's email addresses that you trust about subjects you've been talking about, and they just try to social engineer you into doing something very difficult to detect. They're also doing public shaming. They actually have created these new websites, and they literally post, this is the person we broke into today. This is the data we stole. We stole 5 gigs of data. It had employee and customer passwords in it. We got date of birth and social security numbers and passports and stuff like that. And if they don't pay up, we're going to release this all to, to hackers or in the public domain. And actually, initially, when this first started happening, again, this is just November, December of last year, the first time it started happening, the Maze ransomware group actually contacted me. I've been a 15-year weekly security columnist for InfoWorld CSO magazine for 15 years, and they contacted me and said, hey, we've broken into this company. We're getting ready to release their information. We'd like you to talk about it. And I remember having a meeting with our editors, and we're like, we can't be promoting somebody's ransomware scheme, so we're not going to promote them. So they actually opened up their own websites and own blog sites and news sites and Twitter sites, and they Twitter it out. And any reporter, any person that follows these Twitter accounts or blog sites can see who they broke into at what time. So you can see here that, and let me see, that's on top of them encrypting your data. So they encrypt your data and do all this other stuff, and then say, pay us or we're going to do all of this bad stuff, right? Like a backup is just not going to save you. So again, it frequently steals your data now before it encrypts it. They spend time determining your crown jewels. They stop database servers, copy the data, and they'll tell the public, oh, we've got 2 gigs of data, 5 gigs of data, 10 gigs of data. They'll even publish some unencrypted remnants of the data to prove that they have access to the data they say they have to. They threaten to either give to hackers or to post publicly or do it both. And again, it started out with Maze, and then our evil Revel saw how much success Maze was having with people paying the ransom, and Zeppelin and Snatch and other ones picked it up. Today, it's what they all do. If you get a ransomware program that only encrypts your data, consider yourself lucky, because that's an old one or a rarity. It's considered a dumb ransomware group today. And again, this is where in November 2017, we saw, Maze ransomware start to do it. And then it was picked up by other, things, other vendors here. And here's the Maze ransomware. They had publicly released 2 gigs of files that were stolen for the city of Pensacola, Florida, which is not too far away from the headquarters of KnowBe4. And then it just continued on and on. You can see, like in January 2020, the NIMT ransomware makers were the latest to adopt data leak strategies. And today, 7 months later, it literally is just what they all do. It's just everywhere. And here's an example of them publishing it. They publish it in Twitter and Facebook, and here's some other people reposting those things. But here, this is the Doppel Paymer ransomware group saying they've broken into the National Aquatic Culture Group and Kenneth Cole, the Fashion House, and this is how much data this is how much data they stole. They even list the revenue. So they're like, so the ransomware people saying, we've researched it. This is the revenue this company makes, and we're only asking, for 2%. But the files include a list of employees and budget-related documents, or 60,000 personal data files and 70,000 financial and work documents, and so on and so on. And again, they'll give little snippets to show that they actually have access to this information. A good example of the new type of tactic is Travelex. Travelex, I don't know about you, but whenever I went traveling foreign, I go to a couple foreign countries a year, I would get my currency changed out of Travelex at the airport. And they usually get a copy of your passport, and they got your credit card or cash or whatever that you give them. Hackers broke into Travelex using 2 unpatched servers. They had VPN patches that had been out for over 6 months. They hadn't applied them, and they asked for $3 million of ransom. Travelex said, no, we've got tape backups, and the hackers came back and said, hey, we stole all your data. We took 5 gig of sensitive customer data, including passport, photos, social security numbers, date of birth, credit cards, and we want $6 million. I don't know whether Travelex ever paid. I don't think they did, though, because they were down at least till March of this year. And then, so they were down completely at least 18 days. They actually were not fully operational till 3 or 4 months later. And now they're actually, the company that owns Travelex has actually put them up for sale, saying part of the reason is because of the damage caused by the ransomware group and the downtime from that. And on top of that, the COVID hit, made them go down even more. And again, every time they get in there, they're looking for every credential they can steal and reuse to maximize the pressure and future pain and their future financial gain on it. They don't just take Windows Active Directory credentials anymore. They take everything they can find. Brian Krebs was the first one that I know that kind of talked about this. He had come across a group that had been ransomwared. He had talked about it, and then it turned out months later that they had the ransomware group revealed that they'd actually taken all kinds of passwords, including passwords for direct deposit, Medicaid billing accounts, cloud-based health insurance portals, prescription management services, state and local government competitive bidding portals, online content distribution networks, Office 365 accounts, multiple personal and business banking portals, even their shipping and postage accounts. Oh my God, they took the passwords for the postage account. And Amazon, Facebook, LinkedIn, Microsoft, and Twitter accounts, they took it all and said, if you don't pay us the ransom, we're going to put this all online. And they also now target, they target the employees of the victims, the customers of the victims. They let the employee know that, hey, we took your stuff. They let the customers know that they took their stuff. Sometimes they actually extort the employees and customers in addition to the company. Like there was a plastic surgery center that didn't pay the ransom, so they actually went and attacked the plastic surgery center. Announced publicly that 15 to 20 of their patients reported that they'd received individual extortion attempts from the hackers, publicly threatening to publicly release their photos. And it was a facial plastic surgery center. Can you imagine what the before pictures look like? Have you ever seen before pictures of plastic surgery people? You have the markers all over your face. It's like the most. I wouldn't want you to see my after photos after I got plastic surgery, much less the before photos. But they contacted these people and say, hey, you pay us hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars, or we're going to release your photos and other personal information, on the public to the public internet unless you pay us. I mean, imagine how and imagine this is only happening because the plastic surgery center didn't pay the ransom. Imagine how that makes that end user, that patient, that customer feel that, hey, this person, not only did they not protect my information, but they then wouldn't pay to not have it released. It's got to create business issues for these companies. Sometimes they target managed security service providers. So a lot of smaller companies can't afford their own security service. And so they outsource it to a company that promises to handle it all, but they'll actually compromise the managed security service provider and either use that as a way to attack all the customers, because managed security service providers always have like admin, domain admin, control all over everyone's network. So they'll use that as a way to break into multiple customers or not. First time I heard of that was last year, where a Texas school system had like 20 schools all ransomware at once. Or they'll tell the MSSP, you pay us or we're going to break into all your customers, and let them know the only reason we broke into them is because you didn't pay us. I mean, that's pretty, you pay us or we're going to attack all your customers. And your customers will know that we only did it because you refused to pay us. It's like, wow. And again, they'll use the stolen data to spearfish partners and customers. They'll look through the stolen data to see what they might be able to do a dedicated spear phishing attack. A lot of the customers I talked to at KnowBe4 said this is one of the fastest growing phishing segments, getting these phishing emails that are coming from legitimate business partners, real email systems, and they're very difficult to detect and prevent. And again, public shaming, when they get that, Maze has their own blog site, and they'll say, hey, this is who we broke into. It was 2 days ago, 1 day ago. This is the type of information we stole. They put examples there. They put what the ransom is there, and they talk about whether the person paid or not. And again, it gets picked up by other blog sites and Twitters and that sort of stuff. Or this right here is the most incredible one, is where they just threaten everybody. They're like, hey, they actually created a website called DenisonExtortion.com. The customer was DenisonYachts.com or DenisonYachtSales.com. And they said, hey, because Robert Dennison failed to take very simple security measures on his devices, I hacked into all of his employees' Google accounts that are hosted on the domain name of Dennison Yacht Sales, took all this information. If you've ever conducted business with Bob Dennison, your private data might be in our hands right now. What do I want? I want Bob to pay me 15 Bitcoin. What will happen if he doesn't pay? Well, when the countdown finishes here, when I saw that countdown originally, it was like at 3 days. If it's not fulfilled, we're going to take all this data previously mentioned and make it publicly available for anybody that visits this webpage. So they literally created a new website called denisonextortion.com. And they're like, Bob, this is your fault. Don't make other people pay for your fault. For any questions, you can email me at denisonextortion@protonmail.com. So they literally have an email address on an anonymizing encrypted email service. And they're like, hey, if this website shuts down, originally they put this on the home page of denisonyachtSales.com, but they said if this website gets shut down, you can go to denisonextortion.com. And they're doing this by default against all their victims. This is the new norm. So people say, well, how do we defend against it? Well, realize that the biggest problem is not ransomware. It's how the ransomware got in. How did they get admin? You have to stop them from breaking in the first place, or you're never going to stop this. 70 to 90% of all malicious data breaches are related to social engineering and phishing. So you need to stop that using a combination of policies and your technical controls and security awareness training. 20 to 40% can be tracked to unpatched software. So you got to make sure your critical patches are applied. And also ransomware likes to do password guessing against RDP remote desktop protocol accounts. So you want to make sure that RDP is fully patched and that you don't have weak passwords. Those are your three best hints. But you've got to do everything else, your regular defense in depth. Make sure that you have good backups. Make sure that you have good, strong passwords and you don't have too many people in your domain admins and enterprise admin groups, and not everybody has administrator access. If you get compromised, remember to tell you and all your employees to change all your passwords and not just the internal network passwords. You have to change every password that could have been typed in while the ransomware was in the account. One of the better things you can do is encrypt your data. If you can encrypt the databases at the field level, or what's called containerize it, so the attacker can't just copy it, that's one of the best things you can do. Cybersecurity insurance is certainly a good recommendation. I used to dog cybersecurity insurance. I thought it was a waste of time. Now I think it's one of the best things you can do, mainly because they have access to professionals that can help you recover fast. A lot of times for us, it's, the first ransomware attack is the first one we've been through. If you call a cybersecurity insurance company, they're putting you in contact with a guy that's been there 1,000 times, and that guy knows how to do it. You also got to think about your immediate incident response team. If the attackers are stealing your data and publicly telling the world they've stolen your data and your employees' data and your customers' data, well, you're going to have to get a messaging team out there. And how are you going to respond to your customers? How are you going to respond to your employees? What are you going to say to these people if you don't pay the ransom? You got to think of that ahead of time. Also, if you can't stop the intrusion, the next best thing is early warning. I'm a big believer of intrusion detection, host intrusion detection, network intrusion detection, and endpoint detection. So that's like the CrowdStrike like monitoring tools, or Microsoft Advanced Persistent Threat, ATP, whatever that threat protection. Anything that will something that's better than just normal antivirus. I'm also a big believer in data leak prevention tools. If you see a lot of data all of a sudden being copied out or emailed to Russia, China, and you don't have business partners in Russia and China, maybe you should do something about it. Also, network traffic analysis. Not every server should be talking to every other server, and not every client should be talking to every server, and vice versa. Figure out what your normal network traffic analysis looks like across your network, and then alert on any anomalous network traffic. Also, like honeypots, take a system that you're getting ready to throw away in your network because it's slow, and just turn it into a honeypot. Put it out on your network, call it a database server, call it a web server, put it in your data center, make a couple of these things, and they're systems you're not using. Nobody should be connecting to them, and if malware or a hacker connects to them because they're trying to spread their ransomware or find out what's on those computers, boom, you get early warning defense. And again, ahead of time, make sure management knows what ransomware is doing today, that they know that it's copying the data and extorting the customers and that sort of stuff. Let management know that ransomware isn't just encrypting data anymore. You can use the slide deck as part of that plan. And you have to communicate and let them know that ransomware, as of the end of last year, beginning of this year, is completely different. And encryption is just one of the things they do. Of course, we're big believers in that you should do baseline testing, simulated phishing attacks against your employees, find out how many are phish prone, and then train them at least once a month, and do simulated phishing tests at least once a month. And if you do that, you can get the phish prone rate of how likely someone is to click on a phishing email from about 33% to about 2 to 5%. And that's not just the best companies, that's all the companies that do what I just said, which is that you do simulated phishing at least once a month, and you do some type of training, even if it's just short, at least once a month. If you want to learn more about this today after today's talk, you can go to knowbefore.com/resources. We just put out the 2020 ransomware hostage rescue manual that I helped update. And I love my 12 ways to hack two-factor authentication ebook out there. We got a lot of other good free security tools, white papers, and webinars. And now I've kind of run over a tiny bit. I'm going to invite David back in to ask me some questions from the audience. If we do not answer your question today, feel free to email me at rogerg@knowbefore.com, and I promise I will answer your question within 24 hours. With that said, David, I ran over. I apologize.
No worries. Excellent presentation. As usual, Roger, thanks so much. We do have some questions for you from the audience. First question that came in here, it says, how much of this is just criminal monetary gain and how much of this is hurtful business disruption?
Most of it is financial criminal gain. I mean, so you could have hacktivists and nation states. You do have like some nation states, like where North Korea, back in the Sony Pictures attack a couple of years ago, it wasn't really a ransomware attack, but they said, hey, if you publish this movie about our leader that's criticizing our leader, we're going to take your, publicize all your public data files. And they did, and it caused significant harm financially and reputationally to them. But the vast majority of it, I'm just making this figure up, but 99% of it is just financial gain. Okay. Interesting. Next question is there a backup that truly protects you from ransomware? Nothing's ever perfect, but you want to make sure that you have that 3-2-1, right? You make 3 backups, and you have 2 recent ones, and at least one is offline. And offline means that you cannot get to it online. If you can get to your offline backup online, it's not truly offline. Offline means that somebody physically has to do something in order to get it back online. That's the safest thing. With that said, a lot of the tape backup vendor, or I don't want to say tape backup, that's old stuff, but a lot of the backup vendors have now, because of ransomware, are making their backup protection significantly harder for the attackers to attack. But that's kind of why they've moved on. The attackers are now saying, so what if you have a good backup? We're going to steal your data and do all these other things and make you pay. A good backup is not going to save you from ransomware anymore. Got it. Okay. Next question. Can you talk about the negative effects of paying for ransomware decryption, and does it make you more likely to experience another attack? I actually don't think it's that negative. 99% of the people that pay the ransom get the decryption key and get their data back. There are some unlucky souls where it doesn't work or the ransom guy doesn't respond or wherever. Most of the time, paying the ransom means you're up quicker and faster than not paying the ransom. And most people are paying the ransom today. Even a lot of people say they aren't paying the ransom or paying the ransom. What's the second part of that question? Does it make you more likely to experience another attack? No. So I've heard the question I hear a lot of times, people say, does the ransomware gang attack you again? I've never heard of it happening. I have heard of plenty of people that got attacked by another ransomware gang, but I think that's just because they were still using poor security practices and didn't learn from the first time. But there tends to be an honor among thieves, and if you pay them, they leave you alone. Okay, very interesting. All right, next question. How do you truly know there isn't anything already hibernating, any scans of any sort to help you really assure that your backups are indeed safe and not infected with ransomware? Well, on the backups and all, you'd have to, make sure your backups are encrypted with your encryption keys, and there's some type of integrity checking. Hopefully you can protect your your data backup consoles and multi-factor authentication. And make sure that they're offline. But, maybe along with that question is, how do I detect if ransomware is in my network? It's really tough. But a lot of times you just have to look. I think that the Verizon data breach report every year says like 70% of all their attacks, data breach attacks, would have been discoverable if people just looked in their logs, but people didn't look in their logs. But again, I really love the honeypot idea, or at least network traffic analysis, because when the attackers are in your network trying to find out what they're going to encrypt and do and steal, they're looking at all kinds of things, and they don't know the difference between a real system and a fake system. So put a honeypot in there. Someone touches the honeypot, you get early warning, respond to it, get them out of there before the damage is done. Okay.
Very insightful. So next question here, what do we need to do as a security community to not fund cyber terrorism by paying the ransom?
Yeah, I remember that study. Most ransoms are not going to terrorist groups. There was for a little while some small group that did. Maybe it still happens, but I'll be honest with you, that is not really your concern. I mean, your concern is whether or not your company, it's a business decision. Do you get up in 2 or 3 days, or 2 or 3 weeks, or many companies again been down, not fully functional for months. Most of it is not going to terrorists. And I don't know that you got the time to figure out who is or isn't a terrorist. I think it's more of a business concern. And you can, if you want to, you're like, I'm never paying ransom. You can do that. There's lots of entities and companies that have done that, and they've been down weeks to many months. And most of them probably wish they had paid the ransom. I'm not somebody trying to make ransomware people richer. I'm just saying that if your company gets compromised, that at that point, it's a business decision. And most people that pay the ransom get up faster and cheaper than if they didn't pay the ransom. If you don't need to pay the ransom, don't pay the ransom. But it's a tough decision to say, well, I'm not paying and I'm going to take 3 months of downtime or operational interruption for me to stick on my laurels or whatever. But it's up to each individual group, of course.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, but excellent presentation as usual. Thank you so much for being on today, Roger.
Thanks, David. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for putting up with me and my fast talking. I could be like a car salesman where I'm doing the taxes and MSRP at the end. Yeah.
Well, great presentation, Roger. For more information out there in the audience, visit knowbefore.com. And Roger has so graciously put his email address up there, rogerg@knowbefore.com, for more information.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, great presentation. Again, thank you, Roger. I've just brought up our next poll question. It's on the screen. What additional information would you like about the KnowBefore solution? We have had tons of comments and questions coming in. I apologize we didn't have time to get to all of those in Roger's presentation in our Q&A session there, but we will do our best to get back to those questions. And as Roger said, if you email him, rogerg@knowbefore.com, he said he would answer your question within 24 hours. So I find that really cool. While we bring up this poll, have the poll on the screen, I'm going to announce our first set of gift card winners. We have 3 $100 Amazon gift cards. The first one's going to Alan Smith of Texas. Second gift card going to Bob Fitzgerald of Illinois. And third gift card going to Jonathan Etheridge of Mississippi. Congratulations, all 3 winners. We have so many prizes still to give away, so make sure you stay tuned. Thank you, everyone who answered that poll question.
And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter. That is Mr. Klesmy Burden, Consumption Sales Leader for North America at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Take it away, Klesmy.
Thank you very much, David, and good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. And thank you for your time today with HPE. Like David mentioned, my name is Klesmy Burden, and I am a GreenLake consumption consultant responsible for helping customers to understand how they can leverage as-a-service solutions to meet their business objectives and ultimately transform their organizations. And we're excited today to share our perspective on the continued evolution of all things cloud and as-a-service using HPE GreenLake. And today's focus will be targeting storage specifically. As the world becomes more and more digital every day, data becomes extremely important to the success of our businesses. And having enough storage capacity to capture this growing amount of data, to be able to call on it, analyze and assess it, and ultimately make informed strategic decisions with it is extremely critical. However, keeping up with storage needs has its own set of challenges, both financial and operational, that we are hearing from our customers every day. In this session, I will discuss those challenges as well as how HP is helping our customers address them to ensure that storage capacity is always ahead of demand. So, with that being said, let's talk about what we're seeing in the market. These challenges are what we're seeing with our customers across the board, in businesses of all sizes, industries, and locations. And while the magnitude of these challenges may vary business to business, the problems themselves are more or less universal. So let's start first with over-provisioning. Based on industry analysis, companies on average overbuy storage capacity by 48% to account for future growth and to mitigate risk in the event that unforeseen spikes occur. And this practice can be extremely expensive and inefficient for customers. And the business impacts of over-provisioning are, first and foremost, tied capital. When you buy way more systems than you actually need to meet the demands of your business, you're essentially sinking your dollars into mitigating that risk instead of diverting those resources to areas of your business that can bring more immediate value, such as R&D, marketing, etc. And especially in today's climate, cash is extremely vital for businesses to be able to navigate troubled waters. Another difficulty of over-provisioning is excess use of space, power, and cooling. So in addition to paying for over-provisioned assets, our customers must also account for the incremental cost of the excess space and consumption of power and the cooling of those assets. So as we move on to the next challenge, time to value, you'll see that the industry analysis suggests that there's a 133-day window between a business's request that requires excess capacity and the initial delivery of that request. The goal for any business is to minimize this time frame in order to realize business value as quickly as possible. And some of the business impacts of a lengthy time to value cycle include, obviously, slow response times to changing business dynamics. This is the inability for a company to react quickly in any business environment, and that can lead to missed opportunities in the marketplace, missed revenue, or loss of competitive advantage. Time to value being lengthy also leads to the need to increase your over-provisioning upfront, so you're back to problem number one. In order to mitigate the risk of slow response times to business needs, companies tend to overbuy their equipment during that normal cycle. And then lastly, 80% of IT resources are currently focusing on managing existing environments, which can have the following negative impacts on business. First and foremost, lack of focus on innovation. So rather than diverting these highly skilled, specialized resources to solving problems, creating new experiences for your customers, they're focusing on the day-to-day operations of infrastructure. Also, the potential impacts to business continuity during unforeseen circumstances and high employee turnover. So now that we have an idea of what are the common challenges that our customers are facing, let's take a look at how HP is helping our customers to solve them. This is where the shift to storage as a service can help accelerate your innovation. The shift to storage as a service is ultimately going to lead into the repurposing and refocusing of your valued resources in a way where now you can elevate them up the stack and take them away from managing the day-to-day activities associated with the hardware, as well as the fact that HPE can help partner to keep capacity levels where they need to be. So you'll never have too much infrastructure on the floor and you'll never have too little. So you can always address the needs of the business while preserving your capital. And this slide shows a visual representation comparing the traditional mode of operations, which is the CapEx or project-based means of buying resources, and how that differs with HPE GreenLake. So taking a look at the visual on the screen right now, you can see that this shows the normal habits of a client where they would do some assessments to understand how much capacity they actually need to run their business today. And then they would deploy that as well as an excess amount of capacity to be able to account for growth and mitigate the risk that we talked about earlier. And if you remember, all of those systems beyond what's actually required today results in tied capital, excess power, space, and cooling resources, too much attention of your people resources on updating and patching these systems, as well as warranty and support burn. And essentially what warranty and support burn are the difference in time of support that you've paid for these systems and the time that you've actually gotten full value from those systems based on sustained usage. And that's where GreenLake comes into play, where we'll use the tools and technologies that we have to do the same assessments to determine how much capacity is actually required to meet your business needs, and we will deploy that. And in addition, we'll put a buffer percentage on top that can help with peaks and spikes in demand. And in this model, HPE owns the gear and is delivering it on to our customers through a statement of work, where HPE is committing to deploying the necessary capacity to meet your needs on your site or in your colo. And the most critical piece of this entire solution is the metering technology. We put this on top of these systems to capture your usage, to not only derive your monthly bill based on how much you're consuming, but also to help with capacity planning. Because this metering technology will take a snapshot every hour of your use of these assets. And then at the end of every day, we're going to average out those 24 data points to give you a daily average usage. Next, at the end of every month, we're going to take all of the daily averages and average it out one more time to understand what your monthly average usage is. And then that will be the basis for how much you're billed. With that data, however, we also have the ability to track your historical trends and project that forward to determine down to the day that we believe you're going to run out of capacity. And what this essentially does for us is inject sophistication into the capacity planning and lifecycle planning of these assets. So where now we have the ability to add capacity to the floor in line with your actual business need and grow the estate when required. So now you're no longer in a situation where you're stockpiling extra gear to account for the unknown, but rather you have a sophisticated model in place that's able to track your actual needs. And on this slide, we have some solutioning options, which essentially outline the options that our customers have to experience this service. And they vary in terms of speed and ease to deploy, all the way from our optimized standards on the left to completely custom solutions on the right. And if we break these down one by one, you can see on the far left, we have our HPE GreenLake Quick Quote option. Now this is a very intuitive portal that asks you very basic questions and you provide a simple answer, and it's all tied to your workload. From there, you'll be able to land on the specific hardware configuration necessary to meet your workload needs, and you can get a quote within 6 clicks. Also, with the pricing model that you will receive, it'll be auto-generated along with a statement of work. This statement of work will have all of the terms and conditions outlined and what HPE will be committing to delivering this capacity based upon to your site. And again, this is the quickest way to receive this solution based on optimized standard configurations that we've surveyed from customer needs across the globe. Next, we have HPE GreenLake Swift Partner Program. This is very similar to the Quick Quote option. However, it's designed for much smaller workloads. From a storage perspective, we're leveraging our Nimble platform, which comes with the added benefit of InfoSight. The entry point for this solution is designed with SMBs in mind of around 50K to 200K per solution. So that ultimately results in a $4,000 per month base bill, depending on the situation. Next, there's remote delivery of proactive services. So this solution, delivered on a statement of work as mentioned earlier, also comes with a whole host of HPE resources that are backing this solution and working with our clients regularly to ensure that it's meeting all of their needs, both financially as well as operationally. In this particular model, those resources will be interacting with you remotely. Next, this is quoted and sold with predefined configurations, similar to the Quick Quote option, and there's also a standard predefined statement of work. Next, we have the custom solutioning process. This is designed for your more complex workloads, where it can take several weeks to come to a proposal that fits your particular needs. And in this process, we would start first with a workload workshop to understand the applications and workloads that are making your business tick. From there, we'll do the assessments to determine where your workload should live to provide the optimal performance at the best price point, whether it be in the public cloud, AWS, Azure, GCP, or on-prem under a GreenLake consumption model, in a co-location facility or within your four walls. From there, we'll understand what are the necessary hardware and software bundles required to meet the workload demands, and then we will price that out into the GreenLake solution and give you a price per unit based on the workload selection. Now, this is very important because depending on the underlying hardware, it will determine the necessary unit of measure in which HPE is capturing your use of these systems. But at the end of the day, you'll have a custom solution priced out on a per unit basis, consumption defined, where you'll only pay for the amount of capacity you're consuming on a month-over-month basis. The entry point for a custom solution is a bit higher, for around 300K to 500K, and we can typically take a couple of weeks to quote this out and generate a custom SOW, which you can hand over to your legal teams for review. Next, I want to give some indication of the experience that our customers get when they have a GreenLake solution on their floor. And what you're seeing on the screen right here is GreenLake Central, HPE's unified portal for your entire hybrid IT estate. Essentially, HPE GreenLake Central enables our customers to run, manage, and optimize their hybrid estate through a single self-service portal and operations console. It's comprised of widgets for easy access to top KPIs and the apps you use the most across your public, private, and hybrid clouds. Designed to address the needs of IT, CIOs, DevOps, and lines of businesses, HPE GreenLake Central offers role-based access to deliver relevant apps and insights to the relevant people. CIOs now have a single source of truth to track all KPIs that are relevant across their hybrid estate. They can check IT spending, they can forecast capacity and ensure that they always have enough infrastructure to meet the changing dynamics of the business. They can check on monitoring and compliance to ensure that their security posture is always where it needs to be. And this is all delivered through an intuitive point-and-click interface. At the top left, for the CFO, they now have a robust analytics tool that provides self-service visibility into IT usage and cost across our customers' on-premises HPE GreenLake deployments, as well as the public cloud. This enables better decisions about where to align IT spend, how much to optimize cost, and when to plan for more capacity. And as a matter of fact, they also have the ability to set budgets based on teams, based on projects, based on business units, and they can have real-time analytics sent to the individuals who are responsible for those teams and projects and business units based on where their team is tracking in any given month based on the budgets that have been set. Essentially, they have a lot more power to own the financials of their IT organization. At the bottom right, from a DevOps perspective, your developers will love the simplicity and speed of deploying resources in the public cloud, and now they can achieve the same experience with HPE GreenLake Managed Private Cloud, where we can facilitate the exact same experience, so that way their projects always have an increased time to value. On the bottom left, from a legal perspective, continuous compliance will give you the capabilities to monitor over 1,500 business and technical controls, so your compliance officers can quickly see where and why you're out of compliance and how to remedy the issues. At the top right, IT operations. We provide detailed capacity information so IT ops can always see how much capacity is being used across your HPE GreenLake resources, compare that to their reservation commitments, and project what's forecasted to be needed in the future. To bundle this entire package up, HPE GreenLake is designed to facilitate our customers' hybrid multi-cloud reality, where as-a-service, consumption, subscriptions are at the heart of giving our customers the ability to answer their business needs and also navigate any unforeseen circumstances in the future. And with that, I would like to thank you all for listening to the presentation and also invite you to our HPE Discover virtual experience. And I'll also open it up for Q&A.
Great presentation. Really appreciate that. We do have some questions for you from the audience. Let's see, first question that came in, they're asking, is GreenLake geared towards larger organizations, or what about SMBs with just a few hosts, a couple of hundred of terabytes, etc.? Is that affordable for SMBs?
Really good question. And the answer is we've tailored GreenLake and the different packages to accommodate different segments of customers. So from an SMB perspective, we can certainly leverage our GreenLake Swift Partner Program, where we have pre-configured solutions with very minimal entry points, as little as $4,000 per month to consume your storage and other IT resources as a service, rather than having to shell out a large upfront capital investment to fund those capacity needs and tying up those dollars. Also, for more mid-market and small enterprise customers, we can certainly leverage our quick quote tool, which again is a very intuitive dashboard that allows you to answer questions in layman's terms and ultimately land at the necessary configurations from the HPE portfolio and the portfolio of our partners to deliver the expected outcomes that you're looking for. And then lastly, for our larger customers, as well as the enterprise space, the custom solution is always the most tailored to a specific need. And again, that does take the most time because there's a lot more planning that has to go into it. But at the end of the day, we do have options for customers of all sizes and types.
Excellent. Yeah, that's great to hear that you can support customers of all sizes with GreenLake. Let's see, next question that came in, they said, if I already purchased equipment, is there a path to transition for this service?
Also, another really good question. We've worked with customers quite a lot lately on how to leverage the existing purchases that they've made and to transform their organization over to a service delivery model like HPE GreenLake. And essentially, the way that we would do that is do some assessments of the infrastructure that you've already purchased and understand how much value of those assets are left on your financial books. From there, we can actually give you a cash infusion back to your business in the form of an upfront payment, and then take over ownership of those assets and roll them into a GreenLake contract. From there, we'll do some assessments to understand how much extra capacity you need to meet your growing business demands, and then we'll deploy that to the floor in addition to what we've already bought back. The entire IT estate will now be on a single statement of work under HPE GreenLake, where HPE owns this infrastructure, and the metering technology will enable us to deliver it to you as a service where you pay based on how much of that estate you're consuming month over month. So absolutely, there are paths available for customers to leverage their existing equipment and transition over to a service model.
Wow, it sounds like this service model could make IT just so much more efficient at a lot of companies. Let's see, another question that came in. How do you determine how much capacity should be deployed on day one?
Yeah, that's actually the most important step in developing a consumption solution with HPE GreenLake, is understanding how much capacity is required day one. At the end of the day, we're trying to eliminate over-provisioning, which essentially is the overbuying of equipment. So in order for us to do that, we have tools and technologies at our disposal where we can come in and analyze your environment based on the technologies to determine exactly how much you're using on a sustained basis. This can be based on the previous quarter's usage rates, the previous half's usage rates, or the previous year. We can go back as far as necessary to determine how much is actually required to meet your business needs on a sustained basis. From there, we'll have a better understanding of how much capacity is required to meet those, and then also make a determination on where your peaks and spikes in usage are coming from. Once we know that, we can better understand the necessary buffer or variable capacity to put on the floor to account for those. And at this rate, we'll deploy the entire estate, put the metering technology on top of it, which is going to be taking your usage snapshots every hour, and then we'll have every piece of data that we need to add change orders of capacity to the floor, similar to the visual representation that I showed a couple of slides earlier. So as long as we get that starting state correct and we deploy what's necessary, we can always grow from there and accommodate the needs of the business.
Excellent. Well, I really like this approach that you've taken here with GreenLake. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our Q&A. Great presentation. Thank you for being on, Klesmi.
Thank you.
All right, I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the HPE solution? And I'll leave that up while I do our next set of prize drawings. So we've got another set of 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Michelle Covert from Michigan, Jeff Lycos from California, L-I-A-K-O-S, Jeff Lycos from California, and Gilbert Marlowe from South Carolina. Congratulations to our prize winners. I'll post their names as well in the questions box if you missed the announcement so that you can follow up and see if you are a winner. All right, thank you everyone who's answered the poll question there in the slides window. We do appreciate that. That helps us and HPE to make sure that you get the information that you'd like about the HPE GreenLake solution. Tons of questions coming in. I'm sorry we didn't get time to answer all those. We will do our best to get back to those. And now it's time for a word from our keynote speaker, Mr. Sean Kanungo, disruption strategist on what is digital transformation.
When ActualTech Media and I were talking about different topics, the first thing that I was thinking about was digital transformation and what is digital transformation. And you know what? It can be really confusing because the whole definition of digital has really evolved over the years. You know, first, digital started around how do we go from paper to online. Then it was really around mobile, and then it was around customer experience and cloud, and now we're talking about artificial intelligence. And the whole thing is that now every business is a digital business. You even had businesses talking about digital strategy and digital transformation and digital plan. And in my opinion, listen, when this pandemic is over, we're no longer going to call this digital anymore. We're going to remove it. It's just going to be strategy and transformation and plan. And what digital is really doing, it's reimagining the entire enterprise. Every part of the value chain is being enhanced by digital. Let me give you an example of a organization that is not selling a digital good or a digital service, but really using digital transformation across their organization. You know, a lot of people would have invested all their money in 2010 in Amazon or Google or Netflix or Apple, which would have been a good idea. Don't get me wrong, would have been a good idea. Another company that has done extremely well over the last decade is Domino's Pizza. And listen, Domino's makes pizza. It's pepperoni, cheese, and dough. I make it at home. It's very good. But what Domino's has really done is they've really invested around their digital transformation strategy. They're experimenting with all these ways of getting a pizza to their end customers. You can literally text them with a pepperoni emoji and they'll figure out how to get a pizza to you. They're experimenting with AI and drones, and their whole notion is that if there is a screen, you should be able to get a pizza from them. They've infused digital into their entire business, and now IT is the biggest part of Domino's. And this is a beautiful example of an organization that's not selling a digital good or a service, but really they're selling something tangible, but using digital transformation to accelerate their business.
Excellent insight there from Sean. And now it's time for our next presenter on today's summit. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Dave Martin, Senior Director of Product Management at Open Systems. Dave, are you with us?
I sure am.
Thanks for being on, Dave. Take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are viewing. I'm very appreciate your time and attendance today. I'm very excited to share with you a little bit about Open Systems, and we are going to talk about managed detection and response services, essentially advanced threat detection using a security operations center. I'm going to cover the material very generically. I do have a bit of about open systems at the very end and our differentiation in delivering the service, but really my goal in putting together today's material was to share with you some of the things that we've learned in detecting and responding to threats on behalf of our customers and their environment. And maybe just a bit here about open systems, if you're not familiar with the company. We are an early pioneer in SD-WAN, software-defined WAN, now increasingly being called SASE, Secure Access Service Edge. We've been in business for 20 plus years, as you can see. We operate around the globe. We have deployments in about 184 countries now, and we run 24/7 network and security operations center, and we have 2 physical facilities, one in Redwood City, California, and the other in Zurich, Switzerland. And combined, we're slightly a bit out of date. We're actually over 8,000 deployments, I think, these days, protecting around 3 million users. Essentially, we provide a fully outsourced, secure networking and security stack that essentially connects our customers' locations within themselves and to the cloud securely and simply. And we've been doing this for quite some time, and a lot of the material that I'm going to cover in today's session comes from the experience in delivering managed security services in this space. So perhaps as context, I wanted to share with you a quote I came across in an article I was reading a while ago that really struck me. And I'll let that sit for just a moment. But in essence, what this sentence is saying is that 90% of organizations that experience a significant security attack were running up-to-date cybersecurity software. And this was an independent survey done. This is a staggering number. And what struck me is that companies here, the organizations here, are doing exactly what they should be doing from a cyber hygiene perspective. They're staying up to date to make sure that the latest vulnerabilities in the software are covered. And yet, despite this best practice and despite their best efforts, this staggeringly high amount of organizations did experience a breach. And just at a high level, as an industry, we have to ask ourselves, why is this happening? And I firmly believe that it's because, as an industry collectively, we've been following a technology-only driven security model. And by that, I mean the idea is that as security practitioners, if we would just purchase specialized security software designed to prevent certain types of attacks, that we would be safe. And this idea started with the firewall. And of course, that is absolutely necessary and still needed. It protects the inside from the outside, although in today's hybrid environment, becoming less relevant. But nonetheless, it started with the firewall, and then we surrounded the firewall with other security technologies, intrusion detection systems, antivirus, email security, endpoint security, and so on. And as a result, we've set up a very complex security stack that in the end results in many silos that threat actors are able to take advantage of. But also, all this information, all these components are very difficult to set up, configure, tune, and they produce an incredible number of alerts. And all these things contribute to challenges in identifying threats that have bypassed your existing security controls. And again, this is not an indictment of any one particular organization or company. This is just as an industry, the model we've been using. And what's emerging is a new best practice for minimizing risk. And this is essentially to combine that prevention layer with continuous monitoring. So I'm saying that the prevention layer is, it's not that it's not necessary, it's just that it's not sufficient. And what we're now finding collectively is that security stack itself, the prevention layer, is a complex system. And like any complex system in life, you need a feedback loop. And continuous monitoring represents that feedback loop. The ability to monitor what's happening in the network, in your environment, and then take corrective action, contain threats, and modify security policies to keep that prevention layer operating in its optimal fashion. So this is definitely emerging. I speak to more and more companies that are recognizing it's not just enough to buy the technology and set it and forget it. You really need to be watching what's going on. You have to assume you're going to be in a constant state of breach. Continuous monitoring is the only way to do that. And of course, you do that with a Security Operations Center, what's called a Security Operations Center. So with that as context, I wanted to share with you a bit about the Open Systems platform. We do have our SASE stack on the left. You see it's our integrated network and security platform. We've combined that with a SIEM, Azure Sentinel. In our case, we leverage Microsoft Azure Sentinel to deliver our detection and response services and our monitoring. And then finally, our security team, which is arguably the most important part here of the combination. So what I'm going to share with you uses this environment. However, we do offer our services independent of our own SD-WAN or SASE stack. So if you have your own networking environment with your own security stack, whether it be Checkpoint or Cisco or FireEye or any other types of third-party vendors, our managed detection response services will work with that. However, they work better together, and I'll describe that here in just a moment on the next slide. By combining the network stack with the monitoring, we're able to take containment actions earlier in the cyber kill chain. And this is a slide that really depicts the open system solution and where all the various components fit. And I've layered this against the cyber kill chain. Those of you familiar with this, these are the stages that a threat actor will go through typically to complete their exploit or their action on objective. They don't necessarily go through all these stages in sequence or in order, and in fact, they skip around a lot. Sometimes some stages aren't even used depending on the nature of the attack. But in general, it's useful because it provides us with a framework to identify techniques that threat actors use to commit attacks. And what I've done is I've laid that cyber kill chain across our SD-WAN stack with our security stack and preventive controls, and then our monitoring, MDR, in the very bottom in green there, you see. And essentially, we've designed our managed detection response service to monitor activity across the kill chain. And I would encourage you, if you're considering an outsourced monitoring solution or you're building it in-house yourself, to really strive to have complete visibility across the kill chain, because the earlier, many studies have shown the earlier in the kill chain you can identify these threats, the less the impact to the organization. And I will share with you that a lot of MDR providers and managed service providers or outsourced providers in general tend to operate on the right half of this slide. They tend to only focus on, recon, lateral movement, C2 traffic, and the actual exploit itself. But again, you want to consider, are you positioned to detect threats across the kill chain? Because the earlier you can spot it, the less the impact on the organization. And that's probably self-evident, but it's an easy thing to say. It's a bit difficult to do in practice. But this is one of the values of combining the networking and security stack with monitoring together. I want to show you one quick example, and I'll credit, this is one particular piece of malware. It's a Trojan called ersniff, and all credit goes to the researchers that I've referenced here in the slide. They did the hard work of characterizing this Trojan. I'm just simply summarizing their work, but you can go there. I encourage you to go to their blog site if you're interested in such things. They do a really great job of describing in detail the way this Trojan operated. But I wanted to use this as an illustrative purpose for the power of continuous monitoring. I chose ersniff. It's an old Trojan by today's standards, but it has some key characteristics that I wanted to highlight. It's a multi-stage attack. It uses obfuscation in order to avoid detection. It establishes persistence so that the Trojan could live in the network for a long time. It leverages legitimate system tools and protocols that should be in the network, so-called living off the land, to try and make it more difficult for security analysts to see the activity. And it's stealthy, so it also left no artifacts once it committed its action objective. So essentially stole the information without, was designed to steal the information without being caught. So let's break it down just very quickly. There are 3 stages. Let's see. Yeah, so the first stage is a delivery stage. We're going to go through this very quickly because of the time here, but essentially this Trojan was delivered through Excel and an embedded macro. It used a steganography, which is essentially hiding in plain sight. The idea here was that when the user opened the Excel file, there was a pixel that kicked off a script which essentially reached out to the threat actor you see on the top part of the slide and download the malicious executable. In this case, the file name was df2f63.exe. So this is a delivery. This is how the Trojan got into the network in the first place. Then it went through weaponization. It used some well-known Windows protocols to start up PowerShell scripts, establish persistence so that it would survive reboots of the workstation host and so on. It modified registry keys in DLLs in order to establish that permission, but it basically was weaponizing itself at this point. And then the final stage of the attack, it very cleverly used a memory injection technique where it operated in the space of Internet Explorer. So the operating system was no wiser for the wear, and any AV. This was a 0-day at the time, so there were no signatures for this particular type of attack. But again, it's using memory from a process that should be there legitimately, and essentially using that memory, it was able to exfil data from that host. And then finally, in the final completion of the script here, it deleted that initial malicious executable that was downloaded via the Excel steganography technique. So you can see that really this is a Trojan that was very clever and sophisticated. It used a lot of popular techniques to avoid detection. It established persistence, and then it tried to hide its tracks. I share this with you because in the time this happened, this was a 0-day. And if you look at this from a monitoring perspective, from a SOC perspective, there were multiple opportunities to see this particular Trojan in action, to detect this threat that bypassed existing controls. And I've highlighted them in the blue bubbles here. And there were no less than 10 different opportunities that a security team could have detected strange behavior here, depending on what they were monitoring. So I wanted to share this with you because it really demonstrates the power of continuous monitoring. Their prevention technology was unfortunately not useful for this particular attack because it was a brand new technique at the time, and the only way this would have been caught was through continuous monitoring. So hopefully that makes sense. We use this is an architectural diagram of our SOC platform. I share it with you in the spirit of just wanting to share some of the elements you should look for in an outsourced provider or if you're building your own SOC. The general idea here is that you're collecting data on the left, from both the security stack as well as the environment. We like to have identity and access management logs from Active Directory, for example, but there are other solutions like Okta and so on. DNS information. We want to supplement the security stack with other log data that helps us determine what's going on in our customers' environments. We subject this data to a 3-stage pipeline. We collect it and parse it out. This is the most critical phase. You want to identify the security relevant data in these fields from these log sources. Don't just collect the log sources to collect them, because in the end you're creating noise for your security teams. You want to look at the source, find out what the security relevant fields are, and have an understanding of how you're going to use that information, either to create brand new detection use cases or to use for correlation in other types of investigations. And this is a critical, this parsing phase. Not a lot of companies do this well. And in fact, the SIM vendors are a bit complicit because they tell their customers, just throw all the logs at the SIM. And that's fine if you have compliance requirements to collect log data, but from a threat detection perspective, that's probably one of the worst things you can do because you just create noise for your security teams. And then finally, in our case, we have an analysis phase where we subject the security relevant data, we enrich it, we add threat intelligence, and we have a set of use cases. And the whole idea here is you want the platform to surface suspicious behavior, and to open up what we call an investigation. So these are things that just don't look quite right. And in our model, what we do is we have a SOC that takes these investigations and runs them to ground. And we essentially identify, are they a true positive security incident or are they false positive? And that process, I have a slide that shares with you a bit about our team makeup, but it's very typical for a SOC to do this type of work. And so the keys here, as you can imagine from a scale perspective, is you want the platform to really surface suspicious behavior. And in our case, we actually combine this investigation model with proactive threat hunting. So every shift of our SOC analysts, a portion is devoted to proactive threat hunting because we assume, despite our best efforts, that the platform is not going to surface everything that's going on. And so we supplement it with security expertise and some threat hunting. We have done this in a way where our customers get complete access to the same tools that our SOC team uses. We call it the collaborative SOC. We have some customers that they want to outsource the complete security monitoring to us, which is just fine. And then we have other customers that have quite capable team members and want to participate in the investigations to whatever degree they're able to do that. And so we have a model where we allow that to happen. We facilitate that interaction between the customer and our SOC team should they desire it. And of course, all of this, as I said, is built on Microsoft Sentinel. I should note at this point that in our case, we do leverage Sentinel. We leverage, in fact, the customer's tenant itself, so all the data still resides in the customer's cloud, if you will, in that sense. But it's a high-scale, quite capable tool. Yeah, I think those are the high points to share with you on the platform and things you should be looking for in, again, either the case where you're building it or outsourcing it. One thing I would encourage you to do is really have a model for threat detection. I see a lot of companies and organizations just sort of put everything together and hope for the best. And the reality is that there's plenty of tools around where you can create a threat detection model and then measure your performance against that model. Here at Open Systems, we happen to use MITRE ATT&CK. There are other frameworks that you could use as well for this purpose. But essentially, MITRE ATT&CK catalogs the techniques, the tactics, techniques, and what's called common knowledge, the tool sets for these threat actors. By focusing on a technique, you get a lot of value for that because threat actors tend to reuse their techniques. And by identifying a single technique, you can often spot hundreds or even thousands of actual exploits. So you don't focus on the end goal, you focus on identifying the behavior. And it's also more difficult for a threat actor to change their behavior, to change their technique. So you want to make sure that you're making it as hard as possible for the threat actors to avoid detection. So this is also another reason to do that. But really the point of this slide I will share with you is have a methodology. Security is a journey, not a destination. You're never done. You're always going to be improving, adding use cases to detect different types of techniques. But you should have a benchmark so that you know where you stand, so you know if you're getting better or getting worse. And we have a operating model here at Open where, if we have a false positive that we sent to a customer or a false negative, where we've missed something, we do root causes on these things to understand why did this happen. In some cases, we were never even collecting the log data that would have allowed us to identify it. In other cases, there's human error. But again, you should really try, and if you're running a SOC or outsourcing it, ensure that you have a methodology for improving along these lines. And we're coming up on time. I have two final slides I wanted to share with you, in particular that were relevant to Open Systems. We have our SOC model operates, so we have a DevSecOps team of security engineers that does the initial triage. These are the same folks that code our platform. They write for our platform. They run our SOC. And this is great for two reasons. One is I do believe it informs the quality of the platform. When they're in operations, these engineers, when they get back on the development side, they know the quality of their work, the impact of that. So I think that it informs the quality of the service. The other thing is that as a customer, when you call in, you're getting a knowledgeable person with Open Systems who knows the platform and the domain space. Unlike a lot of MSSPs that have a general call center model where it's multi-tier and you're just getting a random person, or you have to escalate several tiers to get to someone who can help. So that's number one. The second thing is we've coupled this model with a security analyst position you see on the upper right, and this is a full-time ops person. And in fact, we have a team, half based in Redwood, half based in Zurich. They operate around the clock, and we assign a team to some number of customers and only those customers. And the reason we do that is because I'm a huge believer that the better you know the environment, the better and more accurate your threat detection will be. The better able you are to spot the gray area where the threat actors like to live, things that don't quite look right. And the only way you kind of get that intuitive knowledge is by being familiar with the environment. And so we've set up a model to specifically do that. And that's not very common. There's only one other company I'm aware of doing this. So again, I would encourage you, if you're going to be outsourcing, to make sure that they have a suitable model or a similar model that can produce good results for you. And then just wrapping up, to summarize our service, it's essentially 24/7 continuous monitoring, looking for advanced threats that have bypassed your existing security controls. We've developed it in a cloud-native way, so we're able to use, in the case of customers that already have Azure Sentinel, we're able to use that tool to deliver the service, and we're leveraging what we consider to be industry best practices. There's a lot of information, a very quick, short amount of time. Hopefully that made sense. And it does look like we have some questions here.
Yeah, great presentation, Dave. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up a poll, and we can leave this up while we do Q&A. I want to call everyone's attention to the poll on the screen that says, what additional information would you like about the open systems solution? So yeah, lots of good questions came in there, Dave. Feel free to prioritize those if you'd like. I'll do my best to identify the ones that look interesting to me. But let's see, one of the questions that I found interesting is this solution only available to Azure customers, or does it run on-prem as well?
Yeah, so it is, we do leverage Azure as the SIM, and you don't have to be an existing Azure customer in order to contract the service with us. We have an onboarding process where essentially in less than 10 minutes, you can have an Azure Sentinel instance up and running from the cloud. But we do not offer this for on-premise, other on-premise SIMs such as Splunk or LogRhythm or QRadar or any number of them. We've standardized all of our use cases. We've standardized on Microsoft Sentinel, and we use that. But again, if you're not an Azure customer or Sentinel customer, you can be up and running in less than 10 minutes. And our provisioning model, Microsoft Azure has a capability they call Lighthouse, which essentially allows us to deliver multi-tenant services. So all the data would stay in your tenant, and we would automatically download all the configurations, the playbooks, workbooks, reports, use cases, what Microsoft calls connectors, or essentially parsers, and all that gets automatically downloaded once you authorize us as a managed service provider for Sentinel.
Got it. Okay.
Very simple,
but
very straightforward.
Okay. So can the computing, though, that this is protecting the infrastructure, for example, the servers, could those be in an on-premises data center, and this is protecting the internet connection that communicates with those servers, or do the servers have to be running in Azure?
No, great. I'm sorry. Great distinction to make. Yeah, the Azure Sentinel SIM is what we use to deliver the service. But in terms of the monitoring, absolutely, we monitor on-prem and cloud as well. And that's a great point. We essentially have sensors that we deploy on-prem, and then we supplement that with log data. So absolutely, what we try and do is we try and protect all the potential attack surfaces that our customers have, and that includes cloud, but also a fair amount of on-prem. And so absolutely, that's a part of the service. Great question.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting question from Doug. Doug said that humans are the weakest link in threat protection. So how do your tools help to mitigate those risks? Is there technology? Is there AI? Is there, what's the secret sauce in there?
Yeah, this is a very interesting topic. I will say, in my experience, and as you can probably imagine, I'm fairly familiar with a lot of the AI and security analytics tools that are available today. Unfortunately, they're not a panacea. It's promising technology, but the reality is that, in my experience, it's best to focus those types of things on reducing noise for the SOC. So not trying to replace the human per se, but trying to make the human better. So where the human tends to struggle is when things are unclear or they can't see the signal from the noise. And these types of packages, AI and security analytics, are very good at reducing noise. And so he's quite right in that humans can be the weak link, but only if you put them in an environment that isn't conducive to doing threat detection. And actually, I think humans are best suited to identify the really abnormal things that bypass your AI and bypass your security analytics that you're using. So I would say, in my experience, leverage those technologies for what they're good at, which is reducing noise so the human can be in a better position to do their job. And one final thing I'll make on this point is I would encourage you to ask your AI vendor and security analytics company solution providers to explain the algorithms. This is where a lot of them fall down is when it's not so much the alert, it's the context that the alert, the algorithms used to produce the alert. You have to have that context because that really helps. Otherwise, it's kind of smoke and mirrors, to be very candid, probably a little blunt.
Right. Okay. Here's another good question from Michael. He's saying, how does Open Systems differentiate itself from the competition? What makes Open Systems unique, you feel like?
Yeah. There are three things. The first is this integration with the SASE stack. While we, as I mentioned, we can operate outside of our own network, when you combine it with our network, we're able to contain threats earlier in the kill chain, lessen the impact, and that's a big differentiator. There's not a lot of companies that have both pieces, both the networking and the monitoring from a containment perspective. The second is our leveraging Azure Sentinel. There's a great Microsoft community. It's a very powerful tool, but it's a raw tool. It has to be tuned. For companies that are invested in the Microsoft ecosystem, they're using the E3 or E5, or they've got various ATP suites. They see a lot of synergy with our strategy there. And then the final thing I would point out is our DevSecOps model is really unique in the industry. There's nobody, most companies, when they say DevSecOps, what they mean is that QA is a part of the development organization. That's not true. Our security operations center, tier 1 folks, literally spend 1 day out of 5 in the SOC. The remaining 4 days are spent at their desks or these days at home coding for the platform. So that is absolutely a differentiator, and I would say really succinctly it would be those three things.
Okay, excellent. Well, Dave, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our Q&A session, but a great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Bye.
For more information, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console on Open Systems. And, of course, visit the Open Systems website. Lots of great questions coming in. We'll do our best to get back to those electronically. Thank you, everyone, for those questions. It's now time for our next set of prize drawings. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. Those are going to Jimmy Arcade of California, John Cross of Georgia, and Suraj Pandya from Pennsylvania, Surajpandya. I apologize if I mispronounced it. And then our first of our grand prizes, which is a titanium Apple Watch Series 5. That is going to Mark Ahlers, Ahlers from Pennsylvania. Congratulations. We'll reach out to all of you to deliver those prizes, and I'll post the winners' names here in the questions tab. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next presenter on today's summit, Mr. Dale Levesky, Director of Product Management at TierPoint. Dale, are you there?
Hey, I'm here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for being on. Take it away, Dale.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, everybody. Thanks for listening to me today. Let me switch slides here. Sorry about that. So, the title, the little kind of foreboding, 2020 has been a disaster. As a service provider, actually, it's been pretty decent, but I know for a lot of our customers, a lot of IT shops, especially as we were looking at February and March, there were a lot of hassles. And it wasn't specifically around disaster recovery as a service, but there's definitely some lessons learned out of what happened there. And so today, I do want to focus in on Zerto, who's a partner, TierPoint as a service provider, what we've seen in the market from a migration perspective, what we've seen from applications, and then kind of wrap in a little bit of the COVID discussion in that as well, and some lessons learned. So even though maybe, you didn't have to execute your disaster recovery as a service plan, and we didn't have to do many for our customers because of everything else going on in IT, there's one or two little nuggets that I think we've been able to glean from that. So let's see here. First off, if you're thinking about disaster recovery as a service and you're thinking about a company like Zerto, a technology like Zerto, you're probably not thinking about migrations a whole lot. But, with everything that's been happening these days, a lot of companies are starting to think about migrations. And we think a DRES service and a product, a technology like Zerto really, really fits in well. If you look at some of the challenges that have been faced, and this is a document from IDC, and it is focused in on disaster recovery as a service, but if you look at the top 5, There's 2 in the top 5 that are are migration based, and the others can be helped solved if you're looking to migrate. So what's the tie-in here? Well, if you think about disaster recovery as a service and products like Zerto, what they do is they basically replicate your environment to a service provider or to another cloud, allow you to test seamlessly, but also maintain very low RTOs. And you'll hear me say RTO and RPO. If you're not familiar, RTO is recovery time objective, basically how long it takes to get a system back online. RPO is recovery point objective. That's when's the last time that changes were synced. Well, with Zerto, what you're going to see is that your RTOs are down to minutes. Your RPOs can be. We have some customers, even from their premise into our environment, we're down to seconds. 10, 15 seconds. Of course, your bandwidth, your change rates are all going to affect that. But going back to DRES and the data movers and how they work, what we do is we copy everything over right into another cloud, whether it's a multi-tenant cloud that you only pay for the resources you use or do a subscription-based, or whether it's a private cloud that you host. From there, the changes are synced automatically. And that's really good because then your RPO is very low. You don't have to worry about last night's backup. Well, DRES also gives you the ability to test relatively quickly, so you can go in, fire up your machines, fire up your infrastructure, and make sure that everything's working. Well, what we found, I remember a few years ago we were looking at migration tools to help our customers, and a lot of them were point-in-time syncs. You had to click the button, and then from that point, it was just like taking a backup and moving it over. There was no orchestration. There was nothing on the network side, and then the changes were from that single point in time. Well, with disaster recovery as a service tools, what you can do is you can take your migration, and we found that, hey, we don't need a specialized tool. We use Zerto for migration because it's great. We can get our customers online, get the disaster recovery environment or the migration environment, the new target environment there tested, all while all the changes are syncing back and forth, so you have very little downtime, and then be able to go in, test, have your users test. And that's great. And then you go to flip the switch, and it's no longer like, hey, the flipping of the switch is going to take hours or days. You can flip that switch within, 3 to 5 minutes for the initial set of VMs, and then, roll down your priority list, have your users come in and test. But also, if you find a major problem that's a blocker, what you can do is just have the sync go the opposite direction and bring your production online, still maintaining the changes that happened, and really help expedite everything that you want to do. And so that's the migration piece, right? You don't have to worry about taking those workloads and taking a lot of time out of production for you to be able to do that, or taking your whole weekend for your team. On the cost and budget and the personnel training side, because you're using a service provider, they already have the expertise to help you with this, whether that's going through and doing the initial assessments, understanding what your change rates are, understanding what your network needs are, understanding how your applications talk to one another. What we found is many businesses don't really, really understand the complexity of their environments. Does server A talk to server B? Who talks to Active Directory? What ports are needed? And then being able to come in, do that assessment, set up a plan, and then go from there and then roll into actually migrating that data. So you don't have to go out there, train a lot of personnel. Yes, we're going to need some of the IT resources from the company to help us, right? And they're going to be there because they're the SMEs on the application stacks, how they work, what their interactions are. But we'll get them from point A to point B, and then they can get themselves or help with a provider. We can help them take over that environment and then make sure it's optimized for them. So, again, the migration use case, it can be anything, right? You can use private clouds, and this could be whether you host the cloud, maybe it's physical servers at times, depending on the data movers that you use, and you can go into other private clouds. Or you can go from your own cloud into a service provider's multi-tenant cloud. We call them multi-tenant because, hey, that's where you can have expandable resources. You can pay by the drink or you pay by the subscription and expand as necessary. There's also the options of going in from multiple clouds. So maybe it's a hybrid cloud situation. Maybe you don't have just one cloud that you're trying to migrate. Maybe you have 3 or 4. Maybe you did an acquisition and you want to bring everything into one environment, or maybe you have multiple environments and they need to be migrated to other environments. Maybe you have some workloads that are really good for AWS or Azure, but then others that you may want to go into the provider depending on what they are. Well, with the multi-point and multi-cloud features that Zerto offers, you can do this, and it's all seamless. Well, I say seamless, but it's all built into that same area, that same technology, so you don't have to worry about 3 or 4 solutions or 3 or 4 different instances. You can see everything in that single console and move over pieces when it makes sense for you. So migrations in DRES, for us, it was interesting. Again, going back, if I look, when we started, I remember the product. Now, it wasn't the product manager for migrations, but they started assessing all of these different technologies that were migration specific, and we come to find out we had already productized, we were already supporting Zerto, which is, in my opinion, one of the best migration tools that you could have out there. So the next piece I wanted to talk about is kind of how disaster recovery has evolved, and what application and tierings look like. So back 10 years ago, maybe even less, right? You had a few critical apps. Maybe your point of sale systems, they would do an upload at night, but they weren't online all the time. Customers, and maybe this is going back 15 years, that they didn't need, or they didn't want to procure, whether it was C2C or B2C or B2B. They didn't need to procure on a Saturday night, right? I didn't have to go into Amazon and order because that's what I like to do on a Sunday night. But these days things have changed. There's not as much tolerance for downtime. And that's where disaster recovery as a service helps you come in. If you have a disaster, we can help you. We know that, hey, all of your apps are important. There may be some tiers of apps that are more or less important than others, right? So you may tier in different technologies to hit budget reasons, or obviously just bringing online different aspects of your infrastructure. Also, customers expect, whether it's B2B or B2C, that you're online 24/7. What's going to happen if I go into Amazon, on a Sunday night, I want to order something on Amazon and I can't? Well, chances are I'm not going to wait. I'm going to go to somewhere else. If you think about like what I like to do, right? Like I go out there and I buy parts for my Jeep. Well, if I can't get them from Amazon, I'll go to Advanced Auto and order them there. Or maybe, hey, I want to pick it up on Monday morning on my way to work, right, because they're open really early. Maybe I order it Sunday night and have that order waiting there for me Monday morning. There's no going around the store asking the clerks, hey, what's happening. So no matter what business you're in, I think everybody is almost 24/7, and customers expect that, and your business relies on that. And in these days, I remember, hey, it used to be the discussion in the disaster recovery world, like, hey, servers and data. At the end of the day, that's not what upholds your business. We've realized that it's applications. It's the workloads that matter. And for you and your company, image is everything. You want to make sure that you have the best face possible. Sometimes maybe, hey, bring your customer-facing pieces online, and then from there tier down other things. But just making sure that everything looks good to the customer, whether that's internal or external, because even IT teams, right? You have internal customers. So I talk about B2B and B2C, but a lot of times it's internal customers that need access to their environments to do their jobs, especially in global companies that people are on the floor 24/7. So this is where applications come in, and let's start from the basics and why applications matter and why something that can sync matters. And if you think about your typical app stack, you have an app server, a web server, a DB server, a file server. And if you're using something like backup, chances are you have your database server, your SQL server. That's going to be backed up once every 30 minutes, maybe once every hour. But for your web server, you don't need that. Changes don't happen. So then you back that up at 24-hour intervals. And your app server, you're probably backing up at 24-hour intervals, and so on and so forth. But they're not all being backed up at the same time. Well, what happens when you try to recover those? A lot of times when you try to go in and recover those, you're going to find that, hey, data's not quite synced. Maybe my app server changed a little bit, or the changes that got applied weren't necessarily reflective anymore on the app server, but the database server hasn't already been changed. And this is where application consistency comes in, and this is where DRES and Zerto can really help. with the use of virtual protection groups, basically a grouping of servers, you can use that to say, hey, my application consists of, maybe it's your SQL server, your database server, your web server. You create priorities and boot priorities in there, because obviously you don't want your app server coming up before your database server, which comes up before your Active Directory server. You need to, you need to adhere to, those rules on those servers and being able to connect. But what you want to make sure is that everything is in sync at the same time. And with virtual protection groups, what you can do is you can create sync points, so application consistency checkpoints. You can go in there and say, hey, you know what, I have this application, I have this set of applications, and every day at 12:01 a.m., I want to make sure, at least at this point in time every day, I have an application consistent view. And so what happens is it goes into all the servers, and when I talk about this, it's probably going to talk a little slower. It's going to seem a little slower than it actually is. In real time, it happens within very quick time frames, seconds. But it will go in, it will pause the services, and then clear out any of the transactions that are happening in that service. And that's important, and that's the difference between applications consistent and crash consistent. Whereas if you think about, if I'm clearing out everything that's happening on my database server, including all the writes, that's great. But if you don't do that, and you just take a snapshot at that time, right, what's happening? You don't know what's happening in memory. You don't know if you have a transaction that's being written to your database that only gets partially written, and then therefore could corrupt your database when you bring it back up. So anyway, applications consistency is good because it clears all of that out, make sure that everything is in a very good, healthy state, and then it takes snapshots and replicates those off at the same time to make sure that everything has that picture of that point in time. And that really helps ensure that your application is going to come online, and gives you a lot of peace of mind that it's going to come online in a very healthy form, instead of you struggling to figure out why your database is corrupted or why something's not working properly. Number 3 is something that we've been talking about now for a couple of years. And, in the past, you'd think about it, and especially with service providers, hey, we have backup, we have 24 hours, it's going to take us about a day to get back online. But the reality is, with everything that's going on, with that image that you have to maintain, with that 24/7, you're going to have to be up, and you're going to have certain systems. Now, Gartner published this chart, and it's a 5-tier system. And when they talked about this system, they said, hey, look, these are not set in stone. This is more of a guidepost for you, a map to use to say, hey, you know what? I have servers that fit into a category. You may only have 3 or 4 categories depending on your business. You may not have a tier 0, a tier 1, 2, 3, and 4. Maybe you only have a couple tiers. But as you're looking at your systems, this is where disaster recovery as a service comes in, and it's going to really come in for the top 1, 2, 1, 2, or 3 levels. So at the very top is your critical infrastructure, making sure that your networks are in place, your VPNs, your servers, your Active Directory, the foundational pieces. Those have to be on basically right away. And this is where a service provider can help you out with that. Your networks are maintained, your VPNs are up and running at all times. Your databases, obviously, they're not there yet, but your DNS, and depending on what you're doing with Active Directory, and we won't get into Active Directory, there's a million ways to skin a cat with Active Directory, whether you replicate the server itself or you just sync up the changes and have it as a secondary Active Directory server. But those are the things that have to be online right away, and you really can't lose any changes in those, right? So you want to make sure that, hey, we're using a data mover that can move that data quickly for those pieces, the pieces that are important to be moved, the servers. And for those that don't, we can tier those down. So the next level is always going to be your mission critical applications. So now that your fundamental core pieces are there, I'm going to have these application servers. Then chances are these are going to be the application servers. These are going to be your front end systems. These are going to be the systems that people interact with, the face of your company, that you need to be brought online. Again, they may tolerate some downtime. I usually like to say these are actually the pieces that have to be up in an hour or so and don't want to lose more than 15, 20 minutes worth of data. And then from there down, I'm not going to talk about all the levels here, but just think about it. You can get down to your long-term recovery. And why I publish this? Well, again, disaster recovery as a service, with something like Zerto, that's going to handle your first 2 layers. But if you add in a service provider, they can help you with your layers 3, 4, and 5, or depending on what layer they are, by providing long-term retention, by providing things like backup that don't necessarily have a 5-minute RTO, but they tend to be a little bit cheaper. So maybe they can sit in cold storage. Maybe you have some data and servers that you keep online for compliance reasons, but they don't affect your day-to-day. Just think about about this and make sure that whatever you're doing can hit your budget and your business requirements. All right. So the next piece, the tie into COVID. And I'll be honest with you, COVID from a disaster recovery point of view, a backup point of view, we haven't seen a bump in anybody declaring a disaster. If anything, IT teams are a lot more in tune right now with their environments, and they've been working hard to keep them online. So our actual number of declarations has gone down over these past 3 months as people are focusing in on their infrastructure. But what we did see, especially up front, was customers saying, hey, you know what, we need more bandwidth because we weren't expecting all our users to come in through the back end. We were expecting them to come in through the front end. Or the number one thing, bandwidth, let me go back real quick. Bandwidth is easy, right, to bump up. That's something you can call your service provider if you're in, a managed service provider like TierPoint and say, hey, you know what, I know I only have a gig circuit from you. As long as it doesn't take more cables, chances are you're on fiber. I want to bump that up to 5 gigs. That can usually happen pretty seamlessly. But what doesn't always happen seamlessly is VPN users, right? So if you think about the day-to-day on users, they're coming in, they're working from the office. So you have a point-to-point VPN. It's a single VPN tunnel in between your office and your provider. Maybe it's a double, depending on redundancy. But you get my point. You don't need one for every user. Well, once COVID hit, everybody started working from home. The biggest call we got was, hey, you know what? We have VPN, and number one, we didn't license enough or scale it enough to take our entire workforce, or number two, if they were connecting in through something like Cisco AnyConnect, maybe I didn't have enough user licenses. So my point here with this is, as you're looking at your disaster recovery environment, don't build yourself and don't design yourself into a box. Make sure that, I'm not telling you to go out and buy everything huge and license it all right away, but make sure that whatever you do, you can increase. If it's a VPN, can I increase the throughput? Do I need, depending on the technology, is it Fortinet, is it Cisco? They all license individual VPN connections a different way. Some have user counts. Some say, hey, you only have 10. Others don't care how many users connect in. So make sure you design it what's best for your IT system, because you never know when you're going to need that disaster recovery environment. That's what it's there for, right? It's that insurance policy, and you don't want to design yourself into a box. So just think about that effect of people working at home. Finally, just a little bit about TierPoint. We are a U.S. provider. We're here. We have 40 data centers in 20 markets. We provide a host of services. We own our own colo. We can do everything from basic colo hosting up to, hey, you want us to manage, secure, and protect your clouds and offer disaster recovery. We have everything in between. The portfolio is way too long for me to go over, but you get the idea. We have 10 multi-tenant clouds dispersed throughout the United States. Those can be used for disaster recovery or your day-to-day, your production. We don't differentiate between the two. To me, a disaster recovery cloud needs to be the same class as an enterprise cloud, because at one point you expect to use that for your production. Finally, we have over 800 professionals, from help desk folks, and when I say help desk, we have a service where you can call in and you can have your users call in and get help, down to our EOC, our technical staff, our architects, engineering. And then, we are headed by proven leadership that we're here to stay, even during these hard times where we see a lot of data centers having a hard time making ends meet. We were able to secure additional round of funding. So my only point there is we're here to stay. We're set up great. We're profitable, and there's no worries about us disappearing from the map like some of the other providers are going into bankruptcy like we saw last year with some of our competitors. And with that, let's open it up to questions.
Absolutely. Yeah, great presentation, Dale. We do have some questions here for you from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll. And the poll I want to call everyone's attention to on the screen says, what additional information would you like about the Zerto TierPoint solution? So we'll just leave that up here while we do some Q&A. So let's see, lots of good questions coming in. First one I wanted to ask you is, does Zerto have pre-built integrations with Expedient?
Yes. The answer is yes. So I don't work for Expedient. I don't work for Zerto. I work for TierPoint, which is a competitor of Expedient. But Zerto and Expedient do work together.
Okay.
So that's
okay.
all I'll say about that at this point.
That's fine. And what about integrations with TierPoint?
Yes, absolutely. Integrations with TierPoint. We were one of their top partners out there. We're one of their biggest growth partners out there. We've been using Zerto since 2014, so we were an early adopter in the market. And so, as I mentioned, we use them everything for disaster recovery to migration workloads, and sometimes even some long-term retention for backups.
Okay. Another question: can I do one to multi-destination with Zerto? And if so, will my replication performance be impacted?
Absolutely, Zerto does support one-to-many, many-to-one. Your replication will not be impacted, but there's a caveat there that you have to have the bandwidth, right? So if you have a large change rate and a very small data pipe, you're going to have to take that into consideration. Otherwise, we haven't seen any performance hits when it's replicating from one site to many.
Okay, nice. Another question, how does Zerto handle folder redirection or data, high security, locked folders and files that might be limited only to specific users?
I'm going to have to take that one back to the Zerto team.
Okay.
So if we can take a note of that, and then we can get back.
Absolutely. Michael's asking, how scalable is Zerto?
I know for a fact they can do at least 10,000 VPNs, protect 10,000 VMs. Otherwise, they may have some other numbers, but I would say that for most organizations, it's going to scale to the needs that you're gonna have. If you're going above 10,000, then it's probably good to reach out to us directly so we can figure out the right solution. Okay. And that will include Zerto, obviously.
Okay, nice. For TierPoint, they're asking what data center locations or what countries and locations are your data centers in?
So they're in the U.S. We have over 40 here in the U.S. So all throughout pretty much all the markets. I think our only hole is in the Southwest, but we find a lot of customers that are doing disaster recovery as a service, like to replicate out of, say, Southern California into someplace like Dallas, or other locations. So we have you covered. We're basically an edge provider. If you look at most of the markets we're in kind of the tier 2 markets to help get closer to our customers.
Okay, nice. Let's see, another question. Does TierPoint have self-service migration?
So yes, there are self-service migration options. We can do that. We can help enable that either via Zerto or some other movers, depending on the level of self-service that you'd like. Okay,
nice. And then, are there any physical machine replication options with TierPoint?
So with TierPoint, there are. We use some other tools. We try not to be that quote-unquote one-trick pony. So while Zerto is our main disaster recovery tool, we will layer in other tools as necessary. I won't go into those names, but we can handle physical servers. We can handle things like IBM, P-Series, I-Series, Z-Series, HP UX. We can help you out even if you're not all virtualized x86 environment.
Okay, all right, nice. Well, Dale, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our Q&A session. There's a number of other good questions still there in the queue for you. Perhaps you can get back to. But thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day. I appreciate you having me.
For more information on the Zerto and TierPoint solution, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. You can just click on that, and it will automatically download to your computer, and you can peruse it after the event. And now it's time for our next set of gift card winners on today's summit. We have 3 $100 Amazon gift cards going to Grayyoung Jung from New Jersey, Mark Howard from Colorado, and James Bowling from Texas. Congratulations to all of the prize winners. I'll post the names over in the chat. And now we've got another short presentation from our keynote presenter, Sean Kanungo. Take it away.
Hey guys, I'm back. And listen, I told you, the knees are a little bit tough now. I got to sit down to tell you this next piece. The other topic that we want to talk about is this idea of business 2030. And what's funny is that back in 2015, every organization was trying to figure out their 2020 strategy. One of the things that I did at Deloitte, I was at Deloitte, by the way, for 12 years. One of the things that we did in 2015 is help every organization figure out their 2020 strategy. And so we were thinking about, what technologies will be impactful in the year 2020. We talked about the idea of drones and artificial intelligence and the fact that human biology and technology would merge together and then we would have these superhumans.
Name Popeye's favorite food.
Chicken!
Show me chicken!
Yeah, I don't think that really happened. So thinking what's going to happen in 2030, that's a little bit difficult to predict. But there's one thing that we do know is that the pace of change is only going to accelerate. You have things like artificial intelligence that is really now in the first innings. You have things like voice technology that is really accelerating. Blockchain is literally still in the first innings, and I'm not even sure by 2030 that it will be mature. Here's the whole thing when it comes to technology. It is impossible to predict when it will actually become truly impactful. One of the technologies that I'm really bullish about is this idea of a digital twin, because what it does is it combines all these exponential technologies that we've been talking about, from big data to artificial intelligence to voice, machine learning. It combines it all into one. Let me explain what a digital twin is. Let's say you had this chair. It's a little bit crickety. But let's say we had a digital replica of this chair. If we had a digital replica of this chair, we could understand how many times people were sitting on this chair, how much weight was put on this chair. If this chair needed to be fixed, we could also predict when this chair might be broken. Now imagine if we had actually a digital replica of every single asset within our business. And now we can be a lot more predictive around all our infrastructure. In fact, now you have countries like Singapore where they're trying to create digital cities, where they have a digital replica of all their infrastructure and buildings and be a lot more predictive around how to maintain their assets. To me, this combines a lot of these exponential technologies together. And if we can truly get a digital replica and real-time connectivity and data, this will be super powerful. And this is just one aspect of how business is going to change in the year 2030. But here's the whole thing. No one can predict what's going to happen in the year 2030, and I don't even know what my kids are going to do. But the one thing that we do know is that the future is going to come at us fast. So we need to be bold, innovative, and experimental.
All right, cool presentation there from Sean. Thank you. And now it's time for our next presenter on today's summit. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Thomas LaRocque, head geek at SolarWinds. Thomas, are you with us?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for being on, Thomas. Take it away.
All right. Thanks for having me here again. I think this is my third, maybe fourth time at the virtual summit by ActualTech Media, and I always enjoy coming back. Today I'm going to do things a little bit different. I'm not going to focus on specific product or suite of products. Instead, we're going to talk about our IT trends report. Spend some time diving into some facts of the trends that we're seeing inside of or by IT practitioners, managers, and whatnot. A little bit about me. That's a lot of words. I'll summarize. I'm old. I've been with SolarWinds for a while now, and my background is data and database administration. And now I help build out our portfolio of database management and monitoring tools here at SolarWinds. All right, enough about me. This is why we're here. Let's talk about this IT trends report. The IT trends report is something that SolarWinds started about 7 years ago. I think this is our 7th year. And it's very important to us because this gives us the opportunity to hear from a broad variety of companies that may or may not be existing customers. A lot of times companies do these surveys, and it's a customer survey, but there's a little bit of a bias if you're only surveying your current customers. So at SolarWinds, we think a little differently, and we say, let's do a survey where we get some outreach in front of people that may not be customers yet. And we want any size business, and we want any type of IT practitioner. So somebody who works for a living, or maybe a manager, or maybe a director, right? We want to hear from everybody in any pillar of IT across any particular small, medium, or large enterprise. And it's been going on, as you can see, the 7 years I mentioned, and there's some trends that have developed over time, which we're going to talk a little bit about here today. The goal for doing this trends report is that this helps us drive the development of our tools, right? At the end of the day, we want what everybody else wants, which is happy customers. We have a Slack community with over 150,000 users, right? Hated SolarWinds professionals. And we got there by listening to what the IT practitioner really needs from their management tools. When it comes to managing and monitoring anything in your environment, we want to be able to provide the tool to make your life easier. So I'm not going to read this whole slide. It'll be available for you in the download, but you can go through the historical results, high-level results if you want. I want to highlight the last part, though, 2020. Things have kind of shifted, say in the last 2 months in particular, in 2020, right? There's this kind of an idea of we all sort of, some people call it working from home. I say we all now live at work. And is no question that slow is the new broke. So if you're now considered a remote employee and things aren't working as fast as you want, or not as fast as somebody else wants and they think you should be working, that has opened up a lot of opportunity for people to look at a company like SolarWinds to say, how can you help us make sure that our systems are running as efficiently as possible? First result I want to go over, emerging tech. What we're finding is that emerging tech isn't. So there's a lot of talk out there about all these types of emerging technology. That's your AI, microservices, serverless, containers, and the edge. Of course, everything's edge. So for us, what we're finding from these results, and I should also mention, I forgot to mention earlier, the results were 983 company survey, but what we're going to discuss in these next few slides are only the responses from the North American survey takers. So this is what we're seeing as terms of the trends in North America. If you go to it-trends.solarwinds.com, and there's a link later on for you, you can download the full report to see the worldwide, the global, and you can also slice it by region. So we've sliced it here just for North America. So what we're seeing is that basically the top 3 technologies influencing the staffing needs of a company, right, are cloud computing, security and compliance, and then followed by hybrid IT. It's interesting to me that cloud computing, hybrid IT are kind of broken out to 2 different things. I take cloud computing to mean get me to the cloud somehow. I need to deploy some stuff in AWS. I need to deploy some stuff in Azure. Hybrid IT is more about the managing of your infrastructure that extends to the cloud as well. So I have a need, say, to spin up something using Azure functions. That's a cloud computing need more than it's a hybrid IT need. So I need to go and staff. I need to find somebody that understands what this is and how we can deploy it. So those are the top 3, and the emerging tech staffing needs aren't as big. Those 4 combined only add up to, say, 1/4 of the staffing needs. There might be a few reasons that you could dive into for why that is, but it's clear that the money is being spent on staffing for, let's just call, I don't want to say traditional, but let's just call it some big rocks, as you will, right? Your cloud computing, you got to deploy something new. Where am I going to deploy it? How am I going to secure it? What's our compliance? What's our risk look like? And then how am I going to manage it after that? Then, after those things are taken care of, then we can talk about, hey, this AI edge microservice sounds cool. Now let's go find somebody that can do those things for us. And it makes sense when you look at the budgets and where the money's being spent as well. The budget just isn't there. It's being spent on the, 72%, so less than 25% is being spent on those emerging tech staffing needs. Another aspect of the IT Trends Report, what we call the universal language of IT. So this is what we've kind of labeled that need for you as an IT pro to be able to talk to the business, to talk to developers, to talk to the sysadmin, to talk to the storage and network guys, and actually all those groups need to learn how to talk with each other. You need to understand what the business needs are. You need to understand what those metrics are, the important metrics for your business or for your boss. These are the things that you have to learn to be able to discuss when you're sitting in that room across, and everybody's in the room. There's 30 people. They're from every particular department. You've got to understand what they're looking to accomplish and how they can get there and what their roadblocks are. That's what we sum up when we just say that's the universal language of IT, where you can walk in and you can be able to have those meaningful discussions in a shorter amount of time. So in terms of how that plays out for the trend report, for the results, we see that 43% of these companies say that they need to retrain existing staff, right? There's more responsibilities, there's increased work hours. We're all working longer and we all have more to do. And we all need to do new things. So these are some of the bigger changes that we're seeing. But the barriers to those success, there's never enough budget. The priorities are always shifting, and we always say there's some lack of training. Skills are lacking, though, because most of us believe we don't have the skills necessary to do the job that we need. And that might just be an awareness of, let's say, the things you don't know, right? Like, I don't know enough about this, and I need some more training about that. And now we've got the 28% who think, oh, yeah, we're good. I got everything I need. And maybe they do, but they probably don't. Application performance management, that continues to be important. And I believe this is because as the world becomes more distributed, right, your hybrid IT needs, what you're finding is the metrics that maybe you were looking at in terms of monitoring previously have shifted a little bit. They have those the four golden metrics, like latency and connections, the network, bandwidth, something else I'm forgetting, probably CPU utilization. But these are somewhat different than what you might have considered historically, depending on your area of expertise. But for APM, you're looking at things, hey, I need logs, I need tracing, and I may need some third-party APM tools in order to get the job done, or I may just need a third party to come in and help me with this stuff. So the top SaaS monitoring tools that we're seeing are for network traffic and network analysis. We're seeing user experience monitoring and log analysis. Now, for a database guy, I don't see a database up there. There's no database performance being listed there at all, which kind of brings a tear to my eye. But I realize it's a different world we live in. So you're going to look at network, you're going to look at user experience, and then you have to have a way to analyze all of that log data that you're going to be collecting in order to do some root cause analysis or to simply look for trends and try to make things better after the fact. So that continues to be a growing market. And we says here on the left, 54% are spending more time managing apps and services than the infrastructure and hardware. And that rings true for me as a DBA. I built my own in-house monitoring system, and I realized one day I got to the point where I was really just administering this system. I really wasn't caring for the servers and the databases as much as it was this application I had built. So that's been a trend, I think, for quite some time. But in the last 3 to 5 years, I see it rising even more, a little bit with each passing year. It's just sort of getting to the point where it's just bigger than what I think we've ever realized. Security and compliance. Now, 65% of all the respondents say that at least 10% of their time is being spent on security management. I think both those numbers should be higher. I say security is a shared responsibility. That should be 100% of IT pros, and they should probably be spending more of 20 to 25% on security, whether they know it or not. Network security, security event management, backup and recovery. These are the top 3 skill building priorities that are necessary. And like I said, security is a shared responsibility. It should be touching each and every aspect of IT and everything you do. Now, on the right, we discovered a little bit about how people are saying that compliance acts are having a real impact on their staffing needs. So the big 3, GDPR, HIPAA, PCI, DSS, These are driving a company to say, all right, I got to bring in some people to help me with GDPR. What they're saying at the bottom right there is that it's impacting small and enterprise organizations, but for different reasons. A small organization has to be compliant with GDPR, but they may not have the resources. A larger one may have the resources, but they may also have different complexities because of their global reach. So basically how you can manage your time and manage yourself and help manage the people around you and get the job done working as a team. These are the things that have, I think, been needed since the beginning of time, but they're certainly needed now. And as a data guy, I like it when a survey comes back and it kind of reaffirms what you already believe to be true, that these non-technical skills remain needed. The results, it also echoes some research. So we've got a State of CIO survey and I think a LinkedIn jobs report. So they also point to some of the same results. Their surveys had similar questions and similar results that we had as well. Now, 53% of the tech pros say they're comfortable talking with leaders. 53%, at first I thought that was low. Now sometimes I think maybe that's high. I think it depends on what you're talking about and who the leader is. But it's when you're talking and you're saying, look, I need to purchase something, right? Or you need to invest time and budget into team trainings. So you might be comfortable making that request, but really, I'd like to dive more into that if I could. I'd say, well, why don't the other 47% have any comfort? But more importantly, are those 53% even being successful? How can I get them to get their managers or their leaders to understand the importance of whatever it is, what tool that they may need in order to succeed in their role? So I mentioned earlier at SolarWinds, we like to use a lot of these survey results from the IT Trends Report especially in order to help us maintain and enhance what we have is our IT Operations Management, our ITOM portfolio. So you see on the left, it says all things IT. So this is everything that goes into your day, right? Network management, infrastructure management, database performance management, application performance management. But wherever you are, wherever IT sits, on premises or private cloud, public clouds, wherever you are, or whoever's doing the work in all things IT, those are all the layers. And we have tools that can assist with each and every one of those layers in every area to be used by anybody for wherever their data is or their systems are. So we have that ability, right? We can solve very specific problems. We have great products that are specific for network management systems, databases, IT security, service management, and application management, right? We have great set of tools that handle each and every one of those. Where you get the most value is when you start to connect the tools together to solve those interconnected problems. Again, as a database guy, it was important to me that I have the insight into that database engine. I know if that's working fine, but I also need to be able to look and say, well, what's the storage layer look like right now? What's the network layer look like? What's my virtualization layer doing? Where's the bottleneck? What if it's a VM kernel on a host that I didn't even know I was on because we got migrated to it yesterday? You want to be able to have that insight into all of those different layers, that stack, the application stack, right, inside of your enterprise, whether that's just Earth or if it extends to the cloud. And it doesn't matter who's at the console. We want to be able to help whoever that is, the IT practitioner, the manager. It doesn't matter to us. We want the tools to be simple to help you manage, monitor, and secure everything in your environment. I leave you with the link, ittrends.solarwinds.com. If you go there, you can take an assessment to see how you stack up to the findings in the report itself to see if you're doing better or maybe if you're falling behind in some areas. And with that, I am at time, but I do have time, I think, a few minutes for Q&A. Did we have any questions?
Absolutely, Thomas. Yeah, we do have some questions coming in. Great presentation. So let's see. First question that I wanted to ask you, and in fact, let me bring up the poll while we do that. The poll for the audience on the screen I want to call your attention to is what additional information would you like about the SolarWinds solution? And we'll just leave that up while we do some Q&A. So back to the questions here. This is a good one. Michael's asking, what makes SolarWinds different? Can you scale to any size? You want to talk about scalability maybe for a minute?
We do scale. I mean, any size sounds like you want to know if we scale infinite. And in some ways, I would say yes, because you can just add additional polling engines to meet your needs. But I forget the exact number of nodes that we can manage these days out of the box, but it's fairly sizable. We handle some pretty large, complex environments. And yes, if you add additional polling engines, we can continue to scale. If you've got the hardware, we've got the software. That's the way I like to put it.
Okay, I like that. All right, let's see. Next question that came in, they're asking, how can consolidating IT operations management needs under a single banner address the issues that your research uncovered?
If I understand what they're asking, I think when I hear single banner, right, and I think of SolarWinds as a single banner, it's because we're going to offer you that single view of your infrastructure, of how everything is connected, right? So we're going to be able to do that discovery, and we're going to be able to show you some connections that you maybe didn't even know between a server and an application, and maybe even something inside of O365, right? It's our ability to collect that data, to aggregate it, and to give you those insights. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's see, next question that came in is on what's the biggest trend that you've seen in terms of IT trends? Any advice on that?
So I've been with SolarWinds. I think I've been here long enough to do every one of these IT trend reports. And I'm going to say, in my recollection, which can be difficult at times, I barely remember breakfast, but I think the trend that sticks out to me the most has been the growth of what I'll call hybrid IT, as well as the growth of cloud. Because they've been kind of two different things. But there's been a push for people to start using cloud resources. And then there's that push for people, once that cloud resource gets there, then there's a push for somebody to manage it. So I liken it to when I go to AWS Summit or reInvent. When I go to reInvent and I'm there and I see all of the people who are really operations folks. Everybody thinks it's a developer event, but it's not. It's operations folks. And the reason why is because the developers built something really cool. So they're the ones driving the cloud computing piece, right? They're like, I just built this really cool thing that's going to solve this problem. Let's get it into production. It gets into production, and then it gets tossed over the fence to the operations folks. And they're the ones wandering around reInvent going, all right, I got to manage this stuff now. Can you help me manage it? It sits, we consume these resources. What do you do? How can you help me with that? So that's kind of the trend that I followed over the years, is that who's doing the driving to get somebody into this particular area, and who are the folks that have to come in later and help clean up.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Very insightful. All right, sorry, so many questions coming in. Next one, how has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the trends that you've seen in the report?
So, that yet, because we'd have to do another survey to see for sure. But in my mind, I would say the biggest need for COVID-19 has simply been the need to provide a reliable, stable, secure network and network performance for our customers. So when everybody really shifted to be kind of remote, it might have exposed a few things in their environment that maybe they weren't ready to scale and have everybody hitting the VPN. So it's been important for us to offer insights and custom dashboards and widgets to give people the metrics that they need. It also is interesting because we have some security tools. So you might be familiar that in IT, there's this kind of a trend where you might just say, give way too many permissions or reduce permissions or just open everything up in order to make sure something works, and then you come back and secure it later. Well, we have tools to help you understand if you've left something that is now unsecure or insecure, right? So that kind of, I think, has been some of what I've seen just over the past 2 months. In terms of how it affects the overall trends, I mean, I still think people are using cloud resources. I still think have to manage hybrid IT, but now hybrid IT is really extending to people's homes.
Okay, excellent. All right. Well, Thomas, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, but there's a ton of questions there in the queue for you. Maybe you can review those and see if you can get back to those electronically. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Thank you to SolarWinds for sponsoring today's event. Check out the link that's there in your audience console. It is, in fact, the SolarWinds IT Trends Report, the Universal Language of IT. That's the report that Thomas talked about in his presentation. So go ahead and just download that now, and you can check it out after the event. And now it's time for our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon, three $100 Amazon gift cards. The first one's going to Joshua Gooden from Tennessee. The next one to Matt Vogelli from Wisconsin. And finally, Bruce Charan Itsky from Massachusetts. I'll announce the prize winners in the questions tab as well so that you can check those out. It's now time for our next presentation on today's summit. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Sazala Reddy, CTO and co-founder at Datrium. Take it away, Sazala.
Hey, thank you, David. Hello, everybody. My name is Sazala Reddy, the CTO co-founder of Datrium. I want to talk about SaaS today. SaaS is a software as a service and why it's the future. And I want to talk about how to apply it to disaster recovery as well. If you look at in our personal lives today, we are all becoming renters for these on-demand services. We rent movies from Netflix, we rent rides from Uber, we rent, homes for Airbnb. And the reason we're doing it is because of convenience, because it's simple, and it just, moves faster in this on-demand economy today. And the same thing is translating into enterprise products. Every product is becoming a SaaS product in the enterprise world, or if it's not today, it's going to be in the near future. Look at it across the different kind of services you're using today, databases. You look at warehouses, you look at CRM, you look at workflows, you look at collaboration. Even VMware, even if you look at VMs, VMware Cloud is a SaaS product now. So this is where the world is moving to. The question is why is this world transforming this way? I think it mostly has to do with convenience and the on-demand economics of the business model. Every customer now expects what they expect in their personal lives. They also expect the same thing in the enterprise products as well. And if they expect that, then the vendors who sell enterprises products have to transform themselves into a SaaS products. It is not one-off thing. It is the future. It is how the world is going to evolve into. If there is a vendor selling on-prem only software, you have to install and do all that work. That is not how the future is unfolding. The future is SaaS products. The question is why. There are two angles to this. There is a typical, hey, here's why it's good for the customers, and let me go through that. But also it's important to understand why it's good for vendors like ourselves, vendors like any other vendor, enterprise software vendor. I want to first show you that. If you look at, what is it good? Why is vendors like this model? Is because a few important reasons. One is that it generally has to do with shorter sales cycle. Number one, it's easy to do trials. There's no hardware to install. There is none of that friction you need to go through to actually try this out. So customers can get a chance to try it out and then kind of buy. The cycle of trying and buying becomes faster, which is really good for vendors. And also from an engineering perspective, like for engineers, they're delighted to work on SaaS products because they get a chance to work on interesting features and they get a chance to see this shipping to the end customer in a rapid way, as opposed to having like an 18-month cycles you generally see in on-prem software products. So engineers get to see their products, their ideas being to the market in a very rapid order. And also, if the market conditions change, for example, there's now COVID. How do you change to the market conditions with a physical box? You can't. So it's super hard to change that. But with the SaaS products, you can rapidly adapt to newer conditions in the market. And if customers want new features, it's very easy and rapid to actually respond to that as well. And in today's economy, people expect things to happen magically very fast. My kids are ruthless. If something is not really a new app and it's not working, or if it doesn't have enough features, they click away and move somewhere else. So that's what customer demand is about, and how can you respond faster to that? And then lastly, don't have to wait for 18 months. Like I said before, we have, SaaS vendors can do weekly release cycles. They can upgrade new features, delight customers. It's kind of where why it's really great, why vendors like the SaaS model. And now from a customer's perspective, why is it useful for customers? Because I think a few things stand out. I mean, as you're experiencing in your personal life when you rent Netflix or other services, it's the same experience you're going to get with enterprise business as well. You can pay per use. Like the SaaS model and the cloud model provides this amazing opportunity to only charge you for things you use when you need them. And you get to try out things instantaneously. You don't have to wait for something to ship to you, and you don't have to install anything. It just works instantaneously. You click a button, it just works for you. It's super convenient. And we are all used to convenience. This is how the world is going to go. It's definitely more reliable because it's one code base. You're not shipping the different products to thousands of customers. It's one software base. It's easy to fix bugs, and you get to a much more highly reliable state. And it's a much better user experience because SaaS vendors, our goal is to make that experience good. Otherwise, you can easily switch away to a different SaaS vendor. And also, SaaS is a way to amplify your skills, not to replace your skills. What I mean by that is that rather than having to do maintenance work and upgrades and all that stuff, SaaS can actually do all this by itself, and you can spend the time doing other important things for your business. Those are high level, the views of why SaaS is good from a vendor's perspective and SaaS is good from a customer perspective. So also, SaaS gives you this flywheel of delight. I'll tell you what that means. So on this picture over here is showing you that how a vendor thinks about it, like how engineers think about this. As you have a SaaS service, as you get more customers and more users using your service, what happens is that you get to kind of capture a little bit more experience of what the customer is trying to do with your product. You get to anonymize it, of course, but you get to learn like what is working, what is not working, what is the customer struggling with, and what are the things they really like. And with that data, you can produce new, smarter ways of doing design and software so that you can focus on the things which customers are struggling with or the things which they really like and amplify that. And all of that results in a better product for the customer, and then you can get to more users. So this cycle of continuous improvement is really what SaaS is really good at. And you cannot do this by shipping physical hardware to the on-prem services because it will take you, again, 18 months to learn anything from any of this stuff. Here, the cycle is fast. It's weeks and months as opposed to years to kind of make improvements. That means that what customers then see is the delight, is that this is a continuous cycle. The more users there are, the more you give feedback, the more there'll be improvements to the product. And this results in this continuous customer delight. This is what I call the flywheel of delight, is that you can be on a path where you can be successful and you get to use services which are really going to simplify your business and your life, that you can focus on the things that really matter to your business and to your personal growth, as opposed to having to maintain software and kind of do all the other mundane chores you have to do. Now, what I want to do is apply this SaaS innovation to disaster recovery. So we already said the personal lives, we are all moving to SaaS. Enterprises are going to move to SaaS software as well. So how do we apply to the disaster recovery? And DR, and particularly the disaster recovery, has been a very, very complex problem. And it's been very expensive. It's very unreliable. It's definitely suited for how to do this in a SaaS world. And the reason if you ask anybody about disaster recovery, nobody's ever told me that it's awesome. It works for them. And then everybody wants the three things basically from a disaster recovery solution. They want quick RTO, they want to recover from ransomware fast, and they want ease of use. And of course, there's a third one, which is the last one, which is how to save money and make it more affordable. The reason it's expensive and complex is because you generally disaster recovery you have to do one data center to a different data center. There are so many components in your data center that you have to fail over. There is applications, hypervisors, servers, networking, primary storage, backup, all of these things have to failover properly to the other side. This is Murphy's Law. It's super unreliable, and it's very hard to test this. So we got together, there were 5 founders. We have an enterprise background in our previous past. I was the CTO of Data Domain before Datrium. So we have built enterprise products in our previous experiences. So what we kind of got together and did was that we converted this complex DR and backup processes into a simple to use SaaS solution. And this is what we offer. And we offer a SaaS service in Amazon. We call it Disaster Recovery as a Service. We provide on-demand DR with VMware Cloud and AWS. You can have any storage system on your on-prem, but as long as it's VMware, we will provide you cloud-based backup. We will provide you the instant RTO to the cloud, and it's super easy to use. There is no physical hardware to install. It's a SaaS service. The next few slides, I'll show you how it actually works. So this is our software stack in a big picture way. In the center of this in Amazon, you'll see there's a DRaaS. That's our SaaS service. The idea is that you log into this global portal in our DRaaS service. You download a lightweight VM. It's called a DRaaS Connect on the left-hand side. You plug it into your vCenter. It's a lightweight VM. You can have any storage system you want, SAN, HCI, NAS. And you create global backup policies. You create global DR policies, runbooks. And then in steady state, we will back up the data into S3. And then when you have a disaster, we will launch VMware Cloud on AWS. A couple more slides to kind of walk into animation. So imagine a steady state using backups to the cloud, and it's all good. It's all cheap and deep. Like we use S3, we use dedupe, and to have the cost savings and everything else. So steady state, it's super easy to operate, and there's a lot of cost savings. Now, when you have a disaster, and it could be a power outage, could be anything you have in a data center problem. You click a button in our UI for the runbooks. We will automatically launch VMware SDDC servers. We will do live mount. We turn instantly backups into live VMs. We register the VMs, and we'll bring up the VMs right instantaneously at that point. There is no rehydration. There is no copying of data. It is instantaneously converting backups into live VMs. And now let's say for a couple of days, you are running here because your data center is not up yet. You finally fix your data center in a couple of days. You click a button. We will fail back nicely back to your data center. And then we'll shut down the VMware Cloud when it's done. So think about this as you're paying for insurance after you have an accident. So it's super awesome on-demand economics. This is what the power of the cloud gives you. And that you only pay for the expensive components when you have a disaster. Otherwise, you're not paying for anything. Let me show you why SaaS gives you that simplicity. Okay, the first thing is that when you use our SaaS product, there are some things you have to set up for sure. There are some, but there are only 3 things you have to set up. One is that identify which sites you want to be able to protect. Your data centers could be global, could be localized in one place. You set up backup policies, super easy to set up backup policies. How many backups do you want a day? How long do you want to retain them? Could be days, could be years. And the last thing you have to do is set up your runbooks based on these backup policies. It's a simple wizard. You walk through it, and you can set up your runbooks. So that's what you have to do in day 1, and there's nothing more to do because it's a SaaS service. The day 2 operations are 0. You have to do nothing for the day 2 operation. This is what we call hyper automation. It's 0-click upgrades because we do over-the-air upgrades automatically on a weekly, monthly schedule. And there is nothing to fix. If something is broken, Amazon components do break, but it's all self-healing. We use Lambda as a way to monitor our services, and we bring up everything. It's auto-fix, it's self-healing. There's nothing to really fix to actually monitor and do stuff for you. And the last thing is that we do compliance checks every 30 minutes. What that means is that rather than you having to check that your DR runbooks are going to work for you, we check it all the time so that make sure that it's going to work for you. So this is what the day 2 operations are. The day 1, it's easy to set up. Day 2, there's nothing to do really. And then lastly, when you do have a disaster at some day, imagine your data center went down, you have to push a button to failover, and then we'll bring it up on the VMware Cloud SDDC and bring up all your workloads. It's as simple as that. So when you actually have a ransomware attack, now you have a chance to cleanly recover in a new environment. Imagine your ransomware attacked you on your data center, and then your systems are down, or something has happened to your WAN, all those things are affected. You push a button, you can pick any backup you want because ransomware may attack you like last week, could attack you like 2 days ago. So you might want to try experiments. So you push a button, pick the backup you want, could be thousands of VMs, and we will instantaneously bring up all the workloads instantaneously in the cloud on VMware, cloud on Amazon. So at the high level, there is Datrium, VMware, and Amazon involved in this, right? All the 3 components. But what we are doing is that we're giving you that one phone call. We'll be in charge of everything. All you have to do as a customer is pick the SLAs you want and make the DR plans and the backup plans. Otherwise, everything else taken care by us. If any problems, one phone call and we'll deal with it. I'm not saying there's any issues, but if there are, I mean, whatever the questions are, you can just make one phone call, we'll deal with you. We automate everything and we own the terms of service. So what we're giving businesses is a way to do global backup and DR strategy for every business. You can have a distributed, decentralized enterprise. You could have a robo sites. You could have lots of different sites as well. We will give you this one single pane of glass to centrally manage all your backup and DR. It reduces OpEx because you only pay for components when you need them to, especially the expensive ones. And you reduce OpEx because you don't have to spend time managing all these pieces. We use hyper automation to simplify and automate zero-click everything. And finally, when you have a ransomware attack, it's super easy to just click a button and go back to where you were in a clean state. So we firmly believe that SaaS is the future. You can just look at it in your personal life. Generally, what happens in your personal life also then ends up in an enterprise. This is where the future is going. If you're still using on-prem software, there is no new on-prem software being built anymore because everybody has seen the future. This is how the future is going to be unfolding. And it's good in the sense that it amplifies your skills and it's not replacing your skills. It's how you can spend time doing more useful stuff as opposed to managing, doing mundane chores of managing software. This is where the world is going. And we have kind of converted a complex backup and DR process into a simple to use SaaS product. Hey, David, any questions?
Absolutely, Sazal. Yeah, we do have some questions here for you from the audience. Let's see, the first question that came in, they're asking is, why do I need a converged backup and DR solution? Why wouldn't I just go with the best of breed for both?
So you need backup because you need to, if you get hit by ransomware, you may have to go back in time to pick a point in time to restore and recover from your ransomware attack. Also, you may want to go back in time for many other reasons as well. And you may want to have backups for compliance reasons. So I was a CTO of Data Domain. If you look at backup systems are built for backup. They're good for backup. But the problem is that the backup, when you have to restore from it, it'll take you days to restore from it. They're not built for recovery. They're built for backing up. So if you get a ransomware attack, it takes you 2 days to copy the data from your backup system into your primary storage system. I think you're better off just paying ransom at that point because it just takes too long to recover. And DR by itself is not good because you need backups to kind of keep the cost low when there's no need for it, and you want to become this DR when you actually have the problem. So you need this convergence of backup and DR. Otherwise, you'll not be able to do this in a quick RTO or have that cost savings you need.
Great answer. Thank you, Sazal. Let's see. Next question that came in here, they're asking, are VMware workloads run on Nimble? How will this product handle that?
Yes, you can use any storage system you have. It could be Nimble, could be NetApp, could be any storage system you have, could be EMC. As long as they run VMware, we're good because our system works with VMware. So no matter what storage you have, we can do backup and DR in the cloud with any of your VMware related storage product you have.
Nice. I like that flexibility. They're supporting so many different storage options. Let's see. Next question they're asking is, you mentioned compliance checking. Can you give us more info on that?
So one of the challenges with runbooks, which most people have done some runbooks when they do disaster recovery. The problem with runbooks is that you make a plan, you make a runbook. The moment you make this runbook, it's out of compliance because you may have changed something in your environment and it's no longer valid. So then what happens is that you made all this awesome effort to make this runbook, and the next day it's not going to work for you, and then you have to go back and keep trying this runbook once in a while to make sure it's going to work for you, and you're going to keep changing it. So it doesn't give you confidence that your runbook is really good. So you're always afraid to push the button when there's a problem. So what we have done is that we've taken away that pain because it's a SaaS software that we can do continuous compliance checks all the time across end to end. We do about like a couple of dozen checks to every 30 minutes to make sure that your runbooks are really going to be good. What that means is that we will identify config drift. Like you said, do these things in a runbook, and we'll say, okay, these things must work for you. And if there's a config drift, we will let you know in 30 minutes that there's a problem. That way, it gives you a chance to proactively go fix something right now, as opposed to figuring out later when you actually have a problem that is going to work for you. What this gives you is confidence. Confidence that when you push a button, the runbooks are going to work for you, and you're going to have a failover in a clean state.
Nice. Yeah, it sounds very easy to get started with. Can you kind of walk us through the process? I mean, if people are interested in trying this solution out for disaster recovery, what do you recommend?
Yeah, definitely check out our website, www.datrium.com, and we have a way to you can just sign up for a demo. Happy to do the demos. Happy to engage, and we can happy to also show you a little bit more of what we got. It's a pretty straightforward product. It's a very easy to use product. We have simplified it a lot. DR has it's always been a difficult problem, and we made it into a SaaS solution. It's very modern. We use hyper automation. There is very little to actually manage and do with this unless you have a disaster and then you push a button. We'll take you to the next stage. Happy to do the demonstrations. We have a demo system. We can probably walk you through that.
Excellent. It sounds like it could make disaster recovery finally easy for so many companies out there who I know have struggled with it forever, really. Thank you so much for sharing the Datrium solution with us today. Great presentation, Sazala.
Hey, thanks, David. Thanks, everybody.
All right, I've brought up the poll question. For additional information about the Datrium solution. So many good questions coming in. I apologize, we don't have time to answer all of them in our Q&A with Sazala, but we will be forwarding them to Sazala to get back to you. So thank you for the great questions and great feedback on the Datrium solution. So I've got the poll question up for additional information, and while I have that up, I'm just going to announce our next set of prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. Those are going to Marcus Safer from California, Chris Taskey from Illinois, and Terry Mackin from Ohio. Congratulations to our prize winners. One of our grand prizes, that is a Razer Blade 15 gaming laptop, and that is going to Ed Carrasquillo from Washington. Congratulations, Ed Carrasquillo from Washington. And now we're going to hand it back over to Sean for his presentation on coronavirus leading through the crisis.
Hey guys, we are back. That was pretty amazing. Listen, a lot of people have been trying to figure out how to navigate during this coronavirus. And a lot of leaders have been navigating in fundamentally different ways. And I will be the first to put my hand up to say, listen, I have zero expertise when it comes to navigating during a global pandemic. And when I've been talking to leaders over the last couple of months, executives across the country and across the globe, they also have no idea how to navigate. So take this advice with a grain of salt. You know, during my time at Deloitte for 12 years, I saw fires happen all the time. Crises happen all the time. And listen, they weren't at the scale of a global pandemic. But what I did see is leaders navigate in fundamentally different ways. And I really do feel that when there is a ton of uncertainty, leaders need to step back and really ask dumb questions. We actually need to be a lot more vulnerable than ever before. And that actually requires us to no longer be nostalgic about how we run our business today. Sometimes what happens is we get in this tunnel vision of how we look at our business, our processes, and our procedures, and this is where we get caught. You know, one of my favorite stories of dropping your expertise is actually from Netflix. You know, the toughest decision that the CEO of Netflix, Reed Hastings, ever had to make as the CEO of Netflix is when he had to literally kick out the DVD team from the main management meeting at Netflix because they weren't open to the new technologies that were coming out at the time, which was streaming. He literally had to kick them out of the meeting. And this took a lot of courage to do, to kick out the team that was responsible for all the revenue and all the profit at the organization. He literally had to kick them out of a meeting. Those were all the people that were experts in their core business, and he had to kick them out. And sometimes, this is what we need to do as leaders, is to be courageous and even drop the expertise that we have in our existing business in order to pave a new path.
All right, excellent presentation again from Sean. Thank you for that insight. And now it is time for our next presenter on today's event. I'm excited to introduce Shreyans Mehta, CTO and co-founder at Sequence Security. Shreyans, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for being on. Take it away.
All right. Hello again. My name is Shreyans Mehta, and I'm the CTO and co-founder of Sequence Security. So today I'm going to talk about the imitation game. How do we detect and thwart the automated bot attacks? So before I kick this off, something about Sequence Security itself. We are a venture-backed startup primarily focused on application security. We have an award-winning AI platform that automatically protects your web applications, your web API-based applications from bot attacks as well as vulnerability exploits. And we have a proven leadership team from Palo Alto Networks and Symantec. Me and my co-founder, we come from Symantec and have roots there. Talking about the problem itself, so earlier this year and late last year, we conducted a survey through EMA where close to 200 plus organizations participated, large and small, average size of 500 plus employees, going all the way up to thousands of employees. And these organizations included financial services, retail, high tech, so sort of a mix of a ton of companies with online presence. And what we found out was a good percentage of these companies with their online presence, but a good percent of that traffic was coming in from automation. And these are typically called bots. I mean, they can be good bots, things like your Google crawlers or a Mint or Yodlee scraping financial services. So it could be good bots, but it could also be bad bots. And the kinds of bad bots that we are talking about are bots that are doing application layer DDoS and making the applications unavailable on the site. People creating fake accounts automatically. They could be doing vulnerability scans on the side, doing account takeovers where they have access to millions of stolen credentials in the wild, and they're just trying it out on your site. So bunch of bad traffic actually hitting your sites, and these sites are composed of not just the web presence, but the APIs that are interacting with your mobile apps, your partners, and so on and so forth. And it's not just about the amount of traffic, it's also about the time to detect and mitigate these bad bots on the site. Again, the survey suggested that on an average, it took 6+ days for these organizations to detect bad traffic on their site, especially the bad actors that are hitting their site, because this kind of traffic comes and goes. There could be multiple actors involved. So to detect an attack campaign, on average, it took them 6+ days. And once you detect that there's a campaign going on, to mitigate, it took them another 4+ days. And think about the kind of fraud that can happen during this time when there are automated shopping bots hitting your site, or it could be your competitor scraping for inventory or pricing information, somebody creating thousands of fake accounts on your site. So the amount of damage that it can cause on your site is immense. So let's talk a little bit about how are these bots actually hitting these sites. They are hiding in plain sight and mimic real users. So what do they have access to is 4 different attack components. They have access to tools, things like Sniper, Sentry, MBA. If you've not heard about them, these are black market tools that can automate attacks and attack campaigns across any site, be it your web application, be it your APIs that are exposed, that are out there. So they have access to these tools. They have access to infrastructure because you don't want to attack as a bad guy from a single IP address. You want to actually distribute that across thousands, if not millions of IP addresses so that it's very hard to detect these kinds of attacks. There are tons and tons of breaches happening on a regular basis, and the bad guys have easy access to those credentials and PII information that they can use for the attack. And then they sort of constantly morph their behavior so that they can hide in the regular traffic and then react to it automatically if they're getting blocked. So these are the 4 primary components of an automated attack. So let's walk through maybe 1 or 2 use cases of these kinds of attacks. So supposedly I'm a bad guy. What I would start with is the easiest place to start with is actually targeting the API. I can go search the web of the exposed APIs that are out there. There's pretty much good documentation available for the exposed APIs. And if there is not, then I can go ahead and deconstruct a mobile app or a web application. How does it actually interact with this site? So that would be my starting point to discover the APIs that are actually out there. The next step would be so to research some certain hacker forums and then go and say, are there existing tools or configurations that I can use? Or if I'm not a sophisticated attacker and I can't build these tools myself, maybe I'll pay somebody to bring a configuration for a particular site that I want to attack. And then what I get is effectively a script with the entire transactions configured in it. That how do you interact and attack an API? And then I using the 4 attack components, things like a sniper, or I can or a script itself written in Python or headless browsers. I can drive that traffic through sort of hundreds of thousands of residential IP addresses, which are actually compromised home routers or IoT devices, and sort of verify millions of users' credentials that I have access to in that setup. So thinking like a bad guy, this is what a flow would actually look like. So now let's talk a little bit about why are the attacks on like these so difficult to defend. So number one is if somebody attacks over APIs, these APIs are actually stateless in nature. So a single request itself is good enough to make the attack happen. Obviously, you want to try out thousands of or millions of credentials. You'll make multiple requests, but each request is complete a full transaction by itself. And then I don't necessarily need to rely on a real browser to make this happen. I can write my own tool, distribute it, choose the language of my choice, ranging from C, Python, Node.js, you name it, and use that to attack a site. Let's talk about sort of another imitation technique for large-scale distribution. In this case, maybe a sort of a less sophisticated attacker, but still, that attacker has access to millions and if not billions of username passwords from old data breaches. And that's why sometimes financial services force that, okay, you're not allowed to use an email address as a username. But that said, there are tons and tons of online retailers and high-tech companies that still allow email addresses as their usernames, and they are unique enough that you can actually try it out on various different sites and see what kind of hit rate is possible in that setup. Then to hide and look like a real browser, you can simply rotate the user agent string. That, okay, this is a Chrome running on Mac or Firefox running on Windows, and you can actually rotate through those user agent strings. So if you're just accessing the server logs, it's going to look like, okay, they're real users interacting with the site. And then you can actually distribute those globally across sort of compromised residential IP addresses based on compromised home routers and IoT devices. Now, to detect if it's a legitimate user or a crook, it's very hard to detect because in this case, they actually look like they're coming from Comcast and other residential IP addresses. And you just, as a business, simply cannot block these IPs just because you don't know what kind of traffic is actually coming through them. And that way, the attackers can actually mask the location and the identity. So if you're a business just running in the US or even a specific region in the US, the bad guys can actually exit out and look like an IP address from that particular region. So it's very hard to just simply block that IP address, because you don't want to use to block the legitimate traffic in your environment. Now let's talk about the third technique of scraping. So typically, scraping is conducted over HTTP GET requests. So simply when you're fetching a page, and it could be about scraping pricing information. It could be about scraping inventory. It could be about just even creating a replica site so that you can try to sell fake goods on your site. So in there are tons of good bots that are hitting your site as well, right? You don't want to block Google or Bing that are actually crawling your site and then letting good users direct traffic on your site. So bots actually try to mask themselves as legitimate looking crawlers, and then they're fetching this pricing information or product information to gain competitive advantage or gain market share in their setup. And if you're using some traditional bot detection techniques where you actually have to instrument the web page with the JavaScript on an SDK and then wait for it when actually a post request happens, it is literally ineffective in that setup because the scraping is actually happening on the first request itself. So when you're fetching the page, you're fetching the pricing information right there. There is no post happening of a username, password, or any of those things. The parameters about SKU of the product or the pricing information gets fetched in just from the single request itself. So these are sort of the kinds of attacks that we are talking about that are hitting all these different organizations. So let's talk a little bit about how sequence fits into the story and how we can help detect and prevent these kinds of attacks. Our approach is a machine learning based approach, and our platform is what we call as Sequence Application Security Platform. And the idea is without requiring you to change any of your applications, we can discover and analyze all the application transactions that are actually hitting your web servers and web applications. And then we can render a verdict just by looking at those transactions. This could be about the bot defense, which is the business logic abuse and scraping and account takeovers that we are talking about, or it could be about syntactic attacks where application firewall actually kicks in and protects against these kinds of exploits. And we provide a REST API-based information sharing approach where you can take all the data that is coming out of our platform, it's a very open platform, and then push it out to other infrastructure if you want to. I mean, connect your fraud systems or SIMs and other security tools that you might have. Or you can take actions using our product itself, where we provide a range of capabilities from simple blocking, which may be good for an application layer DDoS type of attacks, to a very sophisticated honey trap based approach where you can actually fool the bad guys that the attacks are actually going through versus they're never really hitting your backend infrastructure. The way our machine learning actually works is as the transactions are flowing through, we do a single request analysis first. That means looking at a single request and figuring out, is it really coming in from a real browser, or is it faking to be one? Is it actually interacting like a real browser? Is it interacting like a real mobile device? Based on the fingerprinting that we have in place. Then we also have an IP threat intelligence feed that figures out where is the traffic actually coming in from. Is it part of a compromised sort of IoT network? Is it a cloud service provider? Has this been part of an attack campaign that we have actually seen in the past, not just in a given customer environment, but the other customers that we have in place that are sharing that network intelligence with us in that setup? Are the username passwords that are being tried, are they part of a stolen credential list which is a sort of a recent or a historic breach that has happened, and they're simply trying it out on another site? So once you've done that single request analysis, then we get to the next phase where we actually do a multi-request analysis, where we are actually dynamically clustering similar transactions and similar behaviors so that we can actually bubble up these patterns. Because all these bot attacks and automated attacks it's not about that single request, but the intent they are trying to achieve by sending hundreds of thousands of requests over a period of a small time, or it could be a sort of a slow and steady attack over a period of weeks or months in certain cases. So once we do this multi-request analysis where we are actually clustering these transactions or requests coming in, we can then automatically do statistical and behavior analysis, and then followed by attaching an intent to these clusters. Because you could have good bots hitting your site. You could have legitimate crawlers scraping your site. But then being able to identify and differentiate a good bot versus bad bot, what matters is identifying the intent that there's an account takeover or credential stuffing attack happening. So once it goes through that entire flow, the next step is actually attaching a behavioral fingerprint to a transaction so that you can go ahead and mitigate independent of where that request is actually coming in from. So this is how we bring in our machine learning and behavioral analysis to mitigate these kinds of attacks. We have a fairly flexible deployment model. Everything is deployed through containers, so you can deploy our product on-prem in your environment, in a traditional data center, private cloud environment, public cloud environment, or take it, if you don't want to deploy our software, we also offer a SaaS service, so fairly non-intrusive way to deploy our product. You can actually bake in security into your infrastructure because we don't need to instrument your applications as your applications are actually coming up. They are automatically protected by us as they're exposed to the outside world. Now, talking a little bit about how our customers are actually getting value out of our product. So one of the large retail customers saved $1.7 million by preventing ATOs on their site. In their case, the bad guys actually deconstructed some old mobile apps to target the APIs that were exposed to serve those mobile applications. And typically, the old apps are forgotten and less protected. So the bad guys were using those APIs to do ATOs and then potentially steal loyalty points in that setup. Now, given that you have every organization have many entry points into their organization, they wanted a single platform to prevent fraud and maintain customer satisfaction. And after they brought us in, they saw 97% reduction in ATOs, and with that they were sort of able to achieve ROI multifold actually in sort of a very short period of time. Talking about another social network, in their case, they had a problem with romance scams. This is one of the largest dating platforms that is out there. And their problem was the bad guys were again deconstructing their mobile apps. So this is primarily a sort of a mobile first organization. Most of their applications get rolled out as mobile apps. In this case, the bad guys were actually targeting the dormant accounts and once they've taken over those accounts, they were using the connections or relationships that they have actually established to then request funds or loan that, I have somebody sick in my family, I need money. And the average loss associated with this kind of a fraud that this organization was seeing is about $12,000. Now, when we came in, we were able to significantly reduce the fraud that was happening. They already had a solution in place, but because it required some sort of application instrumentation, like a JavaScript to inject on the page or a mobile SDK to get the signals from the endpoint, any uninstrumented pages, the bad guys were using that to get in. So when we came in, we were able to actually bake in security in their DevOps process and then significantly reduce ATOs that led to romance scam in their environment. So with that, I want to wrap this up and open it up for some questions if you guys have any.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, really cutting edge stuff here. So we've got some questions for you from the audience. I want to call everyone's attention first to the resources that are on the screen right there. If you hover your mouse over the URLs on the screen, they are clickable. You can actually click on any one of those, including the Bot Defense SaaS 30-day free trial and the sequence.ai website. So go ahead and click on those if you're interested in that. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up a poll now for everyone in the audience, and that is, what additional information would you like about the Sequence solution? So let's see, first question that came in, they're asking is, what changes do I need to make in the application to try out the Bot Defense SaaS solution?
So the Bot Defense SaaS is pretty easy to try out. In fact, we are offering a 30-day free trial for people who are actually interested right now. All it takes is if you have a CDN or an application that is online, just point the traffic to us from your CDN, and then we can actually upstream it to where your origins are. Your origin servers could be in AWS environment, in Google Cloud, or in a data center. All it takes is change your CDN to point to us, and then we can actually upstream it to wherever your applications are. The other way is, if you don't have a CDN, we have other ways to instrument your load balancers, so that you can send the traffic to us. We can inspect it and give a verdict on it.
Okay. Okay, and I think this question is kind of along the same lines. They're asking, are there prerequisites on the technology stack to leverage this tool?
Not really. So we can pretty much be installed in any environment. Like I said, we have a container-based deployment model. What that means is you can take an off-the-shelf hardware like Dell or HP or any appliance of your choice, deploy us on that. All we need is a sort of a Linux stack and deploy containers on top of that. You can be virtual, you could be in the cloud. So there are no prerequisites as such to deploy us. We can be sort of up and running in any environment that you have in place.
Okay, nice. That's tremendously flexible. So I like that. It could help every company out there. Next question, they say, we're a large e-commerce site. Can Sequence support and scale up to our needs?
Definitely, yes. So we have a bunch of large e-commerce sites in our portfolio. In fact, even higher volume than that is we have a bunch of social networks in our site as well. So just to give you an idea of scale in those environments, in certain cases we are handling close to 20 gigabits of traffic on an average, Gbps of traffic, and then even that peaks up to 26 Gbps of traffic. And we are handling close to 500 million transactions a day in those setups.
Wow, 500 million transactions per day. Those are some incredible numbers. Okay, next question. Can I connect my other security and fraud systems with Sequence? Are there integrations like that?
Yes. So most of our customers use this open platform that we have actually built out to push out the intelligence that we are generating into other systems. So like I had mentioned earlier, we have a sort of a REST-based interface, so you can push out the intelligence that we are generating. And examples of that is compromised user IDs that we think are part of an attack campaign. We can push it out to your fraud system. You can take the IP addresses that we are generating and then maybe push it to your CDN to block all the way at the edge, if you like. So that is one way to integrate with other systems. The other way to integrate is actually to ingest the information from other security products that you might have in place. It could be a fraud system itself where you want to monitor user IDs or products that get attacked the most using an upload mechanism. Again, we provide using a REST-based interface. So it's a sort of a two-way communication that we have built out, and you can integrate any security system that supports it.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. I like that. Looks like that's all the time we have in our live Q&A. There's a few more technical questions I've left there for you in the queue, but I want to call everyone's attention again. I've brought up the resources page here with the link to the Bot Defense SaaS 30-day free trial. You can go ahead and just mouse over and click on that link. Sharayan, I want to thank you for your presentation. Excellent job.
Thank you, everyone, for your time as well.
Thank you to Sequence.ai for supporting today's event. Excellent presentation and really cutting-edge stuff. So thank you, Sharayan, and thank you to Sequence.ai. All right, so the trial link is still on the screen, but we are moving on now to our next gift card drawing. We have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. The first one going to Tony Gonzalez from Pennsylvania. The next one to Quentin EVJE from North Dakota. Congratulations, Quentin. And the last one on in this set going to Gabrielle Arenti from Massachusetts. Congratulations. Tons more prizes still to give away, so make sure you stay tuned for those. It is now time to move on to our next presentation. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Greg Smith, Vice President of Product Marketing at Nutanix. Greg, are you there?
I am. Thank you, David.
Thanks for being on the summit, Greg. Take it away.
Yeah, my pleasure. I want to thank everybody for taking the time out of their day to join us. So I'd like to make the time useful for everyone and talk to you about considerations for building a hybrid cloud. Increasingly, we see organizations of all sizes across all industries sort of extend their private IT infrastructure to better use public cloud resources, but not do it in a siloed approach, to build some interoperability between their private cloud and public cloud, both at a control plane and a data plane. So I'd like to talk to you about how our customers are doing exactly that, building a seamless hybrid cloud. So the first thing they're doing is improving the efficiency of their data center IT, their private cloud. The big challenge that we see today, the big challenge that customers are facing, is an untold amount of complexity that has grown over the years in their private infrastructure. This picture, of course, is an exaggeration, but we do know that as data center professionals provision new infrastructure, they have to deal with a multitude of vendors, a variety of products that all have to be integrated, tested, go through a large deployment process, and this typically takes weeks or months before a new environment could be stood up. Even once the environment is live and available to run applications and manage data, managing that can be onerous. That we're talking about up to 10 or 12 different products that comprise the end-to-end environment. So a large number of different management consoles. So keeping it up and running requires a lot of manpower. Troubleshooting is difficult. It's hard to really pinpoint where an issue has arisen and how to resolve it. Upgrading is another process where if I'm upgrading one part of my environment, I typically have to bring the entire environment offline. So upgrading is difficult, and then planning for additional capacity is always a challenge. So it's not surprising that we see a time allocation that you see here, that a typical IT manager spends about 80% of their time just on the care and feeding of the infrastructure, and only 20% on higher value activities, more focused on the business, really looking at the applications that are driving the organization. So too much time is spent on maintaining the environment. And this is a reason why that we see so many internal users of IT services, such as application developers, no longer depend upon their corporate IT colleagues. Instead, they often circumvent corporate IT, going directly to public cloud resources. So this is the shadow IT. So the dynamic directly relates. The complexity in the data center the consequence of that is that IT cannot be innovative, IT cannot partner with the business, and the business goes elsewhere. What we see changing in enterprise IT are new expectations. Like the bar has risen for what IT needs to deliver to the business. No longer will the business, whatever your organization or type or industry you're in, will tolerate the weeks or months it takes to get IT services. What's valued today is that rapid time to market. You know, can I get a database? Can I get a full IT environment, a full stack in a matter of minutes? Otherwise, again, I can go to public cloud. How can I get better economics? How can I get fractional IT consumption so I only get what I need and I only pay for what I use? How can I make it simple? How do I not require a multitude of teams, a storage team, a virtualization team, a server team, just to get a new environment and keep it up and running? Can I reduce everything, all of those tasks to a single click? And how do I keep the environment, my infrastructure up to date? What the cloud has done for users of IT is continually building new capabilities, new services, new features. So the infrastructure is always improving. That same expectation is now hitting private clouds as well. But So the public cloud, while it brings a lot of advantages, it is not suitable for all use cases and certainly not for all workloads. And you see on this slide a reason why, while public cloud is great for certain applications, we still see pretty impressive growth in data center investment because a lot of those enterprise workloads better run in a private cloud environment, whether it be for better economics, more predictable costs. It provides IT better control. I have much more control over my SLAs, my security, and of course, in so many industries, running my applications, managing my data in a third-party cloud environment outside the confines of my own data center runs afoul of different regulatory mandates. So the result is we see an equilibrium of IT investment both in public and in private. And what becomes paramount is getting the two environments to interoperate. And this is what we see here. And having a public and a private cloud, but with a high level of interoperability, is the ideal operating model for most organizations. And the best way to look at this is the decision that so many organizations face about where to run their workloads. What we have seen from countless customers across the world is that the decision of where to run a workload really depends upon the nature, the dynamics of the application. For example, if I have a highly dynamic application for which I can't predict the consumption patterns, I'm much better off running that application in an elastic environment where I can scale on demand, such as a public cloud. Many customers report to us that the majority of the applications in their enterprise portfolio, however, are more predictable. They're able to predict future IOPS for storage, network capacity, CPU capacity. Predictable workloads run with a lower TCO. Predictable workloads run at a lower cost in a modern private cloud. So I have different clouds to meet different application demands to satisfy both economic considerations as well as performance and SLA requirements. The key to starting on this hybrid cloud journey is to modernize my private cloud environment. What we found is it's very, very hard to build a true hybrid cloud if I'm trying to build a level of interoperability or automation on top of a rather aged sort of traditional IT infrastructure, one that, like you see on the left here. And this is where we see still many data center environments put together in what we call three-tier architectures, where I have a separate tier of server capacity on the top. Below, I have my traditional SAN-based or NAS storage connected by a dedicated fiber channel network. What you're seeing here typically takes, again, weeks or months to purchase, integrate, deploy, and test. It consists of as many as 10 or 12 different vendors. Increasingly, as organizations are modernizing those environments, they're looking at newer technologies, and foremost are hyperconverged infrastructure, where I can provide all the enterprise storage services, my virtualization, my networking, my security, and do it in a single software OS that can run on not specialized hardware, but off-the-shelf x86 servers. So I'm able to collapse, I'm able to converge all of the IT resources that I see on the left, the way that most data centers have been built over the past 10, 15 years, and collapse that into a single software product that runs on not just one server, but a scale-out cluster of servers. So everything is software defined. Everything runs on off-the-shelf hardware. So I'm able to manage policies and invest where it counts in software and not be tied to proprietary hardware. And it gives me a single platform that can run all my applications. It can run all my traditional virtual machines on my choice of hypervisors. This is what you should look for in a hyperconverged infrastructure. So I can choose to stick with VMware ESXi. If I'm a Microsoft shop, I can Hyper-V, or if I prefer a more open source, license-free hypervisor, I can choose that as well, or a mix. And with that single platform, I can not only run all my virtual machines, but I can run all of my cloud native, my container applications, and orchestrate them via Kubernetes. So I end up with a single platform to run all my applications, one software package that consolidates all my IT resources, and it runs on inexpensive, off-the-shelf hardware that can scale easily. And because it's a single solution, I get a lot of simplicity across the entire lifecycle management. It's easier to buy and deploy, as we talked about, but everything from upgrading. One of the major benefits of HCI is IT managers can upgrade their entire environment non-disruptively. They do not have to take applications or data offline. Nutanix has customers that routinely upgrade their infrastructure software during production hours. So it really streamlines the entire IT lifecycle. And what we've seen more recently is as data center modernization provides not only compute services and storage services for VMs, but the storage services have expanded, providing not just storage for VMs and containers, but also file-based storage for users, as well as object-based storage. Object storage, S3 compatible for things like cloud-native applications for data archival. So as you're building this private cloud, we're collapsing silos of IT resources in the data center. We're doing the same thing with various operations. So it's not just about providing IT resources as a service, but trying to move up the stack and provide database as a service. A very popular workload running on HCI are databases. But if I can, in the same stack, provide database provisioning, database copy data management, all as a service on the HCI stack, I can empower my data center managers to provide some of the services that we see in popular public cloud environments. So again, I'm starting to build public cloud-like attributes and services into my own data center. And perhaps most importantly in this journey to a private cloud is I not only modernized it, I've not only provided IT as a service, but I'm providing self-service capabilities. I'm providing, as part of a single installation, the ability to publish to my internal IT users a marketplace of approved applications that they can select and automatically provision without burdening the IT team. So now I have IT managers that can get out of the business of fielding a deluge of IT tickets and instead empower IT users. They can put together application blueprints, templates, approved applications, approved analytics packages, databases, full environments, publish them in a marketplace, give regulated access to different groups of users, allow them to get access to IT services on demand, but still retain control in the private cloud environment. So again, public cloud-like services, SLAs, but with the control that you need in your private cloud. And of course, doing this all securely. And that means that in that single HCI stack, in that private cloud modern infrastructure, not only can I deliver the applications, can I provide 100% full-time access to data, but can I encrypt the data? Can I manage the keys natively without an external key management? Can I protect access granularly per application, not relying upon perimeter firewalls, but actually firewalling individual applications so that in case one application or one workload gets compromised, I don't have a spread of malware or infections throughout the data center. So that's through microsegmentation. And then, of course, because this is a private cloud, do I have all the authentication, all the authorization that's natively built into the stack? These are all hard requirements for building a private cloud. But now extending this to a public cloud, that's the biggest challenge. That's the biggest challenge today. And what we see customers struggle with is they've built their private IT infrastructure. They've modernized their data center, but they still want to integrate it with either AWS, Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud Platform. The differences is they have different tools that manage these environments. They have different management constructs in terms of how policies are defined, how policies are managed. And what this results in is I typically have separate teams that manage my private cloud versus my public cloud usage. And so the whole idea about building a hybrid cloud that lets me get the best of both public and private infrastructure is that I can unify my operations, but I can't unify them because these environments are separate. So what Nutanix has done is to really meld the two environments, melding a private and public clouds by providing a single cloud platform. And what that is the ability to run that same software that's modernized my data center to run it on public cloud environments, specifically in bare metal instances. So what that means is the HCI software that runs my modern data center, that runs all my applications, that streamline the IT tasks in my data center, I can run exactly the same software on bare metal public cloud instances. I can use the same licenses. And now that I have the same environment, I know that whatever applications run in my data center will run seamlessly in a public cloud environment. And I get the ability to migrate my applications and data between my public and private. So that is what we believe the ultimate goal of building a hybrid cloud. And not being blocked of running the application in a public cloud, but you still get access to all the native services that are available in AWS or Azure or Google. So as you look to build hybrid cloud and you go on that journey, first look to modernize your private cloud technology that allows you to extend that experience, those controls, the management in your private into a public environment. If I run the same software in public and private cloud environments, I'm able to get unified operations as well as migrate applications and data freely between the two environments. And if I do it smartly, I can do it without any cloud lock-in. So it allows me to move applications not just between public and private, but between different third-party public cloud environments, avoiding, again, expensive long-term lock-in. So I hope that helps convey some of what we've learned in talking to Global 2000 customers as well as mid-size enterprises as they try to invest and build a cleaner, a more efficient hybrid cloud operating model to get the flexibility that we need in today's environment. So with that, I can stop and take any questions.
Absolutely. Yeah, great presentation, Greg. We do have some questions for you from the audience. Before we move on to those, I want to quickly remind everyone about the Nutanix test drive. It's at nutanix.com/test drive, and I'll put the link to that in the questions box as well, because now I'm going to bring up the poll question, and that is, what additional information would you like about the Nutanix solution? I'll just leave that up here while we do some Q&A. So, Greg, first question that came in, they're asking about, is Nutanix leveraging NVMe storage today?
Yes, we are. We have used NVMe in our appliances, as well as one of the benefits of Nutanix as being a 100% software solution is we provide the same experience through with our OEM partners. So you can get Nutanix experience on Dell EMC, Lenovo, HPE, IBM, and others. And many of those partners offer either partial NVMe or all NVMe options for the hardware. So yes, we support hard disk drives, solid state drives, of course, NVMe, and upcoming Optane from Intel.
Nice, nice. And then there's a couple of questions here that I'll basically just sum up as, why should I pick Nutanix over the other competing options? What makes Nutanix really unique?
I think that the number one reason that customers continue to pick Nutanix over other alternative approaches is the freedom to choose, that we understand that what is really important to IT professionals is to not get locked in to a particular vendor or technology set. We worked very, very hard, Nutanix has, to give our customers the freedom to choose the right technologies for each of their use cases. And that means choice of hardware. So not getting locked into proprietary hardware. If you still want an appliance, we can provide that. But we provide software portability. So if you change your mind, if you need to incorporate another server manufacturer or appliance configuration, you can do that and preserve your software investment. We don't think you should be locked into a particular hypervisor. Again, this is the cloud era. People shouldn't have to manage, license, upgrade virtualization. It should be built into the stack. We provide a license-free hypervisor, but we also support the VMware ecosystem. We also support Microsoft Hyper-V. And as you heard from a hybrid cloud perspective, we provide the choice of public clouds as well. So our technology works across Google, Azure, and AWS. So you don't get locked in at a public cloud level, you don't get locked in at a virtualization level, and you have the freedom to choose the hardware that's best for your environment. So the number one reason people go to Nutanix is that freedom to choose.
Nice, I like that, freedom to choose. So is there a hardware compatibility list of some kind with Nutanix when it comes to running the solution on specific hardware?
Yes, it's rather broad, and it's on our website, and we provide a large list of both appliance options where the software is pre-installed. So these are turnkey appliances from all of the server manufacturers I mentioned. We also have a list of off-the-shelf server configuration, so you can install the software on your choice of server and server configuration. So we provide both a multitude of appliance options as well as off-the-shelf server options as well.
Okay, excellent. Another question they're asking, does Nutanix offer a tool or a service to help people migrate off of their existing hypervisor onto Nutanix AHV?
Yeah, it's a good question. We do. It's a free utility. We call it Move. It's been used by thousands of customers. It's already been used to migrate more than 100,000 VMs off of ESXi onto AHV. So that's proven to be a very, very popular, very useful product for our customers so that they can move to a more native cloud era virtualization stack and rid themselves of all of the complexity and the cost that comes from legacy hypervisors.
Nice, nice. Free tool, I like that. Next question they're asking is, with people more and more working from home these days, does Nutanix work well with VDI or have any, kind of desktop as a service offerings?
Yeah, the classic workload that was perfect for VDI, perfect for HCI is virtual desktops. So Nutanix has thousands of customers delivering virtual desktops, either with VMware Horizon View or Citrix Virtual Desktop, running throughout the world, delivering millions of virtual desktops to users across all industries. So we are an excellent choice, as well as HCI is a great technology for VDI initiatives. Nutanix also offers desktop as a service. So if you choose to deliver your desktop and applications via the cloud, we provide that as a service as well. So whether your VDI initiative is largely on-prem, we provide the right infrastructure. If you want to move to a cloud-based delivery model, we provide desktop as a service as well. So we can cover all your needs for VDI projects.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, a lot of flexibility there. And so if people go to Nutanix.com/test drive and sign up there, can you kind of walk us through what happens next?
Yeah, Test Drive is a very exciting capability that allows anyone interested in learning more about Nutanix technologies to basically, take a test drive. It will walk you through our various solutions as they run in the cloud, and it just gets you familiar with how to set up these new environments, all the different services we offer, and for all test drive users, you see come to life this one-click simplicity that Nutanix talks so much about. So rather than read a data sheet, rather than read a white paper, rather than to listen to a vendor, try it yourself. And it allows you to check out Nutanix software for 2 hours or more and take a test drive. It's safe, and you'll get to see exactly why more than 16,000 companies around the world have standardized on Nutanix. In fact, upwards of 50% of the largest 2,000 corporations in the world are Nutanix customers and rely on Nutanix solutions to power their most critical workloads and manage their business-sensitive data.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, Greg, I've just posted that link to the Nutanix test drive in the audience console. It's nutanix.com/test drive. It's been great having you on. Excellent presentation. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, David. Appreciate it. I enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
And thank you to Nutanix for supporting today's event. As Greg said, visit nutanix.com/test drive for more information. All right, it's now time for our next prize drawing on the event. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. The first one's going to George Cantu from Texas. Congrats to you, George. The next one to Nathan Borg from Illinois. And finally to Luis Triglia from Virginia. Congratulations, Luis Triglia, Nathan Borg, and George Cantu. Lots more prizes to give away, so make sure you stay tuned for those. And now we're going to have a short presentation again from our keynote presenter, Mr. Sean Kanungo, the CIO Blurred Lines.
Guys, hopefully we're having a lot of fun. I am too. I got a pen, I got a chalkboard. I want to talk about this idea of blurred lines. You know, traditionally the role of the CIO has really been around the operator, making sure that our infrastructure and our data centers are running on track. But here's the thing. You have the COO, you have the CEO, the COO, the CMO, the CRO, the Chief Revenue Officer. They're all looking at the same thing, which is around tech, innovation, and transformation. And the CIO has been traditionally viewed as someone who provides support to all these guys. But this is where I think the opportunity is. I really believe the CIO's job is to really lead the digital transformation and innovation mantle within the organization. And instead of being a supporter of this, instead of actually being a partner, I really believe that today, in 2020, in this world that has been disrupted by not only exponential technologies, but because of the pandemic, the CIO really needs to be a leader when it comes to this. And this actually requires us to have a brand new skill set. Somebody who is not only a business strategist, not only somebody who can work and communicate with all these different leaders and departments, but also somebody who can storytell and market the power of the digital transformation across the organization. And this is why I call it blurred lines, because everyone's role is now has a technology or innovation or transformation angle to it. And it requires somebody to step up. And I really believe that that is the CIO. So looking forward to more of the amazing insights. Let's get back to it.
And now I'm excited to introduce Mr. David Cadelli, Senior Principal Product Marketing Manager at Red Hat. Take it away, David.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. And my talk today is going to be on DevOps your way to the API economy. What does that mean? Well, it's all about using microservices, agile development, and the hybrid cloud for digital business. Let's start with the modern business imperatives that drive this need to use DevOps to reach the API economy. I've actually been in software for 30 years, and if there's one thing I've heard every year, it's that we live in times of change. Every year for 30 years, I've heard that. The funny thing is about that statement is that it really has been true, and more true in recent years, even before this crazy pandemic in which we find ourselves. The life expectancy referred to in this graph was supposed to show how companies have been popping in and out of the Fortune 500 with increasing frequency. But now we sadly face the real possibility that a large number of great companies may truly go out of existence. Even before the pandemic, companies were rapidly going digital. IDC published this great study with some forecasts that included their prediction that the spending on digital transformation over the next 3 years would grow by 17.5% compounded annually, and would reach a total of $7.1 trillion worldwide. And of course, they made that prediction before COVID-19. And we know, all of us who are homeschooling and shopping from home and working from home and social distancing, we know that we're now going to have to increase technology spending on our new society. At the same time, CIOs have been grappling with the dilemma, same dilemma as forever, how to balance modernizing and maintaining their existing infrastructure and applications with innovating new systems to maintain or increase competitiveness. And this is a survey from that we did with a company called Illuminous, but there are many other similar studies that you can read about. So companies may have to replace legacy systems in this new world. But as you can see from this quote from the Harvard Business Review, it's extremely risky to do so. So they're more likely to invest in systems and platforms that allow them to proceed in a modular fashion, an agile fashion, and preserve their legacy digital assets as long as possible. And the last graph I'll throw at you is a snapshot of the last 3 years of total retail sales in the US, with the proportion of retail sales coming from e-commerce. So the e-commerce component was already growing very fast before the pandemic, at roughly 14% a year. And of course, now it's going to skyrocket. I'm sure you all know that e-commerce is the API economy. It used to be possible to conduct business on the web with just a website. But today, if you're a business or government agency of any size at all, the things you have to do as a business to transact electronically include things like inventory management, shipment notifications, catalog sharing, credit checks, master file updates, customer updates, a whole bunch of other activities between very diverse producers and consumers. To some extent, those are still done with the EDI standards like Edifact and X12, but the dominant technology for synchronous interactions today is APIs, particularly with REST and JSON. If you want to do e-commerce, you have to do APIs. How important are APIs to most companies and governments today? APIs are as important as the physical products they sell or manage, if APIs are not themselves the products they sell. That's why blue chip companies like these post job listings like these for API product managers. Companies like Johnson Controls, Bank of America, and Aetna, they need technical and business people, both sides, both disciplines, to help ensure the business success of their APIs. For many companies, the API is the business. Now, before we talk about how microservices relates to all this, and how microservices benefits from things like event-driven architecture and hybrid cloud platforms, let's talk about, in a broader sense, what are the cultural changes that impact technology employment. Well, one adaptation we know of is that high-performing companies and high-performing organizations deploy much faster and more often than weaker competitors, release often, and fail fast. They also tend towards open source software, and they tend to abide by all of the cloud computing tenets, things like 12-factor apps. And this deployment cycle is real. As you can see from this study by Google, it's high-performing companies deploy 46 times more frequently than companies that are weaker performers in the same marketplace. Again, they're more likely to use open source software and 23 times more likely to embrace the cloud principles of things like the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. And naturally, those organizations gravitate towards DevOps as a practice. So they treat everything as code. The code itself, of course, but also their contracts, their testing artifacts, their configuration parameters, everything is treated as code and subject to things like version control and moving forward and back and deploying as a unit. Everything is automated in DevOps pipelines. Continuous integration and delivery is embraced. Running from code check-in, code is tested in testing environments and then deployed with workflows and sign-offs, again, in keeping with those continuous delivery practices. Applications are always releasable. Every change sparks a cycle that ensures that the changes are verified so that the latest main trunk, if you will, is always releasable. There's extensive monitoring, rapid feedback, and rebuild of code from scratch rather than spot fixes on existing code. All of that in the context of a delivery pipeline. And if you combine these practices with software, with hybrid cloud platforms, you end up with something like this. You have a lean, collaborative, and fully automated software delivery lifecycle matched with a container management platform, which is the state of the art for development of distributed applications today. In fact, development of any application today, providing write once, run anywhere, modular applications with containers, fault tolerance by design, and advanced mechanisms for deployment and scalability. And then finally, on top of that, you build and embrace microservices and APIs, which is what we're going to be spending most of the rest of this discussion on. Getting back to the comment from the Harvard Business Review, innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. Companies have valuable legacy assets. One of my favorite quotes that I think I first heard when I started my career is, you know what a legacy system is? It's one that works. So all the organizations we work with have a diverse landscape of, well, again, legacies, systems that have been acquired over time and run the business. And no new innovation is going to work without bringing those legacy assets into play. So I don't care how delightful a web application you can build that provides your customers an immersive experience and takes orders. It's not going to be valuable if you can't capture those orders and send them to your fulfillment, your Workday, your SAP, your Oracle. your partners, your IoT. So connecting that diverse landscape is critical to innovation. And what the result of that connectivity is assembly of application functionality, using standards like open APIs in order to build applications that cross the polyglot boundaries. Okay, so let's drill in particular, what is that platform for the future? Whenever I was in sales training, back when I did pre-sales, they always said, you know, when you want to explain something to someone, you tell them the vision, you show them the pain, and then you take away the pain. So I'm gonna borrow that from my sales colleagues and say that the modern application is the result of a vision. And the vision is, you know, we want to embrace DevOps and microservices. We want the real-time enterprise. We want to monetize digital assets. We want to embrace digital business. We want things like predictive analytics and so on. But here's the pain, right? Beautiful tiger on last slide. And I don't know if you've tried to watch Tiger King, but to me, it was painful. So I'll use that as my metaphor for the pain of that digital transformation. Decoupled services mean more integration needs, not less. See the Harvard study. We have deployed in the world thousands and tens and thousands of instances of last generation integration and messaging that can't scale for the hybrid cloud. We talked about innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum, and integration must move at the speed of DevOps. And so here's how you take the pain away. We coined the term agile integration in response to what we saw in the marketplace, what our customers were doing. They were looking for and embraced solutions that provided integrated services, real contract first deployment, massively parallel streams, easy access to legacy and current assets, as well as the principles that were so familiar to the microservices developers. Things like discoverability, observability, and event-driven architecture. Okay, so now we're getting to the good part. What does it take to deliver on that solution? One more backdrop here. Basically, for 50 years, we wrote applications in some variant of a monolithic architecture. Whether it was client server, mainframe, 3-tier, pipeline processing, or something else, we had services that did different jobs, but were similar to each other in terms of the environment or the language. And almost always, they shared a common business tier and common data format. In the last 10 years, we've moved to a new model with cloud-native microservices. In this new world, services are developed by smaller, focused teams with minimal dependencies between teams, the proverbial 2 pizza teams. This approach emphasizes frameworks, sprints, hybrid cloud deployments, continuous integration, and other innovations that weren't relevant or available to monolithic developers. And microservices teams decided that the biggest problem was that changing and testing bottlenecks of monolithic architectures outweighed the reuse advantage of shared object models. So they organized around smaller teams that addressed point functions with their own data store. With their own data store, these teams are freed from storing data elsewhere and thus freed from the lockstep testing program involved in the last generation's shared model. And because they don't have shared access layer, they're free to use the development platforms and languages that suit them best. So these became new distributed systems, often on separate virtual or physical machines with their own processes and thread spaces. While they don't share a data tier anymore, they have to share something, right? So updates to customers trigger or come with updates to other systems. So the decoupling of systems means you still have a need for integration. So what's the state of the art now for interoperability, if that's the state of the art for development? New development practices require new mental models. In our mental model, we frame this new interoperability in 4 aspects. 1, APIs. It's clear that well-defined API contracts are the best approach for synchronous application-level interactions between services and the outside world. 2, asynchronous interactions. The events represent changes in the business environment. That's the second aspect of modern integration. 3, data. As each microservice owns its own data models, there has to be a strategy for virtualizing data in a manner that allows queries and updates. And 4, enterprise integration patterns. This aspect is the productivity that you get from drag and drop canvases for configuring complex multi-step business processes. I want to trill on one of those aspects in particular because I've talked a lot about APIs and not as much about event-driven architectures, which are just as important. Now, if you're like me and you've been around a lot, you might be thinking, wait, I've heard about event-driven architecture before. And that's true. EDA is not new. You could go back to 2002, where Java 1.4 introduced event handlers as first-class objects, or 1997, where you had the first reactive programming language, or 1993, when database vendors added triggers, or 1984, the main event handling loop, or even 53, the first operating system with interrupts and where your code could be stopped by the processor to execute something else. These are all event-driven constructs. They're all great things, and they're very useful, even within microservice development efforts. But they're much less useful between microservices in a polyglot cloud application, if they work at all. Remember, microservices teams have their own data store, so they hide database from other teams, and thus triggers don't help. Similarly, interrupts or operating system constructs. Microservice teams need EDA as well. They need streams of data they can react to. And they have new requirements, things that didn't exist in the monolithic era. Things like ability to move forward and backward in streams, and the ability to interrogate those streams in the same way they manipulate relational data. So EDA solutions have different requirements in the microservices in the cloud development era. So let's bring this all together. So what do you need for the application platform for modern innovation? So let's go around these 4 areas which roughly correspond to those 4 aspects. You need a productivity abstraction layer. This is what app and data integration is. Easy drag and drop connections, transformations, mediations, also things like data virtualization, having a virtual thin layer that traverses your polyglot applications. Similarly, APIs, as we've mentioned, state-of-the-art synchronous interoperability. If sales and distribution microservices teams need data from the customer teams right now, they can use virtualization or some other service call, but they're not going to do stored procedures or Corba or web services anymore. Today, it's REST and JSON, sometimes XML, through APIs. So you need an API aspect, an API management layer that gives you that security, traffic management, and a bunch of other things like monetization. Third aspect, event-driven, you need real-time messaging. Everyone wants all these things, and they all want to be event-driven. When you click the submit button on your website, you want that order to be processed. That's what EDA gives you. Microservices need that EDA, and the standard, the state-of-the-art that's emerged to serve them is Apache Kafka. And the best companies have Apache Kafka running on Kubernetes, which is something we offer as a result of some special sauce that we created in an open source community called Strimzy. So they use Apache Kafka to link their databases together, sort of giving them a distributed transaction log. And of course, the fourth aspect is container nativity. So anything that's serving your microservices developers integration has to live in their DevOps pipelines and be deployed by their container management system. And of course, the emerging standard, the emerging state of the art for that is Kubernetes. So I hope that I have described to you using those four aspects of the modern application platform, a software that you can use, that you can equip your microservices developers to succeed in this new era. And I'd like to leave you with a couple of resources you can download for free, where we write a lot more about this. One is an ebook that I co-authored, and I'm pleased to report that anyone who co-authors a book is ipso facto an expert. Just kidding. But Agile Integration Manifesto, if you will, as well as a similar manifesto on event-driven applications using Apache Kafka. These are both freely available at our website, and I hope you come download them soon. It's been a pleasure talking with you. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent presentation there. Thank you so much, David. We do have some questions coming in. While we do some Q&A, I brought up this poll that you see on the screen. It says, what additional information would you like about the Red Hat solution? David, are you there for some Q&A?
Absolutely, David.
Excellent, excellent. All right, let's see. First question that came in, they're asking, how does an event-driven architecture coexist with ESB?
Yeah, great question. So ESBs, of course, refer to Enterprise Service Bus, which is a technology for building multi-step business processes using orchestration, most often organized for a user on a graphic canvas. It's a class of products that have been around for about 20 years, and they work pretty well in certain situations. The problem is that they tend to be managed by centralized IT departments that serve the rest of the company, which really makes them culturally, technologically, and organizationally a poor match for fast-moving microservices teams and EDA folks. So ESPs don't, and because they don't easily deploy to containers, and when they do, they aren't individually deployable functional units like microservices. They don't really support a DevOps team. They don't support a DevOps pipeline. So modern EDA doesn't tend to use a lot of ESBs, although occasionally they are making use of services that are exposed by legacy ESBs as a component.
Okay, interesting. Next question, can you contrast an integration strategy with an EDA?
Sure. Yeah, and I would say the integration strategy is the superset. Event-driven architecture is a key pillar alongside things like APIs and contract-oriented or synchronous architecture. It's a key pillar in a strategy that not just serves those microservices developers, but also allows you to capitalize on an existing heterogeneous landscape of basically old stuff and new stuff.
Okay, interesting. So I like this question because I like this word. What should polyglot development shops take into consideration with respect to DevOps and the API economy?
Yeah, well, great word, polyglot. In the first place, polyglot development shops are in a great position. The DevOps and event-driven architecture do serve them well, in contrast to the ESBs mentioned earlier. If you're embracing polyglot development, then microservices are going to work pretty well for you because you don't have as many dependencies as the more unified or monolithic development shops that tend to use the same language and have one data access tier that everybody taps into. If you don't have that, then things like event-driven architecture and DevOps are going to make more sense for you. And frankly, you're going to move faster and be able to embrace and achieve success in the AP economy sooner.
Interesting. Okay. So, I mean, if people are interested in what you talked about today, if it really resonated with them, I mean, what should they do? I mean, besides just visiting the Red Hat, website, let's say, is there a specific product or resource that you recommend?
Sure. So we have in our slides, we have two of our most interesting in terms of downloads ebooks that are related to capitalizing on event-driven architecture and empowering innovative teams with integration capabilities. So there's a little mix of technology here, but really more of it is about strategy. And those two documents, they're heavy on customer experience and a little bit lighter on, what's our technology and what role it plays. Obviously, we want everyone to consider Red Hat in this. We think we've got some great technology to help you achieve success in the API economy. But the reason these are two of the top performing downloads is people learn from them. They learn practical strategies that have absolutely worked for our customers.
Excellent. All right, well, David, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our Q&A, but I put a couple more technical questions there in the queue for you. Maybe you can respond to electronically. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
It was my pleasure, David. Thank you for having me.
And thank you to Red Hat for their presentation today. If you'd like a copy of David's slides, they are there in the Handouts tab in PDF form. Just click on that. You can download those, and the links that David shared when he talked about the ebooks, those links are in the slides. So you can click on those and download the ebooks that David recommended. Thank you to everyone who answered the poll question. It's now time for our next set of prize giveaways. We have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Eugene Craig from Texas, Carl Husey from Arizona, and Ming Wu from California. Congratulations to the gift card winners. It's now time for a grand prize drawing as well. I wish I could be calling my name right now. I know my kids will be in disbelief that we're actually giving this away because this is for a Lego Star Wars Star Destroyer. Amazing prize. These are really hard to come by. And the winner of this is Curtis Green from Texas. Congratulations, Curtis Green from Texas. I hope you will send us a picture of this once it's built because I would love to see it. And with that, it's time for our next presentation on the event today. I'm excited to introduce Frederico, who is a Group Product Marketing Manager at Okta. Frederico, I'll hand it over to you. Take it away.
If you work on IT or information security, you had to step up to the plate and help your organization respond to the outbreak we had. And if you did that, you not only helped your organization transition and keep the business running during the outbreak, but also you enabled your organization to see the opportunity on new ways of doing businesses. Starting from having a digital experience and digital presence to websites, all the way through things like enabling remote work, which seems to become to be the new norm. This is, by the way, a data that we have from the S&P Global Market Intelligence research with leaders. So for many leaders, this is what they call the new normal. In the new normal, organizations will be more digital. The transformation is already happening in a much faster pace than planned before. And also, organizations will enable remote work, which is great for both the organization that doesn't need to hold as many offices and have more employment flexibility, and it's great for employees that can live where they want. However, in order to get this going really fast, both IT and security made choices that will not necessarily hold the fort long term. So organizations decided to use technologies like VPNs, like virtual desktop solutions, and also collaboration suites. Some of those will work gracefully. Some of those still require organizations to bring traffic or route traffic to their intranet in order to work, or cannot work with all the devices, creating challenges. And with that, at the same time, you have a large IT footprint. Most of the organizations have systems both on-prem and in the cloud, and securing all of those consistently is a challenge, especially on IT and security, where you might have, for example, budget limitations or a limitation in personnel. So how do you transition from that firefighting, from the systems you had to scale to get things going urgently, to a longer-term solution? My name is Federico. I'm an IT specialist at Okta. I'm passionate about this problem, and I talk to customers all the time about this. And what I brought over here are 3 tips I heard from customers that really resonate around how you bridge from the firefighting to the new normal on workforce security and productivity. Because this is a short session, I'm just going to go straight to the punchline and give you the tips that we heard, and also how they translate to a platform or to a complete view. So these are the tips. First, know what to protect. You have systems both on-prem and in the cloud, and the number of systems are just growing up. So you gotta choose what you should protect, what you should retire, and what you should rethink. Second is how to consolidate security wisely and work smart rather than just work hard. And the least is be the end user's best friend. How you can enable security and IT being a partner of the user and the business. So let's start with number 1, what to scope. Again, back to this big picture, we have systems both on-prem and in the cloud. In IT and security, you gotta make sure that both are running fine, that they are not affecting confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and things are running well again. But how do you predict how it's gonna go down, how the IT growth will continue in this new normal? We have a guess about this that works with most of the companies. And the way it works is like this. The cloud systems will likely stay, and even more so, will likely grow. And the reason for that is that cloud is a no-brainer for new initiatives. So the best example I can think about is one someone told me around marketing. So if you have someone in marketing taking care of the website and they need to enable customer engagement, what they will do is they will go to Drift. They will subscribe to Drift, which will take 5 minutes. They will get a widget, which they will install on their website and get customer engagement in likely 5 minutes to half an hour. Imagine trying to do the same thing on-prem, having to install servers, buy the software, and actually spend money before you see whether it works or not. So that's why cloud is a no-brainer. It is this key advantage with time to value. In addition to that, the systems are easy to subscribe. You pay as you grow, so you can experiment with it very fast. They are mobile friendly and modern. So the business units like marketing, they can subscribe to those and use very fast and by themselves. So cloud is likely to grow, and you gotta provide security for that. But what about on-prem? On-prem, it really depends. Some systems will likely stay because they are business critical, they are bundled, or they are proprietary. So these 3 axes determine the likelihood of a system staying on-prem, and they will help you making decisions on whether you should protect it, retire it, or rethink it. Here are some examples of what I mean by that. This could change based on organization and what's the real critical value of a system for you. But what we usually see is that in organizations with ERPs and HRMs and CRMs, the chances if you have something on-prem is that this system will likely stay because there's a lot of business logic in it. Where on the flip side, in systems like email or LDAP or web access management, these systems don't carry value anymore. Most organizations, they prefer to have their IT actually not managing Exchange servers on-prem, but actually helping the bottom line. So that's why these systems are likely not to stay. Also, some systems are losing value, like, for example, Active Directory, because it doesn't manage the new normal. What I mean by new normal, having multiple devices, not only Windows managed devices, but also mobile devices, MacBooks, and so forth. Many organizations are adopting non-standard devices in order to keep IT running. So for approaching the hybrid IT, the cloud systems, remember, they will likely stay and they will likely grow actually. In the on-prem systems, you can enable and secure what will stay, rethink what's holding you back and be proactive, and retire what lost value. Retiring is actually a very valid strategy because it reduces the number of servers you need to patch, you need to keep safe, reduces the management tasks, and also licensing costs. I'll make sure of sharing the decks with you with all this data so you have all the context that it carries through. Second, now that you know all the systems you need to protect in your strategy, that helps shape the long term of your new normal, how you consolidate security wisely. The first thing to bear in mind or to keep in mind is that you gotta have a universal approach for security. Many organizations still use the concept of perimeter security in order to enable access, which makes them force all the traffic inside the network to have security. This is why we see a lot of use and uptick in VPN usage. So organizations have their remote employees working from their homes, and in order to keep security, they want to use a VPN to bring the user inside the network so they can use their firewall, their DLP, in order to control the data floating in and out. But the challenge with that is that users will not use only the devices with VPNs. They can actually access systems in different ways, in different contexts if they can. If there's always an alternative in case you have systems like, let's say, Salesforce. So Salesforce offers a mobile app that's amazing, which will likely be accessed by the end user straight directly without connecting to a VPN. So your data is floating outside of the network. On top of that, users can subscribe to other services that are not controlled by your network perimeter. So the perimeter is gone. The user is accessing from many places, from many different devices and different kinds of apps that cannot be tightly controlled through the network. But one thing that you can do is use other sorts of perimeter, such as the device the user is using, or, for example, the identity. You can consider that like a linchpin. So the identity doesn't change as the user accesses other systems. And you can use policies around the identity to detect anomalies. So if the user is accessing from this network or from this time zone or from this device the first time, or this is a really out of behavior policy, you can actually have different controls over it. And that actually seems very effective. That is actually very effective because most of the attacks today, they're caused by weakened or stolen credentials. If you ask a hacker these days, what's the kind of work they take most benefit of, it will probably be getting a password list and trying some credential stuffing or spear phishing campaigns rather than trying to explore or breach a server. Despite of that, only 5% of the average budget is spent on identity. But that's good news because even a sliver of extra spend or investment on this area can make a huge impact. And also something really smart about it, or about using this kind of strategy, is that with the same solution you can protect systems both on-prem and in the cloud, regardless of having the access remote or the access local. So the user have the same login experience running through a single policy to access as many resources as possible, which makes security a very smart strategy. Also, you can access all the syslogs from the same place, which helps you correlate the logs and detect trends rather than spending time trying to stitch logs together on your SOAR CM. So yeah, if you can consolidate security under the same set of policies and solution, it makes it easier for you to work with systems both on-prem and in the cloud in the new normal. Finally, it's all about being the end user's best friend. And the major reason why is that security in IT is not necessarily on the driver's seat. It started with the subscription, right? Subscription economy, if you will, but today it's extending to more places. So, for example, many organizations are allowing their employees to log into their systems without device provision by the organization. So they can buy their own devices and get into the systems. Kind of a self-service hardware provisioning, if you will. And because of this, subscribing and buying these systems is actually fast and easy. And users without the proper guidance can get into trouble, as you can see here. This seems to be the best idea in 2011 and become to be a very bad idea in 2017. So having control over your data is pretty challenging in these places. But there are ways you can see things through. So how you figure out if you're doing a good job in security and you're being the end user's best friend? The first one is seeing how many apps you have and see if you have visibility on your SOC tools or your SOC systems. So if you have a SOC tooling and you're not seeing a growth on app counts or different sort of apps you have in your organization, the chances are you're not having complete visibility. You're having more shadow IT, you're having more shadow devices, if you will. So one of the ways you can do this is by looking at your SOC tools again and see if there's growth. If there's app growth, it means you're doing a great job enabling your users. Also, we hear about great ideas such as talking to finance and having budget unlocked through IT insecurity approval. So let's say if your marketing team is adopting Drift and they want to extend that functionality to the sales team so they can talk straight or directly to customers accessing the website, they can extend that and get extra budget once they get the security approval. Also, another great way of being a best friend of the end user is by enabling security with convenience. So two great examples of that is first having a dashboard that works on both web and in mobile devices, so end users can access systems from both on-prem and in a cloud from the same place without connecting through VPNs or jumping hoops or having devices issued by the organization. Another is providing services like passwordless authentication, which helps customers and users with not having to remember passwords, which can be not only a boring thing, right? Nobody wants to have extra passwords on their lives, but also it's more secure as well because there's no password to be stolen. But one thing we hear in unison from many people is that besides technology, one of the most important works with IT and security in many organizations is to break the bias. Many organizations still have the idea that IT and security is the department of no, they will red tape processes. And matter of fact, most of IT and security changed and it's no longer like that for many years. But it doesn't, it's just not about having the departments changing or us changing, but it's about making sure people understand that. IT and security is here to help you get going fast. So be a good partner of the business and remember, keep reminding the business of that. Yeah, the third one again is be the end user's best friend. But okay, enough of talking, how it looks like. So let me just jump over and show you how it looks like if you have a system, for example, like Okta. But you can implement these or these concepts in other systems if you prefer. So here I am, my Okta org. So I'm accessing here with my computer, but I could be using my mobile device, for example. The access is friendly. I have an app over there, and I'm logging in using my FIDO authentication key. Because I'm on a secure context, I don't need to have passwords here. And from here, I can access all the systems I need, both on-prem and in the cloud. They will just load here. But more important than that, all the tools I need to do my work based on my role. In this case, I'm an IT administrator. That's why I see AWS as Cisco umbrella. I can do everything I want from here. And when I click, I can see all the systems. So I have my Cisco here logged in. I have my AWS. And I have my business suite, which is sitting on-prem as well. So I can see my orders here or manage the system. I can manage my instances here. And here I can manage my network. It could be Salesforce. It could be Drift. It could be other systems. So pretty great functionality for me as an end user because I can not only access everything I need, but I can manage my account as well. So what about the system administrator or the IT and security administrator? Why it's good for them? Because from the same place, they can see all the system logs that they need. So for example, they can see that I just logged into Business Suite from California. And that could be used, for example, to determine the access decision. If I'm accessing the first time from a different country, let's say Brazil, I would have a different policy. It's all plotted into the map, so I can see all the events going, where they came up from, and so forth, all in real time. And even better than that, I can improve all the security from the same place for both on-prem and cloud systems, regardless of which computer my users are using in order to access the solution. So I can go here through the list and make things better if I wanted to. So what about when I have new systems? So one thing, for example, Okta provides is the ability to connect with new systems really fast. So we have a catalog of 6,000 apps. So if I search for something like Drift, I can add the system. And then I have step-by-step instructions that will tell me how do I do that. So if I click here, I don't need to be a specialist on Drift, but I have the step-by-step on how I'm gonna set up things there and get the system enabled to all my users. On average, I can do this in 30 minutes or so. This is a stat that we have from Okta customers. So yeah, this is how it looks like when you enable your remote workforce on the new normal using the right set of tools. And again, this all links to the 3 tips we talked about. If you have any questions, feel free to hit us up here on the Q&A. Let me see what we have thus far here. So the first question is how Okta helps enabling the remote workforce. As you could see in the demo, Okta allows you to securely connect to all the systems both on-prem and in the cloud and have them available within the same dashboard. And it also provides secure authentication for users to get through those systems. The major benefit is that end users can access all the systems the same place very consistently. So they see that same dashboard, they access whether they are on their mobile devices or computers, etc. And you can add conditional security based on that. So if you're accessing from a device issued by the organization, you have a different security posture. If you have your own device, it's different. You can apply network, device posture, user behavior in a few extra adaptive factors in order to determine the authentication experience and security as well. And you can change that live. Also, the way Okta works is because it bundles everything in the same place, it makes it fairly easy for end users to get through security and get all the security at their favor. So it enables you to be the best friend of the end user. Other question here is, can you share this presentation in additional assets? Yes, so we're gonna make this presentation available for you so you can read this carefully and see the tips we have there. We have some extra slides explaining those. Let me see here. Yes, in addition, we have a few extra materials that are very interesting. One I'm gonna make sure of sharing is a link to the businesses at work from home, which is basically the data I used for this slide over here with this stat. So we at Okta, we capture anonymized data from customers in order to determine behaviors and how they are accessing not only the systems, but from different industries. So the report provides you that. I'm also going to provide you with a zero trust assessment tool so you can actually test your security or your security controls and see how you're mature on this way of securing the perimeter versus the perimeterless. I believe we just have time for these two questions. Let me just go and wrap it up. Again, so with this presentation, we're going to make available for you, we have action plans on how you can go from firefighting to the new normal. And also, we have our contact available for you here. So if you're considering doing this and with identity, please check it out with us. We would be very happy to talk to you and have this going with you. We are recognized as the category creator of cloud identity and the category leader for many years in a row. So we're looking forward to talk to you. So with that, I would like to say thanks and pass it back.
Great presentation, Federico. I really appreciate that. Lots of good questions coming in from the audience for Okta. I've put up the poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the Okta solution? Of course, we appreciate your participation in responding to that. We tried to get to as many questions as we could, but didn't have time to do them all live, so we will be responding to the remaining questions electronically. Keep the good questions coming, and we will get back to you. So I'll just leave up this poll question while I announce our next set of prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. They're going to Jeff Winco of Massachusetts, Eric Calvary of Texas, and Heather Rathbun of Indiana. Congratulations to the prize winners. Lots more prizes still to give away on the event today, including 2 of our big grand prizes, the MacBook Air and the second Lego Star Wars Destroyer. So make sure you stay tuned for that. All right, thank you everyone who responded to the poll question there. It's now time for another short word with our keynote speaker, Mr. Sean Kanungo, disruption strategist, on the real story of artificial intelligence.
Hey guys. Hope you're having a lot of fun. I am too. And listen, we're going to be talking about this whole idea of artificial intelligence. That's why we have a trusty robot right here with me. And listen, the hype right now around robots and artificial intelligence is this one question, which is, will robots take my job? Will robots take my job? And if you want to know if a robot will take your job, there's a really great site. It's called willrobotstakemyjob.com, and I recommend everybody to go on it. Not now, but I recommend everyone to go on it. And here's a sneak peek going onto the site. The accountants, they don't do too well. No, not at all. They're at 90-something%, and they're not doing very well. Listen, I'm not worried about artificial intelligence taking anybody's jobs, but what I am worried about is artificial intelligence actually making us dumber. Let me explain. You know, the lifeblood of artificial intelligence is really around data. And we've treated data like gods. This is why within IT, we've created jobs around data. The data analyst, the data engineer, the data scientist, we've created new jobs around data. We love this data. Don't ever mistrust the data. Data is God. And data is amazing. Data is about efficiency. It's about squeezing more juice. It's about efficiency, and artificial intelligence will be the greatest tool for efficiency ever created. It's going to remove redundant tasks. It's going to eliminate things in our back office. It's going to be unbelievable. But real transformational innovation is not about efficiency. Innovation is about unlocking secrets. It's about understanding human behavior. It's about understanding where our business is going to go. This is what innovation is really about. And this is why I think people are going to get dumber when it comes to AI, is because we're going to over-rely on the data and over-rely on artificial intelligence. But here's where we can get the most value out of artificial intelligence: by treating it like the way it should be treated. It should be the electricity for our business. It should be the backbone of what we do. It will be a power source, not a differentiator. And I believe that the next great AI companies will not be AI companies but we'll be innovative companies using AI in the background.
And with that, it's time for our next presenter on today's summit event. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Parker Annis, Senior Product Marketing Manager for CI/CD at GitLab. Parker, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you for being on, Parker. Take it away.
All right, will do. Thank you to the ActualTech media team and everyone involved with getting this together today. I'm very excited to be here, and thank you for the attendees on the call as well. Today, my presentation is called 20 Years of CI in 20 Minutes. We do have a 25 minutes with 5 minutes baked in for Q&A. And I thought it'd be good to try a different approach with this presentation and view CI through a historical paradigm. Hopefully, you'll walk away with some knowledge you didn't have before and be able to apply it into your day-to-day and have a little fun and get a little education along the way. Keep it pretty high level today based on the time, but please do feel free to ask questions. We'll have a little bit of time to cover them in the end. As David said, I'm Parker. I'm Product Marketing Manager for GitLab CI/CD. A little bit about who I am and what I do there on the slide. I joined GitLab in January after being in the space for several years and having a focus on Jenkins. So CI and CD are very familiar areas, and it was a natural fit to come here at GitLab and work on CI/CD. I like to say I'm a student of people, so definitely feel free to find me on LinkedIn, reach out or connect. I'm always happy to talk about this stuff more. So what are we going to cover today? We're going to go into what is CI, right? What is continuous integration? We'll look at the bigger picture a little bit, connect it to continuous delivery and why we refer to CI/CD so commonly today. And we'll go into the history of CI, the evolution, growth, and what it means for businesses and why it's important. And I'll give my perspective on what I think the future has in store for us. And of course, I'm here on behalf of GitLab, so I'll also tell you a little bit about how GitLab fits in here. So what is continuous integration? I'd be willing to bet that you've heard the word CI, CD in the context of DevOps, and CI really is a staple of modern software development today, and it's earned that title. I really like this illustration here because it speaks to the most simple form of CI, and I like to call it vanilla CI, the most basic sense. And I think of CI in those two ways, a vanilla or basic CI, and then CI as we kind of know it today. So in that basic sense, it's where developers are checking in or integrating their code in small batches into a shared repository, right? Something like GitLab, Bitbucket, or GitHub, where source code is hosted. And this check-in or integration of code happens on a frequent basis, and typically this is multiple times a day. And what this does is allows for development teams to get early feedback on potential code changes and detect errors earlier. Then there's that CI as we know it today, right? It goes beyond the basics, where it's more than build automation and unit testing and code integration. It incorporates something like code reviews, static code analysis, and preview environments, et cetera. The line gets a little bit more blurry if you're thinking about left or right. And it's not a bright, shiny line. But one thing is definitely true. It's more than basic build and test automation that's described here in this picture. And CI is certainly a prerequisite to enable automating deployment, or as we know it today, CD, continuous delivery. So why don't we take a little look back at history here and see how CI came about and why that's important. If you think about how software was developed before CI became a household term, groups of developers would work on projects for weeks, months, sometimes longer, and they would try to integrate all of their work at one time in the end. And this is certainly a painful and time-consuming process, to say the least. And I think about developers as being the forklift drivers here, where you see them, they're working for weeks and months on end to pack this truck full of their code and full of their changes, and only to be shipped out to production. Well, what is that resulting, right, after weeks and months of doing this and packing the back of this truck? Looking at this analogy, taking it a little bit farther, once these developers are ready to ship, they've been packing this truck over these weeks or months, they're merging their changes, right? And so they're going to merge these code changes, and the result of that would look a little bit like this. And one, I love the matrix, but two, I thought it was a great example of what happens with conflicts and collision here, right? So they integrate their code, work, and the changes result in a conflict like this. And these trucks, all this work they've been doing would hit each other and collide, a ripple effect. And with this problem came a desire to find a way to how could we avoid this scenario, right? How do we integrate our changes in a less risky and more efficient manner? And using that context as a starting point, I think we'll go into a high-level timeline, starting from the point of software development. We use a very generic, and then where we are today and look into the future. So we'll look at that now. And it's just a very, very basic timeline here, right? So the scene from the Matrix depicts that far left side of this timeline where software development was starting to take form in this digital age before the 90s, and the world was defined a lot by legacy systems and processes in software. We refer today, you might hear mainframe computing or waterfall, these processes and frameworks and systems that are not necessarily relevant or as common today. And as I go into these next set of historical slides, think about this timeline. Think about how we move from left to right and what that means to software development and how it's evolved out of this quote-unquote pre-CI era, right? Just like a lot of our DevOps models portray the software delivery lifecycle from left to right. You have the developer side with build and test on the left and the operations side with deployments on the right. You'll see this evolution of CI as a direct correlation on how we've advanced with technology, as a society. And that need to adapt with how quickly the world is moving now. So CI will first be introduced in the early 90s. It'll start to evolve, gain adoption, and then we'll look at continuous delivery and how that comes into play, where it extends that build automation. And then finally, we're into the world today where DevOps is a household term, and CI/CD are often lumped together rather than separated. So the intention here is to portray CI/CD as individual parts of the software delivery equation. But I'll give my stance on, what I think is in store as well and why we talk about them so frequently together now. So let's go to the 90s. Let's dive right in. The 90s were not just about one-hit wonders by Vanilla Ice and Tamagotchis. CI was also born, and it's extremely important. This man on the right, his name is Grady Booch, and an important name to remember as far as the history of CI and how we got to where we are. He first proposed the term continuous integration in 1991, but didn't advocate for this code integration multiple times a day, right, frequently. And so there's an argument for when continuous integration was really first a concept. But, that's not the reason we're here today. For all intents and purposes, we'll look at 1991 is when it was introduced, and 1994 is when the term was actually coined and used in a phrase. And what he said, Grady, was the needs of microprocesses dictate that many more internal releases to the development team will be accomplished, and these internal releases will be a sort of continuous integration of the system. That's a lot of words, right? He goes on to say it should be a continuous activity during the development process. That's a little more straightforward, but what does that mean, right? That's, when I first read that, I was like, what? So from early on, continuous integration was closely intertwined with testing. That's one thing. He's talking about the pace of software development, though, similar to how you can think of agile methodology, speaking to the pace of development. At this time, there was a need to break down small pieces in order to go faster in development. Excuse my dog in the background. This is addressing the problem that devs have been facing for years. Developers, we think about that Matrix video that I just showed. That's a great visual. This stemmed from that problem that they were facing, and it makes sense. The 90s were an interesting era. I think they were an era of dial-up. Personal computers were just becoming mainstream. You might recognize this car phone here that is no longer around. Right? There was a need to go faster, and technology showed that. There's a beeper. I still remember my dad having one of these on his side at all times in the 90s. And then the infamous dial-up screen. You probably got angry at this at one point in time. You might even have some AOL CD-ROMs in your attic. But it's really indicative of what the 90s meant to software in this digital age. And Grady Booch was a very important piece of that. So if we go to the next decade, let's talk about the 2000s. Software is becoming more important for businesses to stay relevant, right? We're starting to see that in day-to-day life, and I'll connect some of these dots here in some later slides. But there's a starting point, and there's more buzz around continuous integration. People are starting to adopt it as a practice that should be a part of software delivery in general. This is directly related to the internet, right? Availability of resources. And Martin Fowler and ThoughtWorks come in and provide their own definition and start talking about continuous integration as a practice, right? Independent of tools. And I love the definition from Martin Fowler. I still like to reference this one. It says continuous integration is a software development practice where members of a team integrate their work frequently, verified by automated build and test to detect integration errors, right? Really wraps up kind of that definition how I was talking about continuous integration earlier into one little quote. We've got this book on the right by a man named Paul Duvall. It's a huge stepping stone for continuous integration to become more mainstream. In addition to that thought leadership from Martin Fowler when he was working at ThoughtWorks. And the point here being that standards were starting to be developed, and CI was gaining more steam from developers and organizations feeling that pressure to embrace a modern digital world. Another huge piece of this puzzle was CI being emphasized as a best practice, independent of tools, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah, sure, tooling is a big part of software, but the intention was to make sure that people knew CI was more than a tool, and it could be independent of any one framework. And ironically, cruise control became a tool and a framework as one of the most early examples of continuous integration. You can still go check out that site today. It screams in early 2000s. And then there's Hudson, which evolved into Jenkins, right? You've definitely heard of Jenkins if you're in the DevOps space, and you might have heard of it in general if you're not, right? It's crucial. They helped pave the way for a CI framework and innovation with continuous integration, and also strongly modeled an open source community, which you see a lot today. The point here, though, I want to get across is the world's changing fast. So is continuous integration with it. As the internet gets more common, we also see something like Google and Facebook, right? And these are things that are now day-to-day parts of our day-to-day routine, right? You first go and you Google something. Facebook is, I can't imagine how many times we all hit Facebook on our phones on a day-to-day basis, right? And then bringing back the phones to example here, you see that Nokia. I loved when I saw that picture. It was very nostalgic. You're probably familiar with that one too. We went from the car phone to this mobile phone, right? And so very indicative of what technology is doing and how it's shaping the world around us. Then we get to 2010 to present. Right, and as we look to this decade, CI is definitely more commonly referred under the umbrella of DevOps or CI/CD together. But the key here is that continuous integration is really coming to its own as the foundation of software delivery, and we can't forget that that paved the way for continuous delivery in this decade. Just as that we had that continuous integration book in the last decade by Paul Duvall, we see a similar book here on continuous delivery and standards being formed around that. And with DevOps becoming more and more popular and emphasizing this transformation of people, tools, and processes to improve how we deliver software, CI/CD plays a crucial role. CI/CD laying the groundwork. We also start to hear about the other CD, continuous deployment. This is yet another extension of this automation that we've been talking about. It's a natural progression that stems from continuous integration, right? CI automates to validate the build and test portion. Continuous delivery extends that automation to ensure that changes can be released quickly at your discretion. And then the other CD, this continuous deployment, takes that automation one step further so that every change that passes all the stages in your pipeline can automatically get released to end users without human intervention. It's pretty powerful. We're also starting to hear that every company is a software company, digital transformation, right? The world we live in is different. Business have to adapt. Can you think of some good examples of adapting or not? The first one that came to mind for me was Netflix, of a great example that's embraced in the digital transformation and established themselves in this new world. They went from mailing copies of games and shows to prioritizing a digital means of consumption, right? And applications on any platform are now regularly and consistently updated. So the next time that you're scrolling through Netflix for 40 minutes instead of actually watching a show, you can tip your hat to CI and CD, right? And then what's a company that maybe didn't survive? Think about Netscape Navigator or Kodak, right? They're good examples of companies that did not survive and did not embrace this digital transformation. And to close this decade out, let's bring back the phone and the internet example. Now we have smartphones, not a car phone, not that Nokia phone. Now we have 4G and fiber internet with blistering speeds instead of dial-up. It's really, really cool to think about how far we've come in such a short period of time in regards to technology. And I'll also talk about what I think is in store next year in a little bit. But yeah, all right, Parker, history lesson, thank you. That's great, but why is all this important, right? I think the historical context helps you understand how we got to where we are today and what that means for the future. And the bottom line is the world would be very different without CI. I mean, I like to make a joke, but I'd probably be giving this presentation to you on an overhead projector in person, right? But really, there are real-life examples of why this is so important for businesses. Software development now impacts almost every part of our daily life, with CI being a building block and paramount to how we develop better software faster. None of these things would be the same. A great example is banking for both businesses and the consumer. Customers can now switch in 5 minutes using a mobile app instead of having to do a bunch of research, go into a branch and switch that way. That puts a lot of pressure on financial organizations to stay competitive and provide value for us. And for us on the consumer side, we have more choices than ever and digital control over our livelihood and finances. Another great example that's a little less formal, if you will, is gaming, right? This is something that's close to my heart. We've come a long way since tennis on the NES. Now, majority of purchases are all transacted digitally for gaming. Fewer people are buying discs because we can just store everything in the cloud. Companies like Activision and EA are pushing updates to games regularly. Sometimes this is multiple times a week to add features, fix bugs, etc. That's incredible to think about when a patch used to take weeks, sometimes more, to push out. And these game development companies are also able to generate revenue with microtransactions and additional paid content directly in their products and games. Also being updated on a regular basis, sometimes daily, of course, because they can make money off these, right? Whether it's directly impacting our livelihood, something like banking or the medical field, or provides sheer entertainment value like gaming. CI has really set the groundwork and enabled all of this to be possible. And I think it's important to reflect on that. And why is this so important for businesses looking at it from even an internal perspective? At the end of the day, CI makes software development easier, faster, and less risky for development teams. By automating these builds and tests, developers can make smaller changes, commit them with confidence. They get earlier feedback, they can iterate, and they can improve it quickly, making their pace of innovation way, way higher. And I'll go into a bit more detail about this in the slides as well. So what about the future? I think it's also important to think about the future of software development and where CI/CD plays a role. Software development is certainly not one size fits all, but it's clear that CI and CD are imperative to stay relevant and directly impact a business's ability to react, adapt to a rapidly changing software development landscape. The future is bright, though. I imagine a world in the next 20 years where more and more onus is going to fall on software developers and software development in general to solve problems in the world on a global scale, right? I heard a great talk from James Governor about how software development is going to be crucial in working to save our environment and solve problems, as I was saying, on an aggregate or a global level. That's really, really neat to think about. And practices like CI and CD are a core part of any business's ability to position and combat these problems, right? Yeah, happy customers, lovable features, making more money, that's an objective of any business. But I think we're going to see a lot of businesses thinking bigger about how automation can help us solve these problems. And we'll need the right tools along for the ride to help out, AI being one of them. I see a world where AI helps automate the automation, if you will, takes things a step further with what I like to think of as intelligent CI/CD. Things like machine learning and deep learning, which can compute at a level that's really hard for the human brain to think about, are able to optimize testing, diagnose and patch issues on the fly, and optimize resource utilization for speed and cost that isn't possible today. Even with how far we've come, we've got cloud, flexible hosting, provisioning resources on demand. That's awesome. But I think there's a next step to this. And I'm not sure exactly what the future state looks like, but I do think AI will play a huge part in taking this intelligent CI/CD that I think go to the next level. And so I am here on behalf of GitLab, and I think we're in just an incredibly awesome position, and I want to share a little bit about what we're doing here as well to wrap things up. If you haven't heard of us before, we're in a pretty unique position in the DevOps space, and A lot of people know us for our offering being a complete DevOps platform in a single application. And we started in 2014 and have been growing rapidly ever since, with hundreds of thousands of organizations trusting us to help them develop and deliver their software. And you can see some of those names. I just chose a handful on the right, but these are really, really big, notable names and across all sorts of industries that also impact our day-to-day life. And I think that's really cool to recognize these companies that trust us. And we have an awesome model with the open core model, and a commitment to our community that helps us drive innovation. And we've got 2,500 contributors across the globe helping us do that. And a strong community is such an important thing when you look at everything that's going on in the DevOps space right now. We are open, we are transparent, and we are a community that's building software together where everyone can contribute. And it's really, really cool. What about CI/CD? If you're thinking, what does all this mean for my business? Well, I think it's pretty clear that you need responsive and resilient teams. They want to move fast. They want to deliver with confidence, right? You hear this a lot, but it's true. You need automation to replace manual work to help you get that value to your end users and customers faster, right? CI/CD, which was all the groundwork was all laid by CI, is paramount to enabling this. It really is a different world we're in today. And you look at the past where you may need a PhD in tools and automation where teams were reactive. That's not the case anymore, right? You have built-in CI and CD, rock solid with GitLab. Very, very different world. You look at the past and you needed this complex plugin ecosystem and had to maintain them, keep them updated, make sure they operated, were compatible, had interoperability. And that's not the case anymore, right? You no longer need a complex plugin ecosystem. You had fragility at scale, right? As you wanted to onboard new teams, as you wanted to grow this footprint and really commit to delivering your software better, you found a lot of hurdles and blockers as you tried to onboard these new teams and scale up. And you know what? That's not the case anymore. With GitLab, you can scale resources to any demand very, very easily. And that's because we have a complete DevOps platform delivered as a single application. And I'm not going to read all these bullets to you, but these are pieces that you really, really need. You need a unified team. You need to make sure that you can get in front of errors quick. And of course, security, compliance, and scalability are very, very crucial pieces of this equation. What about developer workflow? Like why would I choose GitLab for CI/CD? And I'd like to paint a little picture for you of Devin, the developer here, from left to right, because I think it's powerful. And GitLab being able to give you a solution for the entire life cycle really does make your life easier, right? All the way from starting on the left where, say, Devin, the developer, wants to create a brand new feature, or there's a bug to fix. All right, well, you can create an issue. You don't have to go to a project management tool or use an integration to do so. Create an issue right then and there. Once you create that issue, you can start working and create a merge request. You may be familiar with this concept if you in other areas, familiar to a pull request, right, where you can start working and writing code and start developing this feature and start committing changes on your own feature branch or your own local branch, right? And instead of going and having to rely on some plugins that you may have to check their versions and update, and they may be fragile, or going and integrating with another tool and context switching and taking those precious minutes out of your day, you can have it all in one place. And your CI pipeline runs, the automation does the work for you, and then you can review it. You can share that with your peers and colleagues, comment, discuss, get feedback, approve changes based on what access you have set, all in one place, right? You're not going to different areas to do this. And when you think about it, that time saving really, really adds up. You can close that issue out. You can have your continuous delivery pipeline run so that all your environments are ready to go, whether it's QA, staging, pre-production. And then once you push that button and once you get it into production, you can monitor your app all in one place. And that's really, really cool to think about. Talk about getting in front of errors. Talk about maximizing your development time and spending your time writing code as a developer, solving problems, developing lovable features instead of maintenance tasks and unplanned work getting in the way. And I think that's really, really incredible. I know I'm getting close to time here, so I challenge you here in the end. Thanks again for being here. And the question I would ask you, if you're not doing CI, if you're not thinking about CI/CD and why CI lays the groundwork for that, then what are you doing? If you're not automating everything you can you're about 20 years behind the curve, and I think it's time to start thinking about it. And we're here to help you with that, and we'd love to talk to you about it. There's a handout here called Modernize Your CI/CD. Really, really good stuff. Shouldn't take you long to read. I highly encourage you to check it out. And then there are some links here that are clickable that I would also encourage you to check out. And once again, thank you for your time today. And I hope you're staying safe in all of this. And we have some time for Q&A, I hope.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Parker. Really cool stuff. I love the history lesson, and as well as how it applies to today and what we should be doing to modernize our CI/CD. So again, like Parker said, I want to call your attention. The links that are there on that slide are clickable. If you just mouse over those links, you can click on those, and that will open a new tab or page in your web browser. But for now, we're going to move on to the poll. The poll on the screen says, what additional information would you like about the GitLab solution? And we'll just leave that up while we do some Q&A. So let's see, Parker, first question that came in, they're saying CI and CD are topics actively being discussed at my company, but we haven't started implementing anything yet. What's a good place to start if we're new to this?
Yeah, I think that's an awesome question, and I think it probably resonates with a lot of the attendees on the call. And so, I'd almost approach this like I would in CI, right? Breaking it down into chunks and figuring out what problem you're trying to solve. And there's a lot that goes into this. So I think you've got to make sure that you're comfortable having these conversations and up-leveling them at your organization and taking an assessment of where you are, right? What is the problem that you're trying to solve? Obviously, you want to start automating. You want to start implementing something like continuous integration. What does your existing tool set look like? What do your existing processes look like? What's going to make that difficult for you? And start having those conversations, right? And start evaluating the kind of tools that could help you there, right? I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all or a direct solution to this kind of thing, but we live in a pretty awesome world where there's an incredible amount of resources and organizations such as GitLab that would love to help you, right? And love to talk to you about this and take a strategic and tactical approach to figure out how you can start doing this. And so, yeah, I think you start having those conversations that can be difficult. You take an assessment of where you are, and then you start evaluating what the right move for you is, and you do it. And you lean on the experts in the industry and companies like GitLab to help guide you along the way and help you out.
Nice. Okay. And then another question that came in, I think they're just trying to understand the architecture of GitLab. Is it a SaaS service? Is it installed on premises? How does that work?
Great question. And thinking back on it, probably something I should have included there in one of my GitLab slides, but we offer both a self-managed option, right? And then we offer as well a SaaS option as well. So whatever works for you works for us, because we know there are certainly organizations that prefer to have self-managed or restrictions around data, et cetera, that need and require to have something such as an air-gap network. So yeah, self-managed is an option, as well as GitLab.com, which would be our SaaS, our hosted version.
Okay, excellent. And then another question here, they're asking if there's somewhere they can find a demo of GitLab CI/CD capabilities. Is there a demo or trial? What are the options out there?
Sure, yeah, great. So in that link that you have on the last page there, both at the bottom of that CI resource page, there are some resources, presentations, short videos, et cetera. There is a live demo there. There is also the option to go straight to the first link, learn more about CI/CD, and there is a 30-day trial that you can certainly sign up for. And if you wanted to, consider or evaluate further, you could also reach out directly to me. My email's in the bottom. I believe it got cut off of that last slide, but it's just parker@gitlab.com, and I'll be happy to facilitate and set you up with the right people to do that.
Okay, excellent. I brought up that slide again, so see we've got links here to learn more about CI/CD. Check out the CI resources page. That's a link there on the screen as well. And then you can click on the GitLab CI/CD link to bring you to the GitLab homepage and try it out for yourself. And Parker has generously put his email address there on the bottom, parker@gitlab.com, for more information if you have questions specifically on the GitLab solution. Parker, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session. There's a few more technical questions there still in the queue for you. You might be able to respond to, but thank you for your excellent presentation.
Hey, thanks again, and take care.
Thank you to GitLab for supporting today's event. Check out in the handouts tab, there is a GitLab ebook on modernizing your CI/CD. So make sure that you download that ebook and you can check it out after today's event. All right, now it's time for our next set of gift card winners on the summit. We have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Kawana Hines from Texas, Mike Mananich from Ohio, and Hee-Si Xiong from Illinois. I'll copy all of these prize winners' names into the questions box so you can see those if you missed the announcement. We've got some big grand prizes coming up here soon, so make sure that you stay tuned for those.
And now I'm excited to introduce Stacy Brown, Chief Technology Evangelist at Pure Storage. Take it away, Stacy.
During today's discussion, we're going to talk about the phases that a customer goes through on their journey to artificial intelligence, the driving factors contributing to the continued evolution of modern analytics is, at its core, an attempt to improve the 3 V's: volume, variety, and velocity of data. Every customer is somewhere on this data maturity curve. Level 1 at data awareness is when organizations realize the value of the data and acknowledge the need to use data to make decisions. Level 2, descriptive, the most common level of maturity where we see enterprises using data to make decisions. Companies are using formal business intelligence tools and trying to realize the value of the investments made in the data warehouses and similar tools. The IT organizations take months, if not years, to build new capability in data and are very inflexible in keeping up with the demands of business users. There is a continuous need to use more data by business users, but the tools and processes are not flexible enough to make it happen. It is relatively easy to get lost in this phase and stop thinking about the next steps. The chasm, here's where we see the chasm, where the advanced self-service tools such as BI and Tableau can provide a lot of value, and these tools are loaded with very advanced capabilities. However, the organizations are not ready with the right plumbing to serve the right data at the right time to these tools. And for this reason, the value seen is not as good as anticipated. Investments are not returning the value, and the tools which were supposed to change the game become just another BI tool. It is difficult to cross this phase because it requires more investments and focus from the organization. In level 3, otherwise known as the diagnostic level, maturity of organizations have crossed the chasm and they are ready to make the leap to complete data-driven decision-making. The problems of level 2 have been fixed and the organizations use some type of modern data platform architecture along with a data lake to support the level of decision-making with analytics. The architecture provides more tools and better access to the data to start doing diagnostic analytics. The tools are still the same BI tools, but introduction of data lakes and modern data platforms have given more power to the customers. We're going to talk more about the modern data architecture throughout this discussion. And of course, in level 4, meaning as a customer builds a strong foundation in terms of the data platform and data starts logically filling the lakes, doing forecasts and using historical data to predict the future with a certain level of confidence. Use of machine learning techniques becomes unavoidable, and for most organizations, cloud provides the necessary compute. This is the phase where business models start to change and data becomes part of the core business. Level 5 at prescriptive, this is perceived as being clustered with the previous steps. So levels 4 and 5 are usually done together. And it's still the machine learning and similar techniques at this level, but the use becomes different. The goal is no longer to predict with certain confidence, but to find the most optimal outcome given the constraints. Level 6 for today's discussion will be out of scope. And here I'm categorizing each step with an icon for discussion throughout the rest of these, which is that block there representing BI reporting, the adoption of Hadoop and scale out, disaggregation, and a shift from batch to stream processing. All of these levels of maturity have a major impact on the applications and infrastructure required to support those applications in an effort to take advantage of data and allow companies to become data-driven. At Pure, our primary value is helping customers cross this chasm. In order to do that, we've got to spend more time breaking down a bit of the history and the limitations seen to date along each of these levels. Levels 1 and 2, which is where 90% of all customers are currently, is the level at which the customer is leveraging BI reporting, and which might include automated report generation. Within this stage, reports run in batch at a point in time. The data is predictable and the applications are rigid, meaning that they are tightly coupled together with a presentation layer, business logic, and a database. This approach provides good results, but with high latency. These applications are well understood within the industry and commonly rely on block or file protocols. They are deployed on premises and have a finite number of endpoints. Some examples would include Oracle, Microsoft SQL Server, SAP, and Epic. And there are limitations at this level. It's expensive, it's difficult to scale up, and its rigidity makes it hard to incorporate unstructured data. Apache Hadoop was started back in 2002 in response to building a search engine that was capable of indexing 1 billion pages. Processing large data sets was going to be extremely expensive and still not be capable of indexing at the scale needed. Hadoop consists of two components, HDFS, the Hadoop file system, and MapReduce. HDFS splits a large file into small chunks or shards and stores them across different nodes in its cluster, distributing the data across compute nodes. MapReduce is a divide and conquer approach to processing the data. By splitting the data up, we can process smaller chunks of data simultaneously, making it faster to generate results. Scale out, coupled with commodity hardware, drove the adoption of Hadoop. Customers transitioned to Hadoop because it was much more cost-effective to store in HDFS and process using MapReduce large amounts of unstructured data. Hadoop was the first time that data was distributed in an attempt to improve processing time. And in Hadoop's ecosystem, there are multiple different applications, including Hive, Apache Hive, Pig, etc. But there are still limitations at this level, being that it's very difficult to manage and administer this at scale due to the tight coupling of the software and hardware, the inefficiency of hardware resources being unused due to the silos and coupled with expansion, and design assumptions of commodity bare metal hardware make it difficult to incorporate new technologies such as virtual machines, containers, or even GPUs used today for high computations. All of these levels of data maturity have had a major impact on the applications and infrastructure required to support applications in an effort to take advantage of data and allow companies to become data-driven. In levels 3 and 4, which are characterized as modern analytics, this stage in the analytics journey is the foundation we discussed earlier, which creates a solid base for evolving into machine learning, deep learning, and eventually AI. The cloud is making it much easier to forgo Apache Hadoop altogether, which means that a lot more customers are expecting faster access to hardware and software, in addition to portability. The requirement to analyze data in real time while that data is generated at a relentless pace is also driving the adoption of these new analytics platforms that stitch together multiple steps to transform data into what is referred to as a data pipeline. These analytic platforms are not completely replacing all of the existing monolithic applications, but rather making use of the data within those platforms as the inputs at various steps within the pipeline. Because the cloud is making it so easy for customers to rapidly experiment and better understand their data and the models needed to answer their business questions, having the ability to seamlessly transition those cloud-native applications back on-prem will be important for all customers. Customers will do most of their experimenting in the cloud, which is a very iterative process on a massive amount of data. Today, these modern analytics platforms are deployed on physical servers with direct attached storage, which means that the data has to be copied between each step in a data pipeline. So how is Pure helping customers evolve on this data maturity curve? By being an infrastructure bridge to cross the chasm, we can help keep your existing monoliths and silos working while you transition by using FlashArray products to provide flexibility and efficiency where block devices are required, and bring FlashBlade in products where the applications themselves are transitioning to an object store because of their cloud strategies, or to unify all the data with various workload profiles within the data pipeline. Here we are capturing why it is so hard to unify the infrastructure to share data. Why can't our competitors do the same thing? The problem is that each silo has a very different requirement for data, and therefore widely different infrastructure. Data warehouses are often deployed in appliances designed to scale up and built for data that is structured and batched. Data lakes are usually built with direct attached storage, which is the complete opposite of scale up and built specifically for unstructured data. Streaming analytics is about elasticity, the ability to spin up applications and compute resources as needed. It's about disaggregating everything. It's the complete opposite of direct attached storage, where application compute and storage are physically tied together. In streaming analytics, the application compute and data are separated through containers or VMs. Then we have AI. Originating from the high-performance computing industry, systems tend to be massively parallel, represented by GPU processors with thousands of cores, and the data platform also needs to be massively parallel. Ultimately, each one of these silos are completely different from one another, with widely varying needs. Therefore, it makes sense that the industry has gradually built siloed solutions, which explains why it's so hard to unify the data. And if that weren't difficult enough, customers now have to offer the ability to scale each data pipeline, as well as offer a copy for development or test in support of feature enhancements and experimentation. How does Pure help customers? By simplifying the data analytics pipelines. Whether they start out in the cloud or on-prem, the ability to seamlessly move or burst to and from the cloud while maintaining low latency and simplicity. We ourselves have gone through the levels of the data maturity curve. As a relatively young company of 10 years, we started out in the cloud and continue to evolve into a hybrid cloud approach. The cloud allows us to be in control of our own destiny by providing not only the infrastructure, but also common tools needed to rapidly experiment with both the data and the algorithms in support of providing customers the ability to model the growth and performance of their applications over time, which is our Pure One Meta customer-facing product. Jeff Bezos famously quoted a few years ago, Amazon, or any other cloud for that matter, are the best place in the world to fail. What he meant by that was failing fast and getting to success faster. The cloud also happens to be the most expensive place to succeed, an experience we saw firsthand with Pure One. In the early days of Pure One, our only product offering was FlashArray, with a relatively small number of customers, but growing rapidly. Much like our customers who have endpoint devices, we leverage the cloud as a way of collecting logs and diagnostic data around the globe. Leveraging cloud AWS made it simple to access data quickly and easily. The log data was sent to AWS S3 using SSH. We then utilized AWS tools to trigger jobs to run on EC2 compute and write out to a database, which was also offered as a service by AWS. By running a portion of Purity within AWS, our support teams could see the same GUI view as our customers. And we could also leverage the same mechanism to give them live support in the event of an issue. Because we were able to help our customers live, instead of asking them to collect and bundle a bunch of logs to upload, we were able to provide real-time root cause analysis, which was never seen in the industry before. Once the telemetry data from all of our arrays were available in the cloud, and more development teams began leveraging that data for different analytics use cases, everything from performance characteristics using Busymeter to analyzing the life of an SSD, adding more and more data analytics pipelines, requiring more and more access to our data. Additional requests started coming from customers asking for the ability to provide capacity and performance trending, which is now known as Pure 1 Meta, and it leverages machine learning and deep learning algorithms to provide the predictions for modeling workloads, pre and post array upgrades or migrations. Interestingly enough, as the demands for additional analytics workloads increased, the cost to continue to run them in the cloud became unpredictable, and the performance of running the workloads in the cloud also became unpredictable. This year, our engineering teams are in the process of migrating to a hybrid cloud model. We will still be taking advantage of the compute layer as well as some of the tools and services offered in the cloud, but we will be delivering a FlashBlade as the data repository. This model shows Pure leveraging our very own data hub to not only offer a better experience to our customers with consistent performance when leveraging the modeling tool, but also allows us to continue to experiment with new analytics use cases to find new ways to be competitive in the market in a way that is predictable in cost. This slide is showing what this same hybrid model might look like if FlashBlade did not exist. We would have had to contend with protocol conversions or leverage on-prem object storage that was built for archive, meaning it would be difficult for us to meet the demands of real-time workflows, not to mention all of the complexity. Pure has deployed a FlashBlade in Equinix with a direct connection to the cloud. We are in the process of transitioning applications that force the storage to consume cloud storage to be applications which allow us to provision our own storage and give us portability, not only on-prem, but also across other cloud providers, should that be necessary. This approach still allows us to rapidly experiment in the cloud, but once a model is working and scales, we can leverage our own data storage to provide predictable performance and cost. And that's really what the modern data experience is all about.
But I'm excited to have Stacy on the line to do some questions. Stacy, are you with us?
I am here, and we do have a question from a gal by the name of Gail. I assume it's a gal. I hope I have that right. Around the predictive stage, and I'm not sure I understand the question. If Gail could elaborate a bit more.
Okay. Yeah, Gail, that is a good question. Gail was asking, would you expand on the predictive stage? Can you give us a little bit more information, because that would be a good one to answer. Let's see, what other questions do we have coming in here? If you have a question about Pure Storage, now is the time to get it in. We've got lots of great comments actually coming in. People who love Pure Storage, who use Pure Storage, how awesome Pure Storage is. So of course, we appreciate those. And okay, here's a good one that just came in from Chris, perhaps. Stacy, maybe you want to take this one. Chris is asking, what integration does Pure provide with AWS and Azure? What is Pure doing around the cloud?
So it depends on which product. So hopefully you picked up from the presentation that we have two products. We have FlashArray, which is a block-based storage offering, and then we have FlashArray, which is a file and object storage offering. With our FlashArray offering, we have Cloud Block Store, which allows us to offload snapshots to and from the cloud and spin them up in the cloud. That's for the block-based storage. For FlashBlade, most of what our integration is just the simplicity of being able to, whether it's in like we did with Equinix, where we did a direct connection into one of the cloud providers, whether that's AWS or Azure or even GCP, we have the ability to basically reference that storage. Now, the caveat to that is that it depends on the tools that you're using by those cloud providers and whether or not they will allow you to reference. They're agnostic to the storage that they actually provide. So that's why the slide represented there that we're switching some of those tools that we previously were using in the cloud to be tools that give us the flexibility to reference our own storage. But the great thing about it is that we still have the ability to take advantage of the compute through containers and other software capabilities in the cloud. So it's really more about still having the flexibility of what the cloud provides to software developers and to data science teams. But once you have a working model and a working data set that you can seamlessly bring that back on-prem if and when you need to, so that you can scale it on-prem, because scaling it in the cloud tends to be difficult either because of performance or because of cost concerns, is what we've seen. Hopefully I answered that okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's kind of a follow-up question, or maybe a related question from Ben, who's asking, he said he went to a webinar about Pure offering a SaaS solution, software as a service. He's asking, is there a SaaS only Pure product, or does it also involve on-site hardware from Pure?
So what our SaaS offering is the ability for you to consume storage as if it were in the cloud. So yes, it is on-site hardware, but it can be in a co-located data center or in your data center. It's not something that is offered through any of the cloud providers. So it's not like you can go to AWS or Azure and say, I want you to use Pure Storage on the back end. That's not available today. So that offering is just the ability to pay for it on demand.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And then another question here. You mentioned something about having the right plumbing. What did you mean about the right plumbing?
So the right plumbing, I find this to be the most critical stage, or the most critical phase when we talk about the data maturity curve. What that really means is that you have to transition to be able to connect all of the different software pieces that you want to use to create a data pipeline. So whether that's using a programming language, or whether you're using a sub-hub system such as like a Kafka or Spark, all of the different components and the ability to connect them together in such a way that there's no interruption in how the data is actually flowing through a data pipeline is really critical for customers to be able to flow that data through seamlessly, real time, on demand, so that you can get the insights, whether those insights are predictive insights because you're trying to predict what might happen next, which is somewhat trying to address the question that Gail was asking. Predictive is really using a certain set of data and algorithms to predict what the future holds based on what historical data you've had in the past, where prescriptive is now you're trying to not predict based on the past, but trend based on additional inputs or sources, such as using like Slack or social media forums to try to form an opinion on what might happen moving forward.
Okay, interesting. And then a next question that came in, do customers always follow the same path? What's your take on that?
So no, hopefully you guys picked up, certainly Pure is a young company. We started out in the cloud, but that doesn't mean that customers, like I worked for 10 years for a semiconductor company, for example, and we expect that there's going to be customers that still have a lot of really meaningful applications in their environment that are still running those things. And that doesn't mean that those other applications are deprecated. What it means is that those other applications may become the source of information that's used in a data pipeline to, whether that's in predictive or prescriptive, whichever phase or stage it might be in. So what I'm trying to say is that customers, there might have been some customers who went from using Microsoft Excel in this example and totally skipped over, didn't even do anything with Hadoop, and suddenly is now transitioning to more software-based event-driven or event stream processing type of applications, and they totally skipped over Hadoop. So there is no real definition of how customers will evolve. Every customer is going to have their own journey. The goal is ultimately just to get to where things can be spun up on demand. They can process and support customer environments in real time, and that it's as simple to use so that it doesn't take months and years to deploy something and totally missing the benefit of what that might bring to the company itself.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting. So, and then another question: have you seen customers have great success in deploying AI workloads, or does it vary a lot?
So we are actually seeing more and more customers who are very successful in AI. And I want to clarify, the definition that we use for AI is actually when a model learns on its own. So when you no longer have to go through the training of the model and it's starting to learn on its own. But, realistically, a lot of customers may refer to AI even when it's in its machine learning and deep learning phases where it's still needing to be trained. And we're seeing a lot more customers be very successful. A lot of that really has to do because of the tool sets that are available on demand in the cloud and developers really experimenting in the cloud to verify whether the data that they have is the right data or whether the algorithms that they're applying are the right algorithms for the questions that they're trying to ask.
Okay. Okay. I like that honest answer there. Very good. Well, Stacy, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for Q&A, but it's been really great having you on. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and thanks everybody for taking the time to join us today.
And thank you to Pure Storage for supporting today's event. In the handouts tab, you'll find a link to the Pure Storage presentation. The Pure Storage ebook. This is an O'Reilly report on understanding log analytics at scale, complements of Pure Storage. So this is a full O'Reilly ebook. Make sure that you download that ebook and you can read it after the event. All right, it's now time for our next set of gift card giveaways. We have 3 $100 Amazon gift cards. The first one's going to Josen Thomas from Texas, then Kelly Lee from Colorado, and Ron Stater from Idaho. Congratulations to our gift card winners. And then we have another grand prize. This is a MacBook Air, brand new MacBook Air, the new model, and that is going to, drumroll please, Jeffrey Martin from Ohio. Congratulations, Jeffrey Martin from Ohio. We still have 6 more gift cards to give away and a Lego Star Destroyer, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. And now we've got a short presentation here from Sean Kanungo, disruption strategist on AI ops of the future.
Hey guys, we are having a lot of fun today, and I just want to show you the back of the house because what we're going to be talking about this idea of AI ops. And to me, the magic of AI ops is it's going to create more innovations within our organization. Listen, the reason why it works so well out there, why it looks so beautiful and magical out there, is because this is the back office. We got to make sure that this runs efficiently and smoothly so that that looks magical and memorable. AI ops has the ability to identify root causes and propose solutions faster than a human can. It has this ability to go from reactive to proactive to actual predictive management. And ultimately, I think the most important thing is that it will fundamentally allow us to modernize our IT operations and our IT team. And not only is it going to create unbelievable efficiencies, but what it's going to allow us to do is get back the time and the resources to go back into innovation. Come with me. A lot of people talk to me about what the future of IT is, and I believe that AI ops is part of it. This might actually be no ops. Listen, a lot of people go into business not because they want to be in the infrastructure business, it's because they want to be in the business of selling their donuts or whatever they're selling. And I really believe that AI ops will allow our humans to focus on what we're actually good at, which is being imaginative and creative and innovative. And this is what the power of AI ops is really about.
And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's event. That is Mr. Jeff Dickey, Chief Technologist for Cloud and Data Services at NetApp. Jeff, are you there?
I'm here.
Thanks for being on, Jeff. Take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be able to present today about what we're doing with our cloud storage. So today is the least complicated day we will ever have. It's sad, but very true. And to add to that, we have more choice than ever. Our hardest choice used to be which massive device or devices do we choose to meet every single one of our storage needs. Now we have a ton of options and configuration options in just the native cloud storage offerings. We now have to choose which storage option is best for each data set or each application. Because there's so many ways, we end up choosing what we thought would be good. The great thing about cloud is it's an environment for constant optimization, but it's extremely difficult to optimize the cloud native storage. You definitely know these pains if you've ever had to move or resize your cloud storage. Look at these guys. This is Dave Hitz on the left, founder of NetApp, and Jeff Bezos, obviously, founder of Amazon. So NetApp's focus on the cloud began nearly a decade ago when it partnered with AWS to help drive the hybrid cloud services. And now we've been working closely with them ever since. We're a new cloud-focused NetApp. We purchased a little company out of Iceland that would reshape our business and move it ahead at an unbelievable pace. The reason we've been able to out-innovate is because we use our cloud products to develop our cloud products. This has changed everything, and we will continue to move faster and release even more products and features faster than anyone else. This is a great quote from our CTO. We have delivered more products in the last 18 months than NetApp has delivered in the last 25 years. That's quite a feat. IDC has taken notice. They say enterprises moving performance-sensitive workloads to public cloud should consider NetApp cloud services offerings to explore options to improve cost and performance for their cloud workloads. And IDC estimates that spending on public cloud file storage grew 153% annually in 2019. So this annual growth rate is clear indication that buyers are migrating and deploying business-critical file-based apps to public cloud at astonishing rates. We have customers in 110 countries and across every vertical. But here are 3 examples of companies NetApp has partnered with to manage data in the cloud. Healthcare is a fantastic example because this industry has both massive amounts of data, and that data is extremely sensitive. Also, this is where some of the world's most interesting digital transformation efforts are happening. The first one here is Cardinal Health. They redeployed their data centers into the cloud to improve regional availability, data management, and high availability so that they could get patients from the hospital to home faster, which is such a great thing for everyone. McKesson, which delivers 1/3 of all medications used in North America, they moved their data to public cloud to improve touch points and lower the response time. And then finally, WuXi Nextcode, they're a genomics company helping to improve health and support wellness. They were able to complete a previously impossible calculation in 45 minutes using NetApp Cloud Volumes. And I'll go over the architecture of WuXi towards the end. Our biggest differentiator in the market is that we're managed and deployed through your cloud provider's console, and we give you file services for Windows, Linux, or both Windows and Linux together, which is very unique. Today I'm going to talk about the 2 versions of our Cloud Volumes product. The first is Cloud Volumes on Tap. Click through these here. So we have customers that have used NetApp's ONTAP software in the past, and customers that have never heard of NetApp using this. It's easy to find in the marketplace and takes about 25 minutes to deploy in a single availability zone or even across availability zones. When I talk to users, they tell me their favorite things are the enterprise storage features that are not natively available in cloud, and that they get to pay for it in a true cloud fashion. It's extremely flexible, so you choose your types of disks and size of volumes. And this is also great to either begin your cloud migration or finish up your cloud migration, because you can move your entire data footprint into AWS, but only pay for a fraction of the data set amount because of our dedupe and our compression. So you look at, like, EBS came out in 2008, and it's been in use for about 12 years. So this means there are admins and operators that have been struggling without this, and we're unaware of features like dedupe because they've been working exclusively in cloud for the last decade. And these folks love to consolidate massive data sets and then watch that data footprint shrink. You can also be assured your data is safe and secure with our snapshots and clones. And that's my personal favorite is the cloning, is cloning development environments in seconds. This is extremely useful in cloud native development and the CI/CD process, since everything can be automated. If you are a NetApp customer, you have more options for getting your data into AWS, into your cloud, or managing your data on-prem and in the cloud. You get storage efficiency and Snap Mirror for data migrations, along with other features that you love about ONTAP. When you're a NetApp Cloud customer, you have access to a single pane of glass portal that allows you to see and manage your data and storage across any cloud. Here you can deploy volumes in seconds or manage data replication. Another thing I want to add is that we provide our cloud compliance service at no charge to our Cloud Volumes ONTAP customers. So you'll be able to see or be alerted about data compliance issues, which is a big deal now, right? But I believe we've yet to see how much more compliance restrictions are to come in our future. The next Cloud Volumes version is called Cloud Volumes Service. Think of this as NetApp's ONTAP provided as SaaS and supercharged. Imagine having the best features from NetApp along with the highest performance in cloud, and you don't have to manage or administer a thing. You log into your cloud console, you provision as many volumes as you want or need, you get to choose your desired performance or service level, but you are never locked into that performance or service level. This is perfect for anything that needs consistent performance or databases or data sets that need different performance levels at different times. Let's say you have a data set that you do analytics on once a month and you need extreme performance while you're doing it. You don't have to move or copy the data. You can automate the data volume to change the service level to the highest level you need for the minimum amount of time that you need it. So you get snapshots, clones, and you get API access to change the service levels. So this means your applications can determine their storage needs. Now think about that for a second. Like, what if your apps could control their performance needs? So the scenarios and workloads best suited for Cloud Volume Service, and this is a little bit of an eye chart, but the point is there are so many use cases for this. I usually tell customers to try to find a reason they can't benefit from Cloud Volume Service. It's pretty hard to find one. Most companies have many proprietary enterprise or line of business applications dependent on file storage that are either too costly, old, or risky to refactor that need to move to cloud. SAP environments have key dependencies on file storage and high performant file and the difficulty and cost of eliminating this requirement really isn't worth it. You have media rendering or oil and gas analytics. Many companies have hundreds of petabytes of storage associated with workloads that have previously been unable to migrate to cloud until now because of our cloud storage service. High performance shared storage for new apps that are built in the cloud, and finally, persistent storage for containers and Kubernetes. Okay, so I told you I would talk a little bit about the architecture of Wuxi. Wuxi purchased a company called GMI. I actually did a reInvent session with GMI. You can check that out later on YouTube for more details. But I love this use case, and I think we're going to see more of this in the future. So GMI has super expensive medical equipment that takes blood samples and does the gene sequencing. These huge medical devices require Windows storage. But because the analysis needs to be done in AWS by hundreds of large Linux instances, and because GMI doesn't want to manage servers and storage infrastructure on-prem, they mounted Cloud Volumes directly to their medical equipment. These files are huge, but the data is able to be processed in AWS within minutes. So let's go over the architecture here. So if you can see here, the customer on the left, they have SMB mounts onto their medical equipment, and they have direct connections into AWS where they are using dual protocol so that they can use CIFS and SMB for both the medical machines and for their Linux processing machines, and this allows them to not have any on-premise equipment, to use the benefits of cloud. And then another service GMI leverages is data tiering to object store. You can imagine how much data they're working with, and they're able to reduce their footprint and cost using our tiering. I talk a lot about reducing costs usually with folks, but some customers take that savings, but the majority of our customers use that savings to reinvest in more cloud services to help them do more and move faster. So you should always be optimizing in cloud, right? We're in a super unique place because we offer the most crucial enterprise data management features across every cloud, whether it's public or private. We are both where you are and where you want to be. And just because I can say we're a leader in cloud, it doesn't make it true, right? But this list may make it true. 6 of the top 10 healthcare companies are using our cloud services. 8 of the top 10 banks. 6 of the top 10 industrial companies. 8 of the top 10 tech providers. 6 of the top 10 retailers are all using our cloud services. I want to quickly give you a glimpse into our future. We're calling it Project Astra, and it's the future of managing applications and data together as it should be while allowing total flexibility. It's designed for managing the applications, the apps, and the data, the app and data portability with Kubernetes. The platform unlocks the power of Kubernetes to accelerate developer agility, drive business productivity, and enhance IT operational efficiencies. With Astra, you will finally be able to achieve the data-rich application mobility on-prem and in the cloud. Here's a diagram of how it works. It's a SaaS service, and you can register your Kubernetes cluster with us over to the right where you see the Astra on that SaaS service. You're now able to back up and restore an application. You're able to take application consistent snapshots, and you're able to clone an application. So this will also allow you to move or restore applications into Kubernetes clusters in different regions, different clouds, or different on-prem locations. So this is a game changer. You can get started today with the cloud products I talked about by going to cloud.netapp.com.
It says, what additional information would you like about the NetApp solution? So we'll leave that up while we do some Q&A. So NetApp, you guys are doing some really cool, innovative stuff lately that not a lot of people might think of when they think of NetApp. They might think of just a physical storage array, but you guys are really doing some cool stuff with NetApp Cloud. So let's see, first question that came in, they're asking, let's see, they said, I've seen reports that file services in the cloud are increasing at over 250%. How and why would that be? What's your take on that, Jeff?
Well, I think because, if you've been working in cloud for quite a long time, I think you've forgotten the value of file services because they just didn't exist in cloud. It was too much of a heavy lift, and the technology wasn't there. We got used to different things like object store and block, which are fantastic, and it's the right tool for the right job kind of thing. But now, because there are file services available, and because, again, we work with customers that have thousands of custom apps, you can't refactor everything. And it makes more sense. You can do so much more when you are refactoring or doing kind of new development in cloud, because it unlocks all the barriers and you have more services to utilize. So I just think, file is back, and it's better than ever, and you get these enterprise features that not just the enterprise folks are used to, but new, even the cloud native folks, when they see that they can do this and it's, it's automated, it's scriptable, like it takes so much off their plate.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see, next question. Can I use NetApp on AWS without having NetApp ONTAP on premises?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. There's a few ways that you can do that. On the storage side, we have the version where you can deploy yourself or get from like the Amazon Marketplace and deploy that where you control all the software. We have tons of customers who have never heard of NetApp because we're a traditional storage company. They're more cloud focused or cloud native, but they're using our products and you can get licenses, or you can pay by the time, and you don't have to be a prior NetApp customer.
Okay, that's nice. Next question, what is refactoring and should I avoid it?
Yeah, well, so a lot of times, there's different levels of refactoring, but a lot of times you can't just, we have a lift and shift where a lot of people have heard about, where you're taking things and you're moving that the way it was on-prem into cloud, and it does work. There's still refactoring involved because nothing's really like for like, but a lot of times what people are doing is they will try to make improvements to their legacy applications so that they are more cloud friendly or cloud native. And a lot of times they're doing it on-prem, but I think you're missing out on a lot of, you've got opportunity costs, because even though it might be cheaper up front to do that refactoring because you're not going to be using so much consumption, it does take longer. The whole process of the project takes much longer if you're going to refactor on-prem and not in the cloud. A lot of that is to do with, you don't have any of the features you have in cloud, right? You're still stuck with whatever you've been doing business with for the X amount of years. And so, we talk about refactoring. It's how do we make that best suitable to work and be efficient in the cloud? And a lot of times there's some automation around that. Like how, it's not just picking up the VM and the data set and moving it. It's what are we doing to optimize that for performance and cost and for agility.
Okay, that makes sense. And then next question, where does AWS EFS fit into this picture?
So, I think I talked about a little bit earlier where we have all this choice in cloud. And, back in the day, you had to buy this, you had to spend millions of dollars on on storage that would benefit from most of your workloads, but also be able to accommodate your biggest and most complex and high performance workloads. In cloud's awesome because we have so much choice. We can have the exact right thing at the exact right place that we need. And not everything fits on like object store, right? I mean, our business is complex, our applications are complex, and EFS is a great file storage. It's perfect for the requirements that it does, and a lot of people are happy with that. If you need higher performance and some more like enterprise capabilities with your applications, that's where you would use Cloud Volume Service. So, the technology, like file, is similar, but the features and performance are different. So you just have to choose what's right for that app.
Got it. Okay. What about snapshots and clones with Cloud Volumes? Is that possible?
Yeah. And don't forget, with both Cloud Volumes and Cloud Volume Service and Cloud Volumes on tap, you have the ability to do snapshots, and each product, has a little bit different capabilities on what you can do and how much you can manage, so check those requirements.
Okay. And so if people are interested in NetApp's cloud offerings, what should they do? They go to just cloud.netapp.com, is that right?
Cloud.netapp.com is two things. It's one, first off, it's a portal. It is a product itself. It's where you create a NetApp account, and it is what we call Cloud Central, and you also can add your credentials to all the clouds that you manage. So it is a portal. And on top of that, it's also a repository of all the information about the products. So it's a great spot to start, read about the products, and create an account and get started.
Okay, excellent. Well, it sounds super easy to do. I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you.
And thank you to NetApp for supporting today's summit event. You can go to the handouts tab there and download actually an ESG paper on how NetApp is transforming hybrid and multi-clouds into the any cloud. So make sure that you check that one out. And with that, it's time for our next set of gift card winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going out to Greg Armstrong of Georgia, Brian Owen of Maryland, and Michelle Walker of Arizona. Congratulations. We've still got 3 more gift cards to give out and another Legos Star Destroyer. And now we're going to go over to Sean and learn about the IT professional of the future.
Hey guys, we are back. And listen, we've been having a lot of fun, but I'm sitting here listening to everybody and I'm thinking how lonely it is just sitting here by my lonesome. And I can't wait for this pandemic to be really over so we can get back to some sort of normalcy. Anyways, this brings up a topic that is near and dear to my heart, because one of the things that I talk to executives all the time about is, what skills will be relevant for the future? What jobs will be relevant in the future? And specifically when it comes to IT professionals, what will their jobs look like in the future? And this question is near and dear to my heart because this is what I talk to my wife about all the time, around what jobs or skills will be relevant for them in the future. I got 2 kids. I got a 3-year-old named Maya, and I got a 1-year-old named Dion. And to be honest with you, I have no idea what they're going to do in the future. And sometimes I get worried about this idea, but then I have to sometimes remind myself that the jobs and the industries of the future have not been created yet. And I know this because if we look at the last 15 years, these jobs didn't exist 15 years ago. I'm talking about an agricultural drone pilot, a data scientist, a mobile app developer, a voice interface designer, a data engineer. Like, a lot of these jobs didn't exist 15 years ago, but they exist today. And so a lot of people ask me, what do you think the skills of an IT professional are going to look like in the future? And to be honest with you, if we can't predict which jobs will be relevant in the future, how can we predict what an IT professional will look like in the future? And a lot of people ask me, they say, Sean, what are the skills that will be relevant in the future? let me give you a glimpse of what the skills will be relevant in the future. Things like imagination and creativity and empathy and intuition and improvisation and emotional intelligence. These are the skills that will be relevant in the future. And the organizations and the individuals that double down on these things will be the ones that will win in the future. And when it comes to an IT professional, not only do we have to be amazing in terms of infrastructure and data centers and artificial intelligence, but really the skills for an IT professional of the future are being unbelievable marketers, being unbelievable storytellers, being able to connect with different pockets of the business and be able to convince and influence in new ways. This is what an IT professional looks like in the future.
And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenters on today's summit. Excited to welcome Edward Watson and Corinne Bissett. Edward is a product marketing manager and Corinne is a technologist for product strategy at Veeam. Edward, Corinne, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you for being on the event. Take it away.
Yeah, my name is Corinne Bissett. I'm a technologist here at Veeam under the product strategy in the house of the CTO. And I'm joined here by Edward Watson. To start us off here, we can go ahead and just take a look at the explosion that is happening with remote workers and the drastic increase that we're seeing with the situation that we're dealing with today. And numbers like 12 million new Teams users being added in just 1 week to make it over 44 million Microsoft active team users total and 200 million 365 users. Those numbers are insane. And with all of our remote workers, they come at a risk. Whether we're using our devices to be able to access this data, meaning that you're getting it on your your cell phone, your tablet, your laptop, your desktop, both at home and at work. We have a complete mobility of our data, but that also opens us up to, say, problems with security patches. Anything that's not on our corporate domain, we have no control over pushing out those security patches for any type of software or, say, even Windows security patches, which could leave your machines open that are accessing your network, but not actually accessing your network, but your organization through Office 365 and home routers. Most home routers do not have something like a physical firewall or a optimal security settings on those physical firewalls like you might see in a business today. And of course, there's always that risk of public Wi-Fi. We've known for years this is just a breeding ground for all kinds of attacks on our data.
So yeah, we have the, we are operating in this new environment, right? But along with that comes these additional risks, right? So we have these 6 reasons why accidental deletion is number 1. So why is it accidental deletion? Well, it's not so much the deletion itself that matters. It's what happens post-deletion. Are you able to get that data back? There's various risks once that data is deleted. We're going to go through some of the retention policies that come out of the box in Microsoft that do act as safeguards but don't necessarily protect against deletion. And so that brings us to number 2, which is retention policy confusion and gaps. Really not fully understanding when something's protected and when it's not. In addition, we have internal security threats, right, which could be those departing employees that want to cause a little bit of havoc before they depart. In addition to the external security threats, the ransomwares of the world that we always hear about in the news that we certainly don't want to become the victims of. And then, of course, legal and compliance requirements. I'm sure many of you on the phone today have some form of legal and compliance that you may have to meet. And it all comes down to control. Do you have the ability to find that needle in a haystack, find that file or legal document to simply move on with your compliance needs? And of course, in addition to all of these risks that we've covered thus far, there's also the added complexity of hybridity, right? Or managing that hybrid on-prem Exchange and Office 365 environment that only adds to that layer of complexity. So how often do these reasons actually happen? We get that question quite a bit, and it turns out that quite often, right? So user error, accidental deletion at 37%, security threats at 18%, and of course retention policy confusion and gaps, thinking something was protected when it wasn't, at 19% as well. So these reasons all seem to happen quite more often than we'd like them to. Now we want to switch gears. We've gone through the reasons and kind of the new environment we're operating in. Why do we actually need a backup? Doesn't Microsoft take care of that? And really, this is a tale of two responsibilities. The first responsibility is Microsoft's. And when it comes to it, when your perception perhaps is that Microsoft takes care of everything, the infrastructure, the data, this could be your perception even today. But the perception is different than the reality. The reality is that Microsoft is in charge of the uptime of the service, of the infrastructure. And yours, the customer reality, really your reality, is that Microsoft takes care of that infrastructure. The data still remains your responsibility. So again, it's that tale of two responsibilities, Microsoft being the infrastructure, yours, the customer, being the data, whether it comes down to protection for both long-term and short-term retention needs. And how does that look from a retention policy point of view with the retention that comes out of the box? Why don't you walk us through that, Corinne?
Yeah, there is a native retention policy system through Microsoft Office 365, and this is what they call a soft and hard delete. The soft is what you would see in the gray window on the screen, and the hard delete is what happens after that, which means you're no longer able to access that data. It's the same thing with email, OneDrive, and when employees leave your company. If you remove their accounts like most corporations do, that data is gone within about 30 days. Now, when we realize we need to restore data, that's generally around the 140-day mark for any type of discovery process. So if an employee leaves a company and they've been gone for a month or a month and a half and they come back and they want to sue for any types of rights or legal reasons, all of that data that you would have to give up for an e-discovery process is already gone. So it's very crucial to understand those retention gaps that are in Office 365. And that's kind of where we come into looking at the Veeam backup for Microsoft Office 365.
Right, so we've talked through the challenges a little faster than we normally would. Hopefully you can view other resources that we have as handouts. But when it comes to it, Veeam's solution, Veeam Backup for Office 365, essentially eliminates that risk. You know, we've talked about the vulnerabilities and the new risks that we're dealing with when it comes to those cloud-based workloads. What we're essentially doing is eliminating that risk of losing the data, whether that's Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, or even Microsoft Teams. Giving you any location to store that data, any storage target, whether that's on premises or in the cloud. Again, protecting you from all the risks as well as giving you the restore options you need for your business. So we offer far more restores than the average backup vendor would to give you full control over how you get that data back. And then, of course, helping you meet those legal and compliance needs. We know that's so important to be able to quickly do that, do those search and find operations, and simply move on with the rest of your day. And that's what the solution enables you to do. So now we're getting to the fun stuff. Corinne's actually going to take us through a demo here shortly, but let's see how this actually works.
Yeah, I like to take a look at the infrastructure as a whole before we start diving into the console so you have a good idea of what we're looking at. Now, the Veeam backup for Microsoft Office 365 console that we can see to the left here is able to back up not only cloud Office 365, but on-premises Office 365 and Exchange and SharePoint as well. So we work in a hybrid environment so that it gives you the flexibility no matter where your data is at currently. And then we're able to ship that data either to a local storage, or you can send it off to what we call object storage through some of the biggest names you hear out there, the Amazon S3, Microsoft Azure Blob, IBM Cloud, and then we're generally S3 compatible if you have your own storage provider. Then we have an additional feature, which I think the backup in the restore process is just as important. So we have the Explorer for Exchange, the Explorer for SharePoint, the Explorer for OneDrive. So we're restoring these files in the native format and not just raw data back to the original location. You can restore it locally, you can export it. You even have self-service restore portals with our various providers. Taking a look at that, let's go ahead and dive into what that looks like. Take me a moment here. And this is the console. These are the backup jobs that you can configure. You can have multi-tenancy, meaning you have multiple organizations added in, and the backup infrastructure. It's a very easy and clean interface, especially if you're just wanting to add in an object storage repository. And we use a local caching system in order to make the restore faster by caching file hierarchies locally. And in this demonstration, we're going to highlight the Microsoft Office 365 OneDrive, which I've actually mapped that locally. I do this with almost every OneDrive account I have because it just makes the files extremely easy to access. But that also opens us up to an additional vulnerability. And that's to say if ransomware hits. Now, this is a simulation script that will encrypt my drives locally. But as you can see, these files are already syncing up to the online environment, meaning if you come over to OneDrive because one of your devices have been compromised, we'll let that load here. Because one of your drives have been compromised, you're still not able to access your data from the online environment. And we'll see if we can get into our improvement plan here on the list. And we're unable to access it because the file is now encrypted. To be able to restore that data, we have a almost Windows File Explorer look to our console. So it looks a lot like you're just copying files from one location to another. And under my folder here, since I know the entire directory is already corrupt, I have the ability to be able to restore and overwrite everything that is there within moments. Now, this authenticates back with the Microsoft Office 365 environment, making sure I am who I say I am so I can overwrite those files. So if we come back down here to the improvement plan, we should be able to open up that document already locally, which we can. And we get a message which describes how many items were restored, if any of them were skipped, and the description or URL if necessary. And I think that just a very powerful tool to have Microsoft OneDrive everywhere, but as you can see, it's very vulnerable to any types of attacks that can come through.
Yeah, great stuff, Corinne. So from there, we're going to wrap up. You know, when it comes to this product, we have many organizations, both large and small, many different industries that have both downloaded this product and as well as purchased this product. And, you know, this only continues to grow. So, again, if you're one of the companies out there that is without Office 365 data protection, we definitely do recommend it. Obviously, whether you choose Veeam or not, it's highly recommended that you protect that critical data, that new critical data. And we encourage you to take action. So a few next steps. We do encourage you to download, read up, or share this Office 365 Backup for Dummies ebook. I believe you can actually click the link directly in the UI here, or it should be in the slide left column as well as a downloadable link. But this is a great guide, you know, as you're exploring different backup vendors, different options, if you want to truly get more of a picture of, you know, what this is all about, expand on the shared responsibility model. That is all in this book for download. So please download this and see for yourself. Take a free 30-day trial, completely free, completely full product, no limitations at all, free for 30 days. So definitely check that out. And again, we hope you like what you see. And with that, I think we will go ahead and open it up for a closing Q&A here.
I'd like to also give a shout out. We have a community edition from that same link, which you're able to have the product for as long as you want for up to 10 users.
Great call out, Corinne, yes.
Excellent presentation. I did post the link to the Office 365 Backup ebook for Dummies, sponsored by Veeam, as well as the free 30-day trial. I posted both of those in the questions tab for the audience out there. If you missed those links, just check the questions tab, and I shared those with everyone. We do have some questions coming in from the audience. While we do that, I'll just bring up this poll that says, what additional information would you like about the Veeam solution? And so let's see. First question that came in, Marco's asking about the link for the community edition. Corinne, is that just at veeam.com, or is there a special link?
Yeah, if you follow that same link to the product, there is a free download, and then there's a free trial key for the 30 days, and right next to it's the community edition.
Okay, excellent. We got some good feedback on the demo. People love seeing the live demo, so thank you for taking time to do that. Richard says that he loves the Veeam product. It's highly recommended. It has been a lifesaver, and they have it. Jan said, Jan said they're already a client, and Veeam is awesome. So lots of good feedback there about Veeam and the demo as well. Question from Michael. He's asking, how long would it take to restore 1 terabyte? How do companies know roughly, how long it's going to take to get their data back?
So that's actually a great question, and it's very dependent on the infrastructure. There are some throttling metrics placed on the Office 365 environment based on your organization. Traditionally, larger organizations have a higher data flow allowance than a smaller organization, so that's going to play into the throttling metrics. And whether or not you have an on-premises install of our product, or you've decided to deploy it in the cloud itself, so it's going from cloud to cloud instead of on-premises to cloud, that's also going to play a huge role. So it's going to be very environmental dependent. It depends on how much money you want to spend on the product and your Office 365 environment for those type of metrics.
Okay, good info. Another question they're asking, are there point-in-time restores with this product?
Yes, there are point-in-time restores and versioning of files for like SharePoint Online and OneDrive.
Okay. Another question they're asking, is it possible to back up OneDrive, Office 365 to local storage using Veeam, or where does the backup actually go? Where is it stored?
The backup is actually very flexible. We can do it either to a local storage, or you can go back up to the cloud to an object storage. So it very much depends on whatever you want to do. It's very flexible in that sense. And you can back up just one of the components. You don't have to back up every component for every user.
Okay, nice. And then, see, another question, can you restore data from Office 365 SharePoint to alternate locations? Like not Office 365 SharePoint?
So we have a lot of options for export and restoring to the same organization. But if you're wanting to restore it to somewhere else entirely, I would recommend the export option and then manually uploading it to a third-party site if that's what you're kind of looking towards.
Okay. Okay, good. Jack is asking, does Veeam have any option for backup of physical servers or workstations?
Veeam Backup for Microsoft Office 365 does not, but we have additional products called Veeam Agents for Windows and Veeam Agents for Linux, which allow you to install an agent on physical and bare metal machines to back those up. And you can centralize those with our product Veeam Backup and Replication.
Okay, nice. Robert's asking if this supports multiple tenants.
Yes, you can add in as many organizations as you need to into the console if you have like 5 different campus locations.
Nice. Okay. Another question, how do you back up Microsoft Teams?
So the backup for Microsoft Teams has to come with a little bit of an understanding of what Microsoft Teams is. Microsoft Teams is a front-end interface for a lot of their back-end offerings. To say, like, conversations between two users is going to be through their exchange online. And there's actually a folder inside of your email box that's called Conversations, which is your conversations between everyone, except it imports to Teams where you're able to do that in like an instant messaging. If you send a file, that's through OneDrive on the back end. And collaborative team sites where you have multiple people in your organization put together based on a group, that's actually through the SharePoint Online back end. So we back up all of those back end points. There is a slight limitation with the Microsoft Office 365 API and Teams where we're not able to directly inject conversations back into the console, but you can restore those conversations for any type of compliance reasons.
Nice. Okay. Another question. Are there limitations on the Community Edition?
Only the number of users. You're able to back up 10 users for as long as you want, and you can use all of our features from that console.
Okay. Question here, Roni is asking, if the Veeam agent is installed on a physical computer, does the backup go to the same place as the other backups, and does it take the same time to back up and restore?
So it depends. We have two different options when you're working with our agents. One is called a managed and one is called an unmanaged. So an unmanaged agent is something that you install standalone, but managed agents can be pushed through our Veeam Backup and Replication console to send them to any repository that you've already configured in that console. As for time-wise, we have the ability to push out in an environment additional helper servers to aid in any type of backup process. So where you're backing up to as an agent point is closer to your infrastructure and then sends it over to the repository for you.
Okay. Good question here from Gail. Are backups of recorded Teams meetings searchable? I don't know about that.
The backend for Teams when it comes to meetings is through Microsoft Streams. I don't think the fields are very search friendly. Teams doesn't have a very good native search application working with it. That's something I hope they get a little better and we'll be able to introduce.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, excellent. Well, I think we've covered all the questions that have come in. You've handled them very quickly and provided great answers to every one of them. So thank you both so much for your excellent presentation.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
For more information on Veeam and to give Veeam Office 365 Backup a try for yourself, check out the trial download. The link is right there on your audience console. It's kind of small in the bottom left-hand corner. If you just click on that link, that'll bring up a new tab in your web browser to download the trial. Of course, I also put the link there in the questions tab if you want to check it out. And now it's time for another gift card giveaway. We have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. Those are going to Fred Miller Jr. from Ohio, James Conklin from California, and Jeff Yarborough from Tennessee. Congratulations to those gift card winners. And now we're going to have another brief video from our keynote speaker, Sean Kanungo, before we announce the grand prize winner.
Hey guys, I'm having a lot of fun during this virtual summit, and one of the things that I want to talk about is this idea of navigating an uncertain future and how we can start scenario planning. Now, traditionally, when people think about scenario planning, they think about what the economy is going to do. Like, is it going to be a U shape? Is it going to be a V? Like, are we going to recover right away? Or is it going to be an L, like a lumpy L, based on the different waves, a first wave or a second wave or a third wave? I think this is great, but to be honest with you, I think the most important thing is actually building out an idea of how we can allocate our IT projects and initiatives. As IT leaders, you have a whole bunch of things on the go, and what I love to use is this idea of an innovation matrix or an innovation ambition matrix to organize all my initiatives, especially during this pandemic. So we call this the ambition matrix. My colleagues at Deloitte have built this a number of years ago, and this is how it looks. So we have 3 bands. On the left-hand band, we call these core initiatives. These are initiatives that will give you a 5 to 10% efficiency increase. On the opposite side, we have the transformational band. These are initiatives that will give you a 5 to 10x improvement. And in the middle, we call these things adjacent. These adjacent are initiatives that have both characteristics from core and transformational. These are things that are not completely outside of what we do, but partially. What I would encourage everybody to do, or when you want a scenario plan, is list out all your current and future IT priorities that you have right now. All the initiatives. Get your leaders in the room, get your staff in the room, and list out all the current initiatives that you have and all the future initiatives that you have, whether it's during the pandemic or after the pandemic, and write them all down. And what you want to do is debate within your team which initiatives are core, which are transformational, and which are adjacent. Transformational, like I said again, these are new tools and technologies that you've never used before that might impact new groups within your organization. So let's say it's blockchain or AI, things that you haven't used before, or maybe core is simply using robotic process automation to optimize payroll. Initiatives that might give you a 5 to 10% increase. So once you list out all your projects and you plot them on this graph, you have a good perspective of where you can allocate your assets. Now, traditionally within organizations, the way that they organize their portfolio is 70% of their initiatives are in core, 10% of their initiatives are in transformational, and 20% in adjacent. This is how they allocate their assets. But the value, this is the important piece, the value that you get back from those transformational initiatives is actually 70%. So even though you have 10% of your assets and resources into transformational initiatives, you actually get 70% back in terms of value. And so based on how ambitious you are, given the current market and the current conditions, what you can do is double down on those transformational initiatives. If you are well capitalized, if you are in a position to win, you can double down on those transformational initiatives and it will garner more value for your organization. Or say you want to be a lot more conservative and you want to focus on the low-hanging fruit, you would put more effort into your core initiatives. Obviously, as an innovation guy, I really think this is an amazing time to innovate, to try new things, to try new technologies and new tools and address new markets. But you have to assess this within your leadership team. I hope this can help you navigate a new future, and let's get back to all the amazing action.
And now it's time for our final grand prize giveaway. We have a Lego Star Destroyer. This is an incredible prize. I wish I had it myself, but this one's going to Sean Lingenfelter from North Carolina. Congratulations, Sean Lingenfelter from North Carolina. We'll reach out to you to deliver your prize. I'll post all the prize winners in the chat right now. Thank you, everyone who joined us on today's event. We've got a lot more events coming up, so make sure you stay tuned for those. Watch out for the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes store. It's a great way to subscribe and learn about the latest in enterprise technology. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. We would love to chat with you. And after this event concludes, you'll be automatically redirected to our events.actualtechmedia.com website where you can register for future events. I hope that you enjoyed today's Enterprise IT Virtual Summit on enabling next generation IT. I learned a lot. I hope that you did as well. We'll see you next time. Take care and have a great day.